Carlson, tonight, here's the latest summarized. Kevin McCarthy badly wants to be the next Speaker of the House, but as of tonight, he is not going to be. He doesn't have the votes. It's not a question of who's good or who's bad, who's well-intentioned, who's not. It's a question of simple electoral math, something that Kevin McCarthy is highly familiar with since he does this for a living. At this point, as of right now, facing that mathematical reality, Kevin McCarthy has two choices. He can either step aside and let somebody else do the job, acknowledging in the process that he is not the only person in Congress capable of being Speaker, or he can try and win over the people who oppose him, as you traditionally do in elections. Or you've got reservations about Kevin McCarthy? You don't want to be ruled by a man who wears a Ukrainian flag lapel pin and lives with Frank Luntz? No problem. We get it. Let us tell you how he's better than you think he is. Let us try and change your mind. Let us try to convince you. In a normal race, that's what you would do. But that is not what Kevin McCarthy's team is doing. Instead, like the left, they purport to oppose. They're using threats and fear to force people to support the candidate. Anyone who opposes Kevin McCarthy, one of his surrogates explained today, is, quote, an enemy, a, quote, terrorist. That's their message. In a moment, we'll tell you how that message is working. But first tonight, in the summer of 2000.
Alrighty. Hey, welcome back, guys. I'm glad you guys are joining me. There was a little preview of what we have to see today as we start looking at what's going on in Congress, as the House will reconvene at noon today. If you joined me last night, you might remember that the House adjourned last night with a vote that was put out by the Republican side because they needed more time, I guess, in conference. And so they moved to adjourn without having a seventh vote last night to give Kevin McCarthy a seventh fail attempt to become Speaker of the House. Democrats all voted. It was a very close vote. It was only decided by a couple votes for them to actually stay and vote. And McCarthy's team was able to whip up enough votes to get them out of there for the night. I'm sure there was lots of negotiations that was taking place last night, but I'm glad you guys are joining me today. Thank you for being here. Let me go ahead and throw up the screen over here for you guys so we can go ahead and take a look at what we're waiting on right now. We're waiting on, we got about 9 minutes before they convene. So we got a few minutes to go ahead and there we go. And to talk and kind of get an idea of what to expect today. I see a few of you guys in here, so we'll go as long as possible, as long as needed. We will cover it from the start to finish today. If they go all the way till 4, they go to 4. So we will be here for that. I will be here watching and commentating and giving my analysis as we move through. But yeah, I think Tucker summed it up pretty well. I don't trust Kevin McCarthy. I don't trust the current Republican leadership. They have shown they disdain Trump voters. They disdain Trump himself. They don't like the MAGA movement. They are uniparty. So the challenge here for Matt Gaetz and company is to go ahead and have they got enough people to go ahead and get 30. Can they get 30 people on board with them today? Maybe behind Brian Donalds. Brian Donalds is a fantastic individual. If you don't know who he is, he's a representative out of Southwest Florida. He represents the Naples area. Fantastic dude, very conservative. Would make a great speaker. Very, very strong in his beliefs, which is something that we need, right? We need to have someone that's going to be staunch in their convictions, and we need someone who's going to continue to keep the purse closed, not allow this illegitimate regime to continue to spend our hard-earned tax money, to continue to send them, Ukrainians, billions of dollars. I will let you know if I need anything brought to me today. Thank you, babe, for being in the chat. So, yeah, I am ready for the show. Let me go ahead and say hello to a few of you guys coming in today to be part of today's watch party, I suppose. I guess that's what kind of is today. We got Melanie here. We got GSD here. Hello, Dave, AK. We got Jason Finch. Hey, man, great to see you. Yeah, ready for the show, my friend. Ready for the show. Hello, Ginger. And we got Duke. Hey, Duke. He was with us with 2 streams yesterday. I'm glad that you were able to show up today again. We got Luis. Luis was here last night. Thank you, Luis, for coming back to watch with us. Remember, if you're watching over on the C-SPAN, you're not going to be able to comment. At least here, your comments will be shown as you guys can have a conversation. Hey, good morning, Texas Pink Lady. It's great to see you as well. Gunner Grunt, it's great to see you, my friend. How are you doing? We got Freeman Pennington. How are you doing, my friend? We got Sodium Soldier, Brian Brian Knapp. Huckleberry Hound, Guitar Tim. Hey, good morning. Good morning, guys. We have Janet here as well. We have TY. It's great to see you. Hey, Hogs. Cheese Whiz is here. Cheese Whiz was here both times last night as well. One in the afternoon and again in the evening. So thanks for coming by. Jay is here. Jay was really keeping us up to date with the Freedom Caucus vote. So great to see Jay returning to join us today. Hopefully he will bring some more good insights in the chat there. Make sure you follow what Jay is putting out there. Jay's been fantastic so far in the chat. Great job. Good stuff. Hey, Kyle Blank. It's great to see you, my friend, and everybody else that's coming in today as we get ready to cover today's action. I am very, very excited what might take place. Yesterday, we saw the showdown take place between the rhinos and between the real conservatives. We see that people went on to Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity, of course, is a shill. He sat there and tried to convince Lauren Boebert to change her vote to Kevin McCarthy. Also, when you got MSNBC and Fox News both parrying the same thing, you know you're ticking off the right people. When you got MSNBC and you got Fox News and CNN all uniting behind Kevin McCarthy, you have to ask yourself, are you on the right team if you're voting for Kevin McCarthy, if you have all three entities in lockstep saying that we have to make Kevin McCarthy to be the Speaker of the House? I don't think so. I think that's a pretty good indicator that we should really maybe step back. I don't care if this goes to the 134th ballot. I don't want Kevin McCarthy. I don't want a rhino for a speaker. We need someone that's going to be strong. And again, I'm behind Brian Donald. If they renominate him today, I expect to see him get more votes today. I expect him to get more than 20 today. I don't know what Jay's thinking. Jay, do you think that Brian Donald's, if he is once again nominated, do you think he will get more than 20 today? It's because we're not in the back rooms last night. We weren't in the back rooms of Congress as they were trying to wheel and deal and trying to grease those palms and promise people certain things in order to get the votes for Kevin McCarthy. So I don't know what's going to take place as far as that goes today. My gut still thinks that they're staunch in defiance against the establishment. So, yeah, Jay says we'll see. Rumors out there of a deal. Yeah. So we'll see what takes place. Yeah, Hannity just straight up could not understand. No, we're not voting for McCarthy. No, yeah, you're right. I did a couple videos on that for later on today, where he had Lauren Boebert on, and then she was on MSNBC. I did a video on that. And then, of course, if you guys aren't up to date, Adam Kinzinger is now a CNN contributor. I know you guys didn't see that coming, right? You didn't see Adam Kinzinger going to a mainstream media outlet as a payoff. And that's why I kind of called it. It was his retirement plan once he decided to go ahead and go all in opposition of Trump in Congress and side with the Democrats. They promised him a little kickback, just like Liz Cheney leaving $36 million richer than she came in on Congress. They all had their little golden parachutes that they were given because of their opposition to Trump and Trumpism and nationalism and just the simple thought process of putting this country before any other country, putting our kids before any other kids, right? That is what really takes off the Uniparty when we're discussing things like that. They don't like that. They don't like seeing that we're going to buck the trend. So. Yeah. Hey, men of faith. Yeah. Says Frank, what's up with Trump voting McCarthy for speaker or wanting McCarthy as speaker? Am I missing something here? A lot of people have theorized, and I'm not of this thinking. McCarthy, even though he's a rhino, Trump feels that he can steer him in the direction that he needs him to go. and that he's going to be a vessel to get things prepared for Trump in 2024. Now, with that being said, I'm the reason I'm not of that thinking, of that part of that camp, because I remember Kevin McCarthy after January 6th. He was ready to throw Trump under the bus. He was part of wanting Trump either impeached or removed by the 25th Amendment. And then on top of that, Kevin McCarthy wanted to work with big tech to silence members of his own caucus on social media. People like Matt Gaetz, for example. And he was right there, right alongside Liz Cheney, and a lot of that, trying to spearhead that. So I think Trump, and again, this is just me thinking, I just think Trump is overestimating what Kevin McCarthy will do for him politically. I don't think it's a good thing, but it looks like we're starting here. So let's go ahead and put it up on the screen for you guys. Let's go ahead and take a listen in here.
About a minute away from day 3 of the 118th Congress. As you can see, a lot of the 434 members are gathering in there. And if the shots look a little bit different, it's because on opening day of Congresses, C-SPAN has its own cameras in it. And we control these, and this is why you get a lot of different angles and looks at members on the floor rather than the standard house cameras. And so we appreciate the fact that we're in there on opening day and able to get some different camera views, etc. Now, with the House coming in at noon, if you have things to do and you need to be on the go, take C-SPAN Mobile with you. And that is with our C-SPAN Now app, which you can find at your favorite app store. About a half a minute away from the third day of the 118th Congress.
There you see Kevin. You see Matt Gaetz talking to some of the Democrat members over there. You got your boy over there, Jerry Nadler. I wonder what's being said over there. I'm going to go ahead and turn this down just a little bit until they start talking again. So there we go. So you got Matt Gaetz over here. You got Jerry Nadler over here. You got some conversations that are taking place. Maybe Matt Gaetz is trying to form a coalition. Who knows? I don't know what kind of deal making has been taking place. But of course, the people on television are trying to make this seem like this is unprecedented, that this is that there's something wrong with our republic because it's taking this long to pick a speaker. And it's the first time in about 100 years that it's gone multiple ballots. So of course they're panicking because we know what type of system is being booked right now. The 20 Republicans who have took a stand is risking a lot right now. They're risking a bunch on themselves. So however this goes, however this ends up, if they end up on the opposite side of Kevin McCarthy and he gets the speakership, I do not see it going well for those 20 Republicans in the future. So it's now or never, right? And that's how you have to view these type of things. Is they've already dug their heels in the sand, in the dirt. It would be foolish to let up now. That's what I think. Hey, now the Russian bot is here today. He joined us yesterday as well. So yeah, keep voting for 2 years, Kyle. Looks like something's going on here.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben. Would you pray with me?
Silence all voices but your own, O Lord. Quiet the cacophony of counsel and still the storms of dissent, that each of us would be able to hear you speak your word to us this day. Humble. Nothing we argue for or act upon would be out of selfish ambition or conceit. But in humility, may we empty ourselves in our service to you and to this nation. With eyes of faith, may we look around this room, that we would appreciate the country which you have called each of us to serve and dare to value it above our own interests. protect us, that in this imbroglio of indecision, we do not expose ourselves to the incursion of our adversary. Watch over the seeming discontinuity of our governance and the perceived vulnerability of our national security. Build your hedge of protection against those who would take advantage of our discord for their own gain. And bless this country, that in the messiness that is democracy, we would discover and defend the reward of freedom it affords us. Then raise up among us a leader who has the faith to live into your will, the hope to inspire and engender the trust of this body, and the love to serve you wisely in such a time as this. In you do we trust, and in your name we pray. Amen.
Let's see how many actually say the pledge now.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Representatives-elect are invited to join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
And real quick, guys, I have provided a number to Congress for you guys.
From New York, wish to be recognized.
Madam Clerk, I make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
The gentlelady makes a point of order that a quorum is not present. The chair will count for a quorum.
So there is a number that's scrolling at the bottom. That is a number for Congress switchboard. So if you want to call your congressman through that switchboard number, you can. Be respectful if you're calling, and let them know who you want them to vote for Speaker of the House. That you do not want Kevin McCarthy, you want Brian Donalds. Let them know that if that's who you want, or Jim Jordan, whoever. But you don't want Kevin McCarthy. Let them know. Call your congressman. That's why there is a number scrolling across the bottom for you guys to utilize. Let me go ahead and turn this down while they figure out what they're doing. So they're trying to get a quorum right now, get enough people in there so they can do what they need to do. Right now, there's not enough people running late, I suppose. Luciano, Jim Jordan, I know a lot of people have been wanting a Jim Jordan speaker. He doesn't want it. He has expressed that numerous different times. He also has voted for Kevin McCarthy the last 6 ballots because he just wants that. He wants to be the committee leader on the judiciary. So that's what he wants. That's his only goal, to be the judiciary committee leader. If he is a Speaker of the House, he can't serve on a committee. So let's see here. I saw that, Miss Mom. Yeah, I'm excited that he is awake. Yeah, I heard about that. Awake and holding hands with his family. That's awesome. Yeah, praise God for sure. Been praying for that man, that young man. So yeah, fantastic news. Thanks for the Team Rocket Grunt Ryan says MTG is my congresswoman. Yeah, she's staunch right now, McCarthy, but maybe your phone call can make a difference. Yeah. So there she is right there with next to Jim Jordan. We'll see what takes place. Yeah, Sheeple, you're right. Yep. Yep, he wants to investigate against Biden. Very true. Yeah, so let's see here. Yeah, so as we wait for them to go ahead and gather quorum, I'm going to go ahead and increase my my size over here while we're waiting on them to get done over there. Yeah, let's see here. Let's see if Spratz grows a spine and stops voting president. Yeah, she's voted president. I think she's from Iowa, right, Jay? If I remember correctly, if she's from Iowa, she has voted president the last 2 ballots, refusing to either vote for any of the candidates that have been put out there. So, Alex Stein, Indiana, thank you. And I knew it was one of those. Thank you so much for that, Jay. Yeah, L. Hale says, always about the money. Trump needs the money people on board. He thinks that but they are just stringing him. It moved up on me. stringing him along to get McCarthy in. Not the first time Trump fell for the deep state con. Yeah. A lot of people feel that way. There's George Santos. I wonder if he's I told him my meme candidate for Speaker of the House would be George Santos. He could identify as Speaker of the House, as he identified as being a gay dude, a lesbian, a Christian, a Muslim. What else did he did he also identify as a drag queen too? I'm not sure. Dude hit all the boxes to get elected. Dude, you got to do what you got to do to get elected, I suppose. Oh my gosh. Yeah, George. So, yeah, Jesse Castillo says, at this point, I'll take the QAnon shaman. The QAnon shaman. All right. Let's hear what they say.
The chair counts 311 members present. A quorum is present. The question recurs on the election of a speaker. The tellers will please come forward to their seats.
So they got quorum. They have enough people in there now. Oh, thank you for that note, Jay. Jay says that of note, vote. Of note. Vote to adjourn yesterday was split among the Freedom Caucus. Biggs, nay. Gates, nay. Bersheen, yay. And Gozar, yay. They might have just wanted to go home, though. They were just hungry. So, yeah, we'll see as they start getting put in place here.
Before proceeding further, the chair would like to clarify that as part of the clerk's role during the organization of the House, the clerk has the responsibility to preserve order and decorum in the chamber prior to the election of a speaker. To that end, the chair would like to remind members-elect of the following. Members-elect should address any remarks through the chair and not to other members-elect in the second person. Members-elect should refrain from engaging in personalities toward other members-elect. The chair appreciates the cooperation of members-elect in respecting and upholding order and decorum in the House. Thank you.
That's addressing to some of the remarks that were made yesterday during speeches that they were taking barbs at each other. Here's Kevin McCarthy.
For what reason does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Are you going now? Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There's been a lot of talk about history over the last few days. And 1856 was the last time it took longer than the votes we're having right now to find a Speaker of the House. 133 over 2 months. Without question, the issues divide us today are much less severe than they were in 1856. In fact, there's far more that unite us than divide us, regardless of our political party or our ideology. The issues today are over a few rules and personalities. while the issues at that time were about slavery and whether the value of a man who looks like me was 60% or 100% of a human being. It was a long, drawn-out, painful process, but it needed to happen. And in the end, Nathaniel Banks won by the slimmest of margins. But you know, margins don't matter when your policies are on the right side of history. On that day, long ago, the good guys won. On that day, long ago, the abolitionists won. On that day, the people who believe in freedom and self-determination won. The leading Republican nominee won then, and the leading Republican nominee will win again today. Since then, our nation's made a lot of progress. That includes families like mine. My family's gone from slave to the floor of the United States House of Representatives, being the first member of his freshman class to speak in a series of 5 generations. My family has gone from slave to right here since 1856. My father and mother born in the 1940s and 1950s in the Jim Crow South, and my dad lived directly across the street from a school he couldn't go to because he was black. He started a business with 1 truck, 1 trailer, no excuses, with the help of his wife, and now his son stands here on the precipice of taking back the majority for the American people and taking this nation in the right direction. Yeah. I'm a freshman. I've only been here for a couple days, but I've heard a lot of DC politicians tell me about how broken DC is. I don't need DC politicians to tell me how broken DC is. The American people have already told us how broken DC is by giving Republicans the majority so we can fix this mess. We will counter the socialist movement of envy and confiscation with a conservative movement of access and opportunity. We will stand on the right side of history again. We will end the growth of government, and we will stop 87,000 new IRS agents from picking through your pocketbooks. We will secure our energy independence. We will ban the sale of petroleum from our strategic reserves to China. We'll establish a bipartisan select committee specifically to keep our eye on the ball in China. We'll address the crisis at the border that's killing Americans by the day and improve both our safety and our nation and our dignity for those who come here in search of a better life. But not yet. We're still stuck at the starting block. The American people have told us by putting a Republican majority here that they want Republicans to lead, and they want a government that works and doesn't embarrass them, and we are failing on both missions. That must change today. It will change. Benjamin Franklin said, "We must hang together or we must assuredly hang separate." We're stuck in a malaise, at an impasse, and we will stay here. We will not be able to fight the real conservative fights until we find a way to come together and fight that mission together. Yesterday, we experienced very briefly our first win. It's a small victory. It's a small victory. It was a small victory, but didn't it feel good? We've been working hard for that victory, and there's much more to come. As a cadet at West Point, I learned the phrase, and it's always been my motto throughout life: mission first, people always. And right now, the people are left out. Right now, they don't have a Congress to speak for them at the highest level of government. Right now, every individual in this room can concede that the rounds that we've taken is not what we told our constituents we'd do. We told them that we would fight the opioid crisis. For perspective, there's a hallowed monument that my father took me to. My father's a Vietnam veteran. This monument is a total length of 500 feet, nearly 2 football fields. It's 10 feet high, and the letters are only a ½ inch. 58,000 names. 58,000 names for a war that lasted years. According to the CDC, in 2021, we lost almost twice as many people as we lost in Vietnam to overdoses. We've lost 600 Americans to overdoses since Tuesday, y'all. We're talking about the debt rising. You can't count how many dollars we spent of our great-grandchildren's money since Tuesday. The work we promised the American people we would do, we're welching on that promise. But I have hope. I have hope that we'll be able to come together, unify, and put the right person in leadership. From many one, e pluribus unum. I'm standing here today because I'm the 7th to stand up in support of Kevin McCarthy for Speaker. He's earned my trust. The first time we met was in his office under the watchful gaze of a Frederick Douglass painting. And he told me in that office, on the eve of the 2019 State of the Union address, that there's nothing that could be said or done during that address that embarrassed him more than the fact that when the Democrat side stood up, they would look more like the United States of America than we did. And he set out not to compromise our values, not to compromise our ideology, but to work harder to make sure that more people with diverse perspectives and different lived experiences could be here. In the very next election, he won 14 seats up from 199. And all the seats he won were with minorities, women, and veterans. The very next cycle, this next cycle, he won, and me and my good buddy and classmate Wes Hunt helped double the number of Black Republicans in the Republican Congress. Look, y'all, we have a long way to go, but we've come so far. We've come so far, and we can't quit. We can't quit. You don't fire a guy who's winning. And when you look at the governor's mansions and the legislatures we've lost across the country just this past cycle, and when you look at the gains that Kevin McCarthy has made uphill, getting the gavel as a minority leader in half the time, you know, the mainstream media likes to laud the leadership of Nancy Pelosi. Kevin McCarthy won the gavel back as minority leader in half the time uphill. We want to talk about people who can win. Well, I'm a Lions fan, and I'm yeah, that's right. Look, I'm well acquainted with snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Y'all, we need to learn how to win. We need to learn how to take a victory. And by Kevin McCarthy's leadership, he's given us victories on rules. He's given us victories on keeping costs down. He's given us victories with winning a majority back. I'm so proud to be a part of the majority-making class, and he's earned my trust. And hopefully he'll earn your trust, and he's got 90% of us in the conference. When is the last time any of us had 90% approval ratings? Kevin McCarthy, you're going to see up there, is over 90% approval ratings. If you really want to start making history, let's do it the right way. We need a conservative fighter to help this country get back on the right track. But the first thing we need to do is elect Leader McCarthy as Speaker of the House. I'm ready to make history, and I know you are. I'm excited to work with each and every single one of you because we have a job to do. So at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House for the 118th Congress.
Yeah, the current Republican Party we're seeing here that's represented by Kevin McCarthy is a Democrat Party from 10 years ago. And we can't go back to what they're trying to do, the big tent politics, the identity politics, and working in that fashion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries of New York for Speaker of this House.
I like that. Feels like being at a car dealership and they only have one car. You go. They will sell it. They will sell you when there are great cars on the lot.
Madam Clerk, I speak on behalf of the Democratic Caucus when I say that there is no victory in adjourning without doing the business of the people. Madam Clerk, House Democrats are united behind a champion of expanding and protecting the right to vote. Since the beginning of 2021, 21 state legislatures have passed 42 restrictive voting laws. Hakeem has stood up against voter suppression and the new Jim Crow era every step of the way.
Jim Crow era. Shut up, you clown.
As we begin a new Congress, we need a leader who believes in strengthening democracy, who understands that to cast a vote is a sacred responsibility that should be afforded to the many, not the privilege for the select few. Hakeem understands that in order for us to become a more perfect union, we can't deny the voices of individuals in a democratic process.
Like people
Madam
in the
Clerk,
cemetery.
Today, we affirm our support of the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and nominate Madam Clerk, and that's why I am directed by the Democratic Caucus to advance the name of Hakeem Jeffries from New York as Speaker.
Same party that wants to have 16-year-olds vote. And same party that wants you to take your children and get their body parts chopped off. Same people. Yeah, great people over there.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to place in nomination the name of Byron Donalds of Florida.
There we go. That's our boy right there.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to begin by saying how much I have anticipated the gentleman from Michigan's arrival in this House, not in the Senate, not in the old staid, unchanging Senate, but in the House where we make change. Yesterday, we could have elected the first Black Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. Hear me clearly. Hear me clearly. Had the cascade of votes begun, it would have extended to every member of this body. It could begin today. Last night, I sat within feet of Mr. Donalds as the tweet of another member-elect appeared on the screen. That member-elect wrote and sent out to America that Byron Donalds is a prop. I've spent a good bit of time with Mr. Donalds, especially lately. He ain't no prop. And if he were a prop, he wouldn't be sitting where he's sitting. This is the tired, old, grotesquely racist rhetoric that we've seen far too long.
Cori Bush is the one that sent that tweet, by the way, that called Brian Donalds a prop. Cori Bush,
a member-elect quote tweeted a Fox News story that incorrectly reported that I said that if I don't prevail on the question before the House, I will resign. That member elect quote tweeted that incorrect story for his own political purposes after the story had been corrected and the actual statement contradicting that report had been provided. This is the old trafficking in lies from Washington that the American people know far too well. And by the way, I'm not leaving. Kevin McCarthy released to the public on New Year's Eve a document entitled Restoring the People's House and Ending Business as Usual. To his great credit, Mr. McCarthy made a statement of huge significance to the country. The nominal leader of a major party acknowledged publicly that this institution is broken, and he committed to make change to fix it. So let me help my colleagues in the minority understand we are doing the people's business. That's what these 3 days have been about. 3 days. We are committed to make change to this institution that has lost its way. It is epitomized in the $1.7 trillion omnibus rammed through this institution just 2 weeks ago. You see, ladies and gentlemen, I came to fix this broken system. America has seen that problem for a very long time, too. The commitment to change it is new. The genesis of the prospect of changing it emerges from this moment and those since June that led at long last to the New Year's Eve statement of Mr. McCarthy and to these 3 days on the floor. America needs men and women of courage to do something new in Congress so that Congress can serve the American people. The Lord said, "Behold, I do a new thing." We need more Byron Donaldses. I know Byron. He's not a prop. He's a man of personal conviction. He arrived at his convictions through authentic and genuine life experience. People ask me, what is the end game? How does this end? The answer to this question is that this is a dynamic process. All of the decisions on this floor result from the coming together of minds, one way or another. This is the people's business. We will resolve the people's business. And when we do, we will go to the mat for the American people.
Yeah, Brian Donald is a great candidate. Again, he's the representative for Southwest Florida, Naples area.
Because we will be led by people of conviction, like the gentleman from Florida, Byron Donalds. I yield back.
And I suspect that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes again. So give me just 1 second real quick.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amaday. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin.
And so here we go. Jay, do you think that
McCarthy.
do you think that Donalds
Baird.
gets more than 20 today?
McCarthy. Alderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy.
Jay, do you mind retyping the
Barr.
Freedom Caucus back up again
McCarthy.
so I can share it?
Barragan. Barragan. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice.
Just a heads up for
McCarthy.
the new people joining, I did place a number for
Biggs.
Congress on the bottom
Donalds.
that you could call Congress and let them know who you want your vote to be cast for.
Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries.
If there's 5
Bud
votes
Rochester.
for Donalds,
Jeffries. Boebert. Donalds. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania.
I hear a Democrat in the background with some
Jeffries.
crying. I thought Adam Kinzinger left.
Burkeen. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Bazinski. Jeffries. Burchett. Burchett. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries.
Yeah, we know. He was just
Carey.
making a joke.
McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas.
Donalds has 4
Carter of Texas.
currently, Lisa.
McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Ciscobani. McCarthy. Clark, Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York.
Thank you, Justin.
Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries.
Tulsi would be horrible.
Klein. McCarthy.
Socialist
Cloud.
in yoga pants.
Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries.
Kyle, thank you.
Clyde. Donalds.
There you go. Donald's 5. There's no path for McCarthy now. Unless Democrats switch over.
Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer.
McCarthy will be
McCarthy.
a 7-time loser.
Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Costa. Jeffries.
Just for some history,
Courtney. Jeffries.
a speaker has never been
Craig.
selected
Jeffries.
between the 5th and 9th ballot.
Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. Crenshaw.
Where's I Patch McCain at?
Crockett.
He must be on the phone with his WEF handlers.
Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries.
Paul Swabs was
Cuellar.
calling
Jeffries.
I Patch McCain.
Curtis.
Would probably CNN. I second that. That would strike fear into the establishment even more.
Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois.
Lizard
Jeffries.
infighting.
Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette.
Jay, I don't think so.
Jeffries. Dela Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. Diaz-Pazito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds.
Oh,
Donalds.
Where did Brian go?
Duarte.
Interesting.
McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy.
Did
Dunn of Florida. McCarthy.
Eye Patch McCain grab
Edwards.
Donalds and go tie him up?
McCarthy. LZ. McCarthy. Emmer. Emmer. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu.
Reminds me of that
Jeffries.
picture of Dianne Feinstein
Espaillat.
threatening
Jeffries.
Lisa Murkowski
Estes.
during the Kavanaugh trial, if you guys remember that.
McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon.
See you later, Kyle.
McCarthy. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy.
That would be amazing.
Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy.
Yeah, it's been a little sus,
Foster.
Denise.
Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries.
Yeah, David, Kevin doesn't have
C.
enough
Scott
right now.
Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy.
Yeah, I meant confirmation. But yeah, you're right.
Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Trump.
Donald Trump, what?
Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy.
He doesn't have enough votes anyway right now.
Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries.
Matt Gaetz nominated Donald
Garcia
Trump.
of
That's what
Illinois.
was funny.
Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York.
Matt Gaetz.
Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Toli Gonzalez. McCarthy.
Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas.
Rise, still, to cast my vote on behalf of those who are still ignorant, because we don't have the dollar voting right now. And I cast my vote for King Jeffries.
Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith.
That was an epic troll, guys.
McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. Hageman.
Trump will now forever have runner-up for Speaker of the House on his
Carter
resume.
of California. Jeffries. Harris. Donalds. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy.
Matt Gaetz voted for
Horsford.
Trump. Rosemary.
Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizenga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Issa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries.
Dave, I don't think so. I
Jackson
think it's
of
all about
Illinois.
strategy. There's no path for
Jeffries.
McCarthy right now. So, and there's
Jackson
not
of North
enough
Carolina.
in the House. So, no, I don't think so.
Jeffries.
But that was an epic troll,
Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. Jeffries.
I agree.
Jeffries.
Thank you, Teeny. I love
Johnson of
Gates too.
Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Camlogger Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kana. Jeffries.
I wonder if the rep from Indiana,
Higgins
instead of
of
voting for
Virginia.
president, will vote for Trump
McCarthy.
this time.
Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLoida. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries.
Dave, no, he isn't.
Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latham. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
On behalf of New York's 17th District,
No problem.
Bill and Hillary Clinton, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy.
I thought he was going to nominate Hillary Clinton for a
Lee of
second.
California.
Might as well. It's a circus, right?
Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada.
Hey, accelerate.
Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Luna. Donalds.
Yeah, he's come out for Kevin McCarthy, JR. That's who he wants.
Luttrell. McCarthy.
Kayleigh
Lynch.
McEnany? Interesting.
Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy.
Still don't have enough, dude.
McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mean. Jeffries. User. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Miller of Illinois. Donalds. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. Mills.
Yeah, I know. It's weird, right, Miss Moms?
Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler.
Nadler.
Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nels. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds.
Donalds, yeah.
None of Iowa. McCarthy.
Hey, thank you so much, Sabrina.
Obermulting. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquale. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries.
For the 7th time, Jeffries.
Peltola.
Shut up, Nancy.
Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Perry. Peters. Jeffries.
Perry didn't
Pedersen.
respond. Perry was one of the.
Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries.
She can count her millions
Pingree.
in vodka bottles.
Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries.
Porter, Jeffries, Posey, McCarthy,
Yeah, Donald and Perry didn't vote, so they might be
Presley.
doing something.
Jeffries, Quigley, Jeffries, Ramirez, Jeffries, Raskin, Jeffries, Reschenthaler, Rogers of Washington, McCarthy, Rogers of Alabama, McCarthy, Rogers of Kentucky, McCarthy, Rose, McCarthy, Rosendahl, Donalds, Ross, Jeffries, Rouser, McCarthy, Roy, Donalds, Ruiz, Jeffries, Ruppersberger, Jeffries,
That's funny.
Rutherford, McCarthy, Ryan, Jeffries,
I guess they slept in,
Salazar,
Jay.
McCarthy, Salinas, Jeffries, Sanchez,
It really is, Nomad.
Jeffries, Santos, McCarthy, Sarbanes, Jeffries, Scalise, McCarthy, Scanlon, Jeffries, Sukowski, Jeffries, Schiff, Jeffries, Snyder, Jeffries, Skolton, Jeffries, Schreier, Jeffries,
If you're just coming in,
Schweikert,
thank you for joining us here today.
McCarthy,
We'll be carrying the broadcast all the way to its conclusion.
Austin Scott,
Make sure you hit that
David
like button
Scott,
and subscribe button all the way in,
Jeffries,
please. If you have not already done so, I do appreciate the support.
Scott of Virginia, Jeffries, Self, Donalds, Sessions, McCarthy, Sewell, Jeffries, Sherman, Jeffries, Sherrill, Jeffries, Simpson, McCarthy, Slotkin, Jeffries, Smith of Missouri, McCarthy, Smith of Nebraska, McCarthy, Smith of New Jersey, McCarthy, Smith of Washington, Jeffries, Smucker, McCarthy, Sorensen, Jeffries, Soto, Jeffries, Spanberger, Jeffries, Sparts,
Oh, that's interesting, Carl. Thanks for stopping by, though.
Sparts, Stansberry, Jeffries, Stanton, Jeffries, Stauber,
McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe.
We're in a war of attrition at the moment
McCarthy.
now.
Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy.
Hey, Propus.
Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries.
Hey, Salty Reese.
Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonto. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo.
Hey, Ned. Great to see you.
McCarthy. Van Drew. McCarthy.
Hey, Sabrina.
Van
Thank you so
Dyne.
much for that donation. Hold
McCarthy.
the line. No McCarthy or
Van
Jeffries.
Orden.
Absolutely.
McCarthy. Vargas. Vargas. Jeffries. Velasquez. Vasquez. Jeffries. VC. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg. McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries.
There
Williams
were
of
a couple
Georgia.
who were not present during the first round of
Jeffries.
voting.
Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yacom. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Berrigan. Jeffries.
Yeah, for sure. Let's be frank for speaker. I don't know if I would make a very good speaker.
Burchett. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Donalds. Donalds.
Thank you, Salty Reese Cup.
Emmer. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy.
I think that's the end of roll call, right? So we have 19 opposed Jeffries or opposed McCarthy.
Mills.
Hey, Cole Bud. 7 so far.
McCarthy. Perry. Perry. Rushenthaler. McCarthy.
Yeah, Perry was missing too. Yeah, if you're just joining us, make sure you guys hit that like button on the way in. And if you're new here, thank you for joining me. And
McCarthy.
consider subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate it.
Sparks. Present.
Again? Again, present? Come on, lady. If she's your rep, you should call the switchboard and let her know that you want her to vote. Hey, Prickly Cactus, great to see you. Yes, Donalds did vote. He voted for himself. Jay's absolutely correct.
Representatives elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
So they're giving them a few minutes here to anybody that was missing to come back and vote. Yes, Sparks does know she has a job to do, right? Yeah, absolutely. She should. If she's your rep out of Indiana, you should definitely call that number and let her staff know that she needs to cast a vote, not for president. McCarthy or Donald, she needs to vote. Perry was absent. I don't know if that's Perry or not. But we're missing a couple still that we're missing.
Susan announced Mr. Perry's name. Yes, hang on.
So they're trying to figure
Mr.
out.
Perry, you are not recorded. You are not recorded. Donalds.
Donalds, there you go. Yeah, I heard about that, Gold. I'll probably be covering that a little bit later. All right, so basically Donald still had 20 votes. I mean, Gates decided to go ahead and vote for Trump in that last round. We're going to go ahead and turn this down just for a second so we can go ahead and... There we go. if they say anything, I'll go ahead and turn it back up. But right now, yeah. So Gates voted for Trump, and Donald still got 19 votes. So he's still at 20. We're still exactly where we were last night. So we'll see. Yeah, what a surprise. So we're going to go to an 8th vote. I'm wondering whether or not the Republican caucus will move for a recess until later. I wouldn't doubt it, though. Yeah, 1856, it went 133 rounds of voting before a winner was declared. Absolutely. Jay says Gates was a protest vote. All 20 are really. It's not Donald's 20. It's McCarthy negative 20. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Wild Turkey, thanks for joining us. Again, if you are new here, thank you for joining me today as we broadcast the vote for the Speaker of the House. We are currently in day 3. If you're new here, consider hitting that subscribe button to continue to support this channel and covering events like this and watching and following the other videos I put out on the channel daily. Also, you can go ahead and hit that like button to help us reach the algorithm in the thing so we can be reached to more people and possibly compete with C-SPAN itself. Because over on C-SPAN, if you're watching over on C-SPAN, you won't be able to comment.
The 7th vote for Speaker remained basically the same. The 2 top numbers unofficially, 201 for Kevin McCarthy, 212 for Hakeem Jeffries. Those are in line with all 3 votes yesterday. Byron Donalds unofficially has 19 votes. 1 vote by Matt Gaetz for Donald Trump, and Victoria Spartz of Indiana again present. So really no change. These numbers are unofficial until the official tally comes in. Some more maneuvering going on. Reporter Max Cohen reports that Tom Emmer, who is the Republican whip, and Byron Donalds were back in Tom Emmer's office meeting. French Hill and Garrett Graves, 2 Republican supporters of Kevin McCarthy, just left the office. Chad Pergram, Fox News. Representative Scott Perry, who voted late and is the chair of the Freedom Caucus, said on Fox that there is no agreement. He accuses McCarthy team of betraying trust and leaking information from the negotiations. And finally, there's a trending on Twitter of Trump for Speaker. And reporter Jennifer Bendery says precisely the effect that Matt Gaetz would have hoped for his audience of 1. We will wait for the official tally and a potential 8th vote for Speaker today.
Kevin moved out of the Speaker's office yet? Yeah, for sure. He needs to. Sorry, if I step away, it's because I've been downing a bunch of water and I have to use the men's room. So if I have to close out the leak for a sec or my camera, it's because I have to run out to go to the bathroom. Yeah, so all right, so we'll definitely be having another vote here. And the question will be now, there's my rep, Kat Kamek. Cannot stand that lady. Can't stand her at all. I've reached out to her office numerous occasions, and I've yet to ever receive anything back for a response from her office. I actually talked to one of her campaign volunteers, and he was stumped on many of the questions I was asking him when I got to when I had an opportunity to corner him. So, hey, Christy, thank you so much for the super chat. Do appreciate it, and thank you to all the other ones who have super chatted as well. I will leave your comments highlighted for a minute or 2 on there. John says this is how the founders wanted it. It's finally working. So excited. Yeah. Continue to do this. Absolutely. So let's take a look here. Could Trump hold that? Let's see. Fun fact says Donald doesn't win. Jeffries likely be the first black speaker if the Democrats gain control again, says Jay. So we're in between here as they tally up the official numbers to make it official. Jason Finch says, call your rep, tell them to vote Trump for the job. Well, definitely. Do you have the number on the bottom of the screen scrolling? You can call Congress's switchboards and ask for your rep and let them know respectfully to cast their vote for who you would like to see speaker, whether it be Brian Donalds or Donald J. Trump, apparently. Hey, thank you so much, Mistress. Says if Trump got speaker, leftists and rhinos would go big time. The meltdown would be epic. That would be an epic meltdown for sure. For sure. Accelerate says, I think the Democrats are screwing up. They could deal a major blow to the right-wing populists by figuring out which Dems are least likely to face electoral blowback for voting McCarthy. And Accelerate is absolutely right. They could be working out a deal. They could work out a deal. Those reps maybe in Republican districts that may go either way and say, look, we voted for the Republican Speaker of the House, and maybe they saved themselves next election. Who knows? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Kyle Banks, Kyle Blank, nobody's won yet. Nobody's won yet. Grim says Gates voted Trump for the lols. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely for the lols. So, what else we have here? Yeah, the squad could have stopped Nancy Pelosi if they wanted to. Back in 2 years ago, they could have done that, but they showed who they truly were. They sold out to the machine. So they truly weren't populist. And Ocean Breeze Salty is correct. Oh, like we can trust McCreepy soon as he gets.
We are still waiting on the official results from the 7th vote for Speaker. Right now, it looks like 201, 212, 19, and then 2 other votes. Representative Scott Perry, Republican, Pennsylvania, Chair, House Freedom Caucus, tweet, a deal is not done, he tweets. When confidences are betrayed and leaks are directed, it's even more difficult to trust. Totally unsatisfied, I will not yield to the status quo. And according to Jake Sherman at Punch Bowl, some of the issues that they are negotiating or debating within the Republican conference include a 1-member motion to vacate. The GOP leader appears to have finally acquiesced to a demand to lower the threshold needed to force a vote ousting a speaker to just 1 member. It's essentially a no confidence vote. Number 2, Rules Committee seats for the Freedom Caucus. McCarthy is prepared to give the House Freedom Caucus 2 seats on the powerful House Rules Committee, which oversees the amendment process for the floor. A vote on term limits. This is a key demand of Representative Ralph Norman of South Carolina, who has proposed a constitutional amendment limiting lawmakers to 3 terms in the House. And finally, one of the other items being negotiated, major changes to the appropriations process, fears of another $1 trillion plus omnibus spending bill have been a major driver of the conservative backlash to McCarthy. Those are some of the issues within the Republican conference right now.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, somebody had asked if a Democrat won. No, no Democrat won. Who was that? Oh yeah, Sasudio says I heard that a Democrat won. I missed the beginning. No Democrat won, my friend. You're good. You're good still, my friend. Yeah, for sure. Drain the swamp. Drain the swamp. Yeah, as we continue to watch this. Leroy Jim Jordan said that he just wanted to lead the Judiciary Committee. That's all he wants.
Whether or not there's an 8th vote is to be determined at this point. Sarah Ferris of Politico just tweeted this out. Vote done. So what happens now? She just overheard a Republican member saying, quote, Kevin wants to adjourn now. Dems would likely block. Again, that's Sarah Ferris of Politico.
Yeah, so Kevin McCarthy wants to get out of there, maybe to avoid an 8th loss today, since he is now 7 losses in this. As long as it takes. Back in 1856, as they mentioned earlier, Caroline, you may not have heard this, it went to 133 ballots before they were able to pick the speaker. So, yeah. So we'll see how this will be going. And accelerate is exactly correct. The chances of a Republican crossing the line to vote for Jeffries would absolutely end their career. They would not be coming back to Congress. And they would possibly even face a recall in their district. So just something to think about there. Guns and Water says he can avoid an 8th loss by withdrawing his name. Facts. Yeah, there's my rep there on the left in the red and white Pat Kamek. Rhino that she is. Yep, McCarthy is a rhino. Yeah. Speaker Trump yet, Walnut? Not yet. It looks like Santa, says Jay. Yes. Yes, Mrs. Claus is in the house. Yeah, if you missed it, Gates did nominate President Trump during the vote. He stood up and said, Donald J. Trump. You had some gasp, and you had some laughter, and you had some clapping after that. Yeah, that was the other vote. Yeah, John, you're right. Kevin McCarthy's bunk buddy is Frank Luntz of Fox News. If you came in at the very beginning of the stream, I played the thing where Tucker Carlson was talking about his little butt buddy, Frank Luntz and Kevin McCarthy. So, yeah, term limits for sure. Yeah, a three term limit for the House would be 6 years. Who said that? JR, yeah. Yeah, I think they share an apartment or something together in D.C., if I recall correctly. Yeah, Luntz is a pollster. Tiffany. Yes, he is. Yeah, you can take that however you want to take that. Yeah, I think Frank Luntz actually has a replica of the White House presidential office in his home. Dude's a little weird. Yeah, Hannity, that dude was shilling hard for Kevin McCarthy last night. If you got a chance to watch anything from Hannity, or maybe got a chance to watch any of the clips, he was working really hard to try to convince Lauren Boebert to vote for McCarthy last night. Yeah, for sure. I can only hope. That dude's been shady, and I don't know why Republicans still listen to the dude. He sold Trump out during his deposition with the January 6th committee. He said he didn't believe the election was hijacked. He didn't believe Trump's claims about the election. and then he tried to pressure Trump to pardon Hunter Biden, to attend Joe Biden's inauguration. These are some of the things that Hannity did. And a lot of people, I guess, just don't know about it. I've made a few videos. If you follow my channel, I've made a few videos talking about Hannity and his opportunistic way he has used Trump, riding Trump's coattails in order to increase his brand, and then at the same time denouncing everything that Trump did or tried to get Trump to move in a certain direction. So yeah, I have not been I actually have not followed Hannity probably before 2016. No, the end of 2016, because every time I would tune in, it was always the same thing. Hey, Mistress, thank you again for the super chat. Mr. says, if we had 3 term limits in the House, the squad minus Cory Bush would be gone in 2024, as well as Nancy and the other decades-old swamp monsters. Yeah, it would be a brand new House for sure, Mistress. It would be a brand new House for sure. That would definitely be, that's what it would look like. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. I'll leave it up on the screen for a little bit. Yeah, Ying says Hannity wanted Trump to not pardon Assange. Yeah, think about that. Yeah, he didn't want Trump to pardon Assange or Edward Snowden, yet he wanted a pardon for Hunter Biden. Think about that. And then if you were watching any of the cable news last night, MSNBC, you could not distinguish, with the exception of Tucker Carlson last night, you could not distinguish the difference between MSNBC and Fox News last night. They were in lockstep. That should tell you plenty. Hey, Frozen Elsa, thanks for joining us today again. Hey, Christine Lovelace, thank you so much for the super chat. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, One Nation Underground says Trump should have pardoned Assange and Snowden and fired Fauci. Absolutely. Electra Beaver says Hannity is CIA. Yeah, I would agree. Pardon the Operation Mockingbird. Yeah. that tells you everything you need to know about Leaf. Says Hannity is a Lindsey Graham shill. Yeah, dude. If you're rubbing elbows with like some of the lizard people, you have to ask yourself, does this guy really have the best interests of me at hand, or does he want to serve the lizard people? For sure. Go, but I don't watch much Jesse Waters, so it would be hard for me to really pass a whole lot of judgment on him. Tom says, I still think Roy should be speaker. Yeah, that'd be cool. Ocean Bree Salty never holds back. She says, oh, that Graham is a scumbag Democrat rhino. I love it. I love Denise. Hey, Haven. Yeah. Frank, if she's your rep, she's mine too. Yeah. Yeah, she is. Haven Mag, you know. She's our rep. Terrible rep. I tried to sound the alarm on her during the primary, and I didn't get a lot of people that was willing to even entertain the thought that she could be a rhino. I tried. I talked to so many people in my area, and people just didn't want to hear it. Some people were very surprised by some of the policy stance that she had that I was trying to highlight, but they weren't budging. They said that she supported Trump, so they were good enough for them. So that was pretty tough. Hey, Cheryl Hype says, I was very disappointed with Kat Kammack yesterday supporting Kevin McCarthy. He has been a staunch anti-Kevin McCarthy for a long time. Yeah, Accelerate says, watch how Hannity treated Ron Paul on issues like government spending, 3-letter agency abuse, and our interventionist foreign policy. Yeah, absolutely. Alexa, yeah, Tucker Carlson is the champion of TV news. Yeah, he is. He is the king at the moment. So true. So true. I'll have to disagree with you there, Show Hypes. I don't think she's been great. She's been average. There's a lot of issues that she supported that does not reflect the deep red conservative area that she represents. And she is one of those individuals, again, just kind of like a Sean Hannity, rode those coattails to victory. The reason that she won, she became our rep this year.
We are still awaiting
Hold on a second.
the official results of the 7th speaker vote to happen, and there's been talk about potential adjournment. But according to Aidan Quigley, CQ Roll Call, who tweets out that an 8th vote for speaker is forthcoming rather than a move to adjourn. Steve Scalise says, quote, "We'll be going another round."
All right, there we go. So it looks like we will be in for another round at least. So a few more speeches here on the House floor. Here we go. I heard the gavel, so they should be coming back up here in just a second here.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 19. The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 1.
The Honorable Donald J. Trump.
No member-elect having received the majority of the votes
It's
cast,
congressional record now.
a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
I think at this point we've all heard about Kevin McCarthy in length. He is my friend, my colleague. I'm very proud to say that. I know our remarks are directed towards the clerk and the chair, but I don't mind saying I'm directing my marks to another part of our team. And make no mistake, we are a team. We are together. I would say this to some of my friends in Texas. I have the same fear, truly, that some of you have, that we squander this opportunity to right the wrongs that have gone on here for the last 2 and 4 years. And there are very real wrongs. I have that fear, just like you do. I'd say to my friend from Montana, I would say that I have the same fear you do, that America's given us this chance to change our course and that we fail. I have that fear. I would say to my friends from Arizona, I have the same fears that you do, that we don't recover from the indifference that has been shown to the honor we have to serve here, to the responsibility we have to safeguard our Constitution and the freedoms of Americans, I have that fear that it can't be recovered from. I would say to my friend, the general from Pennsylvania, that I have the same fears that he has, that we squander what our brothers and sisters in arms have sacrificed for. I stand differently because of sacrifice. My friend from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, when he looks out at the world, he sees the world differently because of what he sacrificed for. My friend Jim Baird, when he extends a hand, he extends it differently because of what he sacrificed for during his service in Vietnam. We have so many in this body that gave so much, sacrificed so much to support and defend the Constitution of our United States. And I fear that we don't live up to what some of our friends and brothers and sisters in arms have very literally given their lives for. And I don't mind saying that on occasion, that absolutely brings a tear to my eye, because it does.
Don't be an Adam Kingeser and cry. Don't cry.
It's not for that. My friend from Texas, my colleague, Mr. Roy, he and I, we've stood on this floor together, arguing on the same team about life and death issues for the United States of America, with so few people in here that you could hear an echo. That's sad. That's not living up to our friends. I've sat in classified briefings with the general from Pennsylvania, minimally attended on both sides, with issues that absolutely matter to the safeguarding of every person within our borders and our service members abroad. We can do better than that, and we will. But I would say to my friends, those issues that we deal with like that you've spoken passionately about, I've heard your speeches, I've sat and listened to them. They can't be fixed by our friend Andy, and they can't be fixed by our friend Kevin or our friend Jim or our friend Byron. That comes from inside each and every one of us. To change what we prioritize, to change how we choose to spend our time, given this opportunity, this honor to serve in this place. My friend, Mr. Roy, has been very proud of the number of individuals that are in here, saying that this is how the process should play out. And I totally agree with him on that. But we don't control whether individuals in here are sitting on their cell phones, scrolling through whatever social media, or whether they're actually paying attention to the issues. The speaker can't change that. That's up to the individual. That's something that we have to look at each other and sharpen each other and make each other better.
The dude behind him looks like he wants to cry.
When we started this process months ago, behind closed doors, as leadership for the minority was being chosen behind closed doors, leadership for the majority was being talked about and debated and chosen behind closed doors, I said to my friend, Mr. McCarthy, I said, please don't look at us and see me as your friend or all of us as your friends. Don't look at us and see us as your colleagues. Don't look at us and see us as individuals that are votes for Speaker of the House. Look at us as individuals that are looking out to our communities, our neighborhoods, our friends, our neighbors, in our country, and telling them that we vouch for you, because that is what we are doing. We are vouching for you, and I couldn't be more proud to stand here today and vouch for you, my friend. I vouch to my community that Kevin will do as he was promised. He will give us the opportunity to write the course. He will give us the opportunity to vote. He won't control how every individual votes, but he will give us the opportunity to make sure that we have smart energy policy between the Atlantic and the Pacific that makes sense for Americans, to make sure that he protects our border, protects Americans, to make sure that we don't spend what we don't have on a credit card, that we don't spend wastefully. I'm vouching for my friend that he will give us that opportunity to make sure that we don't have endless terms here in the House of Representatives. I vouch that he will deliver that opportunity to us. I'm proud to stand before my country and say that Kevin McCarthy is different. He is different. That is why, for those that I was speaking to earlier, the process is where it is today. He's different. He's not Paul Ryan. He's not going to tell you about you'll get a term limits bill and then you won't. He's not Mitch McConnell.
He was mentored
He fought
by
against
Rand
the
Paul. Or not Rand
$1.7
Paul,
trillion
by Paul Ryan, I mean.
wasteful spending package that was sent to us on New Year's Eve. That's not him. He's different. He's not John Boehner. He didn't
Also
throw
a
you all
mentor.
that disagreed with him out on your cans and say, I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to listen to you. He welcomed everybody in because he's different. And if we give him the chance to be our speaker, we will all be different. He will be different. This Congress will be different, and our country will be different. And I stand before you today and say, at the direction of the Republican conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy very proudly as the next Speaker of the House.
Yeah, you did, Starkey. You gotta be best. I keep seeing the Rand Paul that you keep putting on the screen.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts rise?
I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House.
Hakeem Jeffries wants to kill babies, chop off your kids, and let illegals vote. That's what we want from our leader over here on this side.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
212, 212, 212, 212, 212, 212, and today, 212.
That's still 7
House-
losses for Hakeem Jeffries. That's still 7 losses.
$212 House Democrats stand united behind our leader because Hakeem Jeffries stands united for the American people. The historic dysfunction that we are seeing, this intra-party fight that the American people have been drawn into, is imperiling our national security. It will imperil the ability of this government to deliver basic services. It is imperiling our jobs and our responsibility to serve our constituents. But it is also entirely predictable. They're failing to convene Congress today, but for years they have failed to deliver the votes for the American people. When schools and small businesses needed to reopen and the American people wanted vaccines,
shut them down?
They said no. When we capped insulin costs for seniors at $35 a month,
After
they
Trump
said
had
no.
lowered them.
When we lowered healthcare costs and premiums for working families, they said no. When we defended the civil rights of LGBTQ plus Americans,
pedophiles, you mean?
they said no.
Oh, yeah.
When we protected
The groomers.
lives from senseless
Chop
gun
you up, kids.
violence, especially in the wake of the horrors of Buffalo and Uvalde, they said no. When we stood up for
You know, she
women
didn't mention the
and
Colorado one because that was a
reproductive freedom,
them that
they
shot that
said
place
no.
up.
When we brought manufacturing back to America,
Also, we're
they
all
said
on the
no.
FBI watch list
When
already.
we answered the urgent call to protect our planet and invest in clean
By
energy
taxing so the
and
sun doesn't get
create
hotter.
tens of millions of good-paying jobs, they said no. When we said women deserve equal pay for equal work, they said no. When we said that childcare and paid family leave should be available to every worker in this country, to every family, they said no. When we secured the fundamental right to vote for every single American, they said no.
She got the
When
P
we
correct.
stood by our veterans and expanded their access to health care, they said no. When we defended
Lesbian,
our
gay, pedos.
democracy 2 years ago tomorrow from a tyrannical president following the January 6th insurrection,
I was waiting.
they said no.
I was waiting for the January 6th.
House Democrats will stand together. We will stand for the American people. It is our job and our responsibility to elect a speaker who stands with them, and with great pride, I nominate Hakeem Jeffries.
January 6th was lit. We'll be celebrating that tomorrow. Sit down, cat lady. I love it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
I rise to place into nomination the name of my friend from Florida, Byron Donalds, for the Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate that. You know, we're coming off an election. Just 2 months ago, a little less than 2 months ago, actually. And what did that election tell us? Well, when there were 5 million more Republicans who cast their ballots, it told us that the American public wanted a change. They wanted a change from the policies of the left that has taken over the Democrat Party. It said they wanted a change from this administration that has inflicted so much pain economically. We've seen crime explode. We've got an administration that won't even acknowledge that there's a crisis on the border. Tell you to go on down to the border. I've invited this administration to come with me to the border. Let's see it firsthand. The American public said they want to change. They want something new. They want something different. And we are on a path that just continues. Where were we just 12 years ago? An $11 trillion national debt. You know where we are today? Almost 3 times that. Both parties share blame in that. We have to bring that under control. You bring that under control not just by changing the rules of an institution, but by changing the leadership. And I'm told this process is painful. It's embarrassing, I'm told. You know what it is? It's not dysfunction, and it's not imperiling. What it is the exchange of ideas, an expression of support for people you want to be your leader in the next Congress. I think it's incredibly healthy, actually, for the American people to see that we're on the floor, something that my colleagues across the aisle so rarely like to be. They enjoy the proxy voting, I guess. They've sat there, I'll give it to you. They've laughed and they've chuckled and they've pointed fingers at us and said, oh, see here. But you know what? As my friend from Florida just said, we're together. We're having an internal fight. It's being displayed. I wish it wasn't necessarily being displayed, but the American people could see it. But I could tell you this. when this is over and done with, I know which side of the aisle is going to be laughing. And it's going to be the side that is unified in taking on the issues that Americans care about. The issues that this side has not only ignored, but has put upon the American people. We used to be energy independent. Seems so long ago. It's 2 years ago, actually. We're going to restore America to energy independence. You know how you reduce inflation? You stop devaluing your currency. You stop blowing out the waters by spending $1.7 trillion on an omnibus bill that has how many thousands of earmarks in it? You start taking on crime. You start fighting violence. You start fighting the overgrowth of our budget and restore our economy. You start incentivizing jobs. You recognize that the American middle class is being squeezed, and those who are with more difficult economic circumstances are being squeezed by an economy that has this inflation that attacks energy. You bring your border back under control, and this side is going to bring that border security under control. We recognize it's a crisis. It's a crisis when in 2020, the Yuma sector had 9,000 encounters, not for a 5-day period, but for an entire fiscal year. Under this administration, with these policies, that 9,000 encounters is about a 5-day period in the Yuma sector today. You don't know what it's like unless you see that happening. We're on a suboptimal path. It has to change. And to make a change, it can be difficult. It can be short-term, uncomfortable. But when you move to the correct path, all of a sudden things ease up and you can start having success. The direction here, in my opinion, is to someone like a Byron Donalds, a man who is living the American dream and is the example and the mentor for millions who need hope. Here is a man that has worked his way up. He is not a novice. He has the experience. He has the chops to be the speaker. He is a man. He has a lovely family, and they are politically engaged. They know what's going on. He has worked in Florida politics. He's worked in the legislature. He has respect. He has the quiet confidence that a leader needs. I look around this body today, and I know it's hard for you to believe. I know it's hard for me to believe sometimes when I'm here and I have the great honor and privilege of serving with you. But you represent the cross-section of America, the great American experiment. The experience that you bring, the knowledge that you bring is unique. The road to recovery is through this body. I believe if you want to make change, you have to make change. Maintaining status quo is not an option today. I believe we've reached an existential crisis in this country. I look across and I see the left has captured virtually every institution. It is time that we reassert ourselves and put America back on the road to recovery. And the person who I think is most capable and will do the most credible job to lead us back that way is my friend from Florida, the Honorable Byron Donalds, whom I am pleased and proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
right, so here we go. We're about to take another vote. The three individuals.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
The three individuals who are on the ballot is McCarthy, Hakeem Jeffries for the Democrat Party, and Brian Donalds for the Republican Party as well. It looked like Kevin McCarthy was back there trying to make a deal with one of the Freedom Caucus members. I wasn't sure who that was, though. I thought it was Rick Perry, but I'm not sure if anybody knows who that was. You guys can let me know. Hey, Broken Prophet. Great to see you, my friend. Frank, what are you doing? Hanging out with you guys.
Adams. Jeffries.
Byron.
Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. Allen. Allred. Jeffries. Amode. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Bedagan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty.
Jay, do you think that
Beatty.
Gates will vote for Trump again?
Jeffries.
Accelerate. I think you're right.
Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Fire. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Bishop of North Carolina. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Bobert.
For a member not of the Freedom Caucus, but for Kevin, the unanimously elected chairman of the Republican Study Committee, a businessman from humble beginnings, a leader, a true consensus candidate that can deliver.
Hearn. Bonamici. Jeffries.
I agree, man.
Bast. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries.
be in order.
Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Burkeen. Hearn. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamick. Kamick. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeRemer. McCarthy. Shearfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De La Cruz. McCarthy.
They probably will call for a recess after this vote, more than likely.
DeLauro. Jeffries.
I can't see them taking another vote for another loss.
Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. Desaugne. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy.
Donald
Dunn
wasn't
of
there.
Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezel. McCarthy.
What do you mean?
Fallon. McCarthy. Feenstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy.
Andrew Jackson.
Fishbach.
No.
McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman.
Yep.
McCarthy.
We're in the middle of it right now.
Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Fox. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates.
Donald John Trump.
Trump.
There you go, Jay. Trump again.
Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds.
Yeah, there's no
Gooden
victory
of
for
Texas.
McCarthy in this round either. 8-time loser.
Donalds.
Yes, she does.
Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas. Jeffries.
Something about king of the slaves, I think he said.
Green of Georgia.
Democrats are king of the slaves?
McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy.
Might as well at this point. Let's go ahead and nominate Hunter Biden.
McCarthy.
The Honorable Hunter Biden.
Carter of California. Jeffries. Harris. Harris. Donalds.
Be the
Harsh
free
Gardner.
for speaker, yeah.
McCarthy. Hayes.
Pepe the Frog.
Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy.
Cat turd.
Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill.
They cracked out Hunter Biden.
McCarthy.
Speaker of the House.
Himes.
I'll be right
Jeffries.
back.
Henson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. Hunt. Isa. Isa. McCarthy. Ivy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina.
He does say it pretty unique.
Jeffries.
And that's a record he's going to hold
Jackson
forever.
of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries.
Beto, can't win. I can't win.
Jeffries.
McCarthy. Hold my beer.
Jeffries.
Zelensky would win in a landslide in our Congress. He would have 400 votes.
Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. Johnson of Louisiana.
Jay or Sparky, do you think they will
McCarthy.
go another vote, or do you think they're going to break? I believe they'll probably break after this vote.
Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they did. I have a video on Jeremy Renner
Kim
later
Lover
on today
Dunn. Jeffries.
on my second channel.
Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kana. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kylie. McCarthy. Cumer. Jeffries. Kim of California.
Sure thing.
McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries.
And out of nowhere, Jeb Bush.
Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. La Lota. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy.
Jay says it does
Lamborn.
benefit the Freedom Caucus to keep voting. Every L makes McCarthy
Lamborn.
look worse and proves they won't waver.
Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries.
No, well, nobody's voted for Jeb yet.
Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries.
I would, just for the
Latta.
lulz now.
McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
On behalf of New York 17th District, former Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney, I vote for the Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida.
Hey,
McCarthy.
Zan, it's good to see you. Thanks
Lee
for
of
stopping by.
Nevada.
Yeah, Johnny Cage for Speaker Toasty.
Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries.
The Toasty guy. That
Leonard
was my favorite thing
Fernandez.
to trigger on Mortal Kombat.
Jeffries. Lesko. Lesko. McCarthy.
That would be an epic
Letlow.
troll, Jay.
McCarthy.
Paul Pelosi would
Lemon.
love that big hammer.
Jeffries. Lou. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy.
My vote's Team Rocket.
Lucas.
Team Rocket.
McCarthy. Luetkemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Donalds. Latrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner.
Magaziner.
Jeffries.
That's a name.
Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui.
Matsui.
Jeffries.
Wasn't that a wrestler? Matsui? It sounds like it
McMahon.
was one of like those WWF wrestlers back in the
Jeffries.
day. Matsui.
McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall.
Brandon, let's go.
McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry.
That's what it was.
McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang.
John Paul Revere.
Jeffries.
Why not at this point, right?
Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries.
Ocean's 12. That's right. I do remember
Miller
that
of
movie.
Illinois. Miller of Illinois. Donalds. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy.
If the feds get me here in Florida near you,
Mills.
I'll reach out. Thanks, Haven.
McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy.
Max
Molinaro.
Rhino.
McCarthy.
Yeah, Max Rhino did vote for McCarthy.
Mooney. McCarthy.
Ah, that's
Moore
right.
of Alabama.
Carl.
McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries.
Moran. McCarthy.
The refrigerator
Morelli.
Perry.
Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy.
Joy
Nathan.
Behart.
Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries.
No, yeah, Savage passed away.
Goose. Jeffries. Nails. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy.
James Woods.
Nickel.
Good with that.
Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds.
Donalds.
None of Iowa.
And out of nowhere, Mike
McCarthy.
Lindell. The My Pillow guy.
Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds.
Donald Trump got one of those votes, I think. Or maybe two of the
Omar.
votes.
Jeffries.
And Ilha Omar voted for her
Owens.
brother husband.
McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquale.
Yeah. Hey, Trump doubled his
Pasquale.
votes.
Jeffries.
We might be seeing a
Hey.
cascading event take place.
Jeffries. Pelosi.
Donald
Jeffries.
Trump. No.
Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Peters. Jeffries.
Yeah, the brother husband.
Pedersen.
Mark
Jeffries.
Dice.
Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree.
He doubled the amount of votes he had. You're right.
Jeffries.
We're looking at percentages. You're right.
O'Can. Jeffries.
Jay says, I will die laughing if
Porter.
Trump ends up second in line for the White House. It would be
Posey.
third line.
McCarthy.
But yes.
Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries.
Very true.
Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Donalds. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruppersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas.
Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos.
Yeah, you're right, Jay.
Santos.
Where is our most diverse,
Sarbanes.
representative of the Republican Party?
Scalise. McCarthy.
Santos, our lesbian, gay,
Scanlon.
World War II hero,
Jeffries.
Nobel Prize
Schakowsky.
winning representative out of this great state of New York. Where was he?
Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton.
Thank you, Chris.
Jeffries.
I'm trying. This could
Schreier.
be pretty dry sometimes.
Jeffries. Schweikert. McCarthy.
Is Ross Perot even still
Austin
alive?
Scott.
I don't even know. I
McCarthy.
think he might have passed away at some point.
David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds.
Yeah, sadly. Yeah, he was
Sessions.
he was really one of the very
McCarthy.
first type of outsiders that
Sewell.
challenged the establishment. And it scared
Sewell.
the establishment.
Sherman.
I liked him, actually.
Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries.
That's interesting. Yeah, my mom voted for Ross
Smith of
Perot as
Missouri.
well. She really liked him.
McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Christy. I appreciate
Smith of
that.
Washington. Jeffries. Smucker.
Smucker.
McCarthy.
What a last name.
Sorensen. Jeffries.
He
Soto.
decided to check out before all the craziness happened.
Jeffries.
Don't blame him.
Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparks.
Yeah, I think he got scared, Noble. I was a little young. I
Stansbury.
vaguely remember.
Stansbury. Jeffries.
I would love for Matt Gaetz to nominate Trump this next round
Stanton.
and
Jeffries.
put their votes
Stauber.
on it.
McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe. McCarthy. Stevens.
Well, thanks, Pat. I appreciate that.
Stewart.
Keeping it real in the chat.
McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong.
5G for speaker.
McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano.
Yeah,
Jeffries.
for sure.
Tenney.
Jay says
McCarthy.
Perot's life was threatened.
Tenadar.
That's why he backed out.
Jeffries.
Then he re-entered the race, but had lost
Thompson
all
of
momentum.
California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Thompson of Mississippi.
Accelerate says Perot ran a single-issue campaign that forced Clinton
Jeffries.
to the right to ensure victory. According to exit polls, he would
Thompson
have
of
won if
Pennsylvania.
people who
McCarthy.
preferred him didn't think third party was
Tiffany.
a waste. Interesting.
Tiffany.
Yes, they can
Timmons.
actually. They can elect
McCarthy.
anybody.
Titus. Jeffries. Talib.
That would be hilarious. They would have an
Takuda.
insurrection inside the House of Representatives.
Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California.
Thanks, Paul.
Jeffries.
Try to make it fun. This could be pretty dry stuff.
Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Troon. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy.
Hillary probably showed up at his
Underwood.
house. That's who probably threatened his daughter.
Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew. McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden. McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries.
That would be great.
Vasquez. Jeffries. VC. Jeffries. Velasquez.
Yeah, he was
Jeffries.
100% correct about that.
Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg.
Go figure, Carl.
McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy.
My vote
Wasserman
for
Schultz.
Akeem Olajuwon of the Houston Rockets.
Jeffries.
No? Okay.
Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries.
Yeah, and you know what? Him being threatened by the
Weber,
deep
Texas.
state back in that day, you didn't have social media. It was hard to expose some of the stuff back then. Jay says, go back and look
Webster
at
of Florida.
Burrow's platform. That dude was right
McCarthy.
about everything.
Winstrup.
Stunk, I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing.
Westerman. McCarthy.
I'm with Vic.
Wexton. Jeffries.
We should nominate Dr. Jill,
Wild.
Nurse Alice Cooper
Jeffries.
Biden.
Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas.
Yep. Freedom
Williams
Caucus
of Texas.
wins. Fatality.
McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries.
Who played Ross
Wilson
Perot
of
on
South
as
Carolina.
NSL back then? Does anybody remember?
McCarthy.
Was it Dana
McCarthy.
Carvey? Was it Dana Carvey that played him?
Womack.
I can't remember.
McCarthy. Yakum.
Yeah, that was the stupidest thing
Zinke.
that they made a big deal about. Absolutely stupid.
Zinke.
But I remember that. Dr. Jill's already president. Carvey. Yeah, was it Carvey? Martin Short? Everyone says Dana Carvey. It must have been Dana Carvey then. Yeah.
The reading clerk will now call the names of those members-elect who did not answer on the first call of the roll.
Allen. McCarthy.
Jay.
Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds.
Aircraft Sparky's still on with his Andrew Jackson zombie. Yeah, Dana Carvey. Okay. That's who I thought it was. Yeah.
Donalds. Donalds.
That's 20. Again, not for McCarthy.
Fox. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy.
No, he voted. He just voted a second ago.
Lamborn. McCarthy. Santos. McCarthy.
There's our extra diverse diversity hire Republican. That dude pulled out every stop to get elected.
Jeffries.
I almost have to admire that a little bit.
Sparks. Present.
Again, Sparks? Dude.
Tiffany.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Yeah. So again, 21 to 212.
Zinke. McCarthy.
Or the 201. Bruce Willis isn't dead. Did he die? I'm going to go over Twitter. I don't see anything trending over here about Bruce Willis. Yeah, I don't see anything about Bruce Willis. Yeah, I don't know. Jay, do you have any insight on that? Do you know what's up with Sparks and why she continues to vote present? Dude, that's Santos dude, man. Oh my gosh. I know Bruce Willis was sick. He was he had something going on. Yeah, no movement in the voting. You're right. No, he just had a die harder bad joke. Looks like MTG has her person ready to go. Yeah, I read that he sold the rights to his likeness to be used in like CGI generated people, kind of like they did with the dude from Star Wars, the commander. I can't think of his name, but they used him. The thing I don't remember though. No, I don't remember Moonlight. I remember hearing about moonlighting. I don't think I was old enough. That was in the 80s. I was like elementary school back then. Sparks is refusing to vote, and today all agree. Gotcha. Makes sense. You know the clerk is dreading reading the roll for who got votes because she's going to have to say again, the Honorable Donald J. Trump. She is cringing at the have to say that again. It's like a vampire holding a cross. Yeah, no, for sure. Gotta take a stand. Gotta take a stand for sure. Yeah, Carrie Fisher too, Shirley.
Well,
Yep.
Unofficially, on the 8th vote for Speaker, the top two numbers did not change. Hakeem Jeffries again at 212. Kevin McCarthy retains 90% of the Republican conference with 201 votes. Few small changes below. Byron Donalds down to 17 votes. Kevin Hern, Republican from Oklahoma in his fourth term, picked up 2 votes, one from Lauren Boebert and the other one from Representative-elect from Oklahoma, Josh Brasheen. Matt Gaetz, once again, Donald Trump, and Victoria Sparks of Indiana, once again, present. So those are the unofficial totals. We're waiting on the official tally in just a minute. You probably saw during that last vote, Kevin McCarthy doing some lobbying on the floor. We have our own cameras in there for the opening of Congress, so we're able to show you some different floor shots. We don't have just the standard house cameras, so it's always a lot of fun when we have our own cameras in there. A couple of tweets that came out during that last vote. Manu Raju of CNN. I just asked Kevin McCarthy about why he can't pick off any of the 20. It's all going to be this way until an agreement comes, Mr. McCarthy said. Asked why it's been so hard for him, McCarthy said, quote, I think it's great if you think it's so hard. When it comes, I want to see what you write. And Manu Raju tweeted another, asked at what point will he make a realization that the outcome won't change, McCarthy told Manu Raju, after I win. Representative Don Bacon, Republican, Nebraska, McCarthy supporter. He has been reported to be working with the Democrats, trying to potentially find a bipartisan speaker candidate. But he sent out a tweet. My office was informed by an agency today that they cannot communicate with my staff regarding active casework because we are not sworn in. The handful holding up the speaker election is not helping Americans, but directly hurting them. And Lauren Boebert, who has not voted for Kevin McCarthy in all 8 votes, and then led 2 people to vote for Kevin Hearn, tweeted out, we are not making a point, we are making a change.
There you go.
Don't know whether 9th vote is coming up or whether the potential adjournment is coming up, but we're waiting on the official tally of the 8th vote.
All right. Yeah. So turn this down for a second. There we go. We'll just have it in the background back there. Yeah. So not a lot has changed. It doesn't look like Kevin McCarthy is going to give up anytime soon. It looks like he is going to run again in this 9th ballot. Whether or not they do the 9th ballot right now, I don't know. I'm unsure if they're going to do that. They may adjourn, as they mentioned just a second ago, but we shall see what happens here as we wait. Yep, 201. It was disappointed Jordan voted in keeping for Rhino McCarthy. What do you make of it? I just think he wants his committee. That's all. I think that's all that Jordan has committed to, is that he just wants to be the head of the Judiciary Committee, and that's all he wants. I don't see any other reason why he would be. Accelerate, share the link here if you want to go see a couple of those campaign ads from Ross Perot from back in the day. It's 2022, and we are feeling the pain. So, yeah, check that out if you want to check out some of those old commercials as well. Again, Ocean Breeze Salty says, I hope this goes on forever. Then they can't do anything. No sending our money anywhere. Absolutely. Absolutely. And while we're doing this, as I mentioned at the top of the stream, I will be broadcasting this to the end result. So if they adjourn, we will also adjourn. And we will pick up the stream back whenever they reconvene for another session. Also, if you want to get a hold of one of your congressional members of Congress, I have the telephone number scrolling at the bottom of the screen. You can call the the U.S. House of Representatives switchboard and ask for your representative. Please be respectful while calling. Be respectful while calling. Let them know who you want to see them to vote for. Also, a couple other housekeeping tips. If you're new here, thank you for joining me today. Consider hitting the subscribe button to my channel. We are very close to 227,000 subs. Also, I put out videos daily here on the channel, commentary on political events and current events on this channel. Also do a couple live streams throughout the week, so make sure you check out this channel. I do appreciate your support. Thank you to all the super chats that we've received today thus far. Thank you for that support coming in that way as well. I've also started a second channel as well to cover entertainment news, things that happen in movie, TV, sports, and video games. If that's something that you're interested in, you can go check out my new channel called Let's Be Frank Culture, and you can check out some of the videos I've been posting over there. I would love to have earned your subscription over there as well. Right now we're sitting at 228 subscribers over on the Let's Be Frank Culture video channel. So if that's something that you are interested in, check it out. I like to talk about some of that stuff, so that's why I created a channel, so that way I wouldn't have to bog down this main channel with any of the entertainment stuff I would want to talk about. So check it out. You can check out the channel Let's Be Frank Culture. Go give it a subscribe. Go watch a couple of the videos and let me know what you guys think about over there. Put it one more time here. So yeah, Ryan Kennel for speaker. Sure, I'll take that, Zan. RK Outpost. Yeah, absolutely. That dude would be hilarious up there. Hey, Mike, see you later, man. MAGA Nation.
We're currently awaiting the official results of the 8th speaker vote, looking toward a potential 9th speaker vote. Scott Perry, chair of the Freedom Caucus, Republican from Pennsylvania, who has been an active anti-McCarthy member, is quoted by Olivia Beavers of Politico as saying, "We're not even really talking about a deal." That's what Perry said while heading back to the floor. And John Bresnahan, longtime Washington reporter, now with Punchbowl News, tweets out, Republicans now predicting a 9th roll call vote for Speaker, then try to adjourn. But we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Bear Patch, for coming by and hanging out. Thank you, thank you. Go ahead and turn this back down as we wait for them to come back with something to talk about. Has anybody nominated AOC's Big Booty yet? Not yet. Nobody has nominated her Big Booty. Would they have to nominate her and the Big Booty, or just the Big Booty? Could somebody just say, I nominate AOC's Big Booty, and the Big Booty becomes Speaker of the House? How would that work? That'd be interesting, huh? It would be like nominating John Fetterman's lump on his neck. I nominate the lump on John Fetterman's neck for Speaker of the House. So that would be quite something to see. Yeah, Vic McCatton, definitely pray for Jeremy Renner, who plays the character of Hawkeye from the Avengers. Absolutely. So yeah, that would be an interesting way to see what would happen in that situation. I wonder if they would just laugh at them. Well, letter C, I think you're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Victory Crosby says AOC Pillsbury dough brain. God's Pocket says, I have to admit that AOC is sort of hot. But see, what you're doing is you're looking at AOC in a pool of ugliness in the House of Representatives. And so she looks like she's a higher number than she probably actually is in real life. So, so maybe that's it too. Or if anybody will nominate Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson for the next time. We'll see. We'll see as we go. Yeah, so as we continue to keep an eye on what's happening here. Again, when if they adjourn right now and they come back later tonight, we will come back with them as well. If they hold the vote, we will stay through the vote. Thank you, Duke, for subscribing to the Let's Be Frank Culture channel. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Right now, Lala, no one is the Speaker of the House. Nobody is the Speaker of the House. Yeah, thank you, Duke, for subbing to the Let's Be Frank Culture channel. Again, if they will hold another vote, we will continue to stream through that vote. If they vote to recess and come back later, we will also recess and come back later. So just say we will be on air if they're on air right now. So somebody said, yeah, there we go. Nominate the Honorable Salty Cracker. Absolutely. Hey, thank you, Christy. I appreciate it. Talk to you later. Got to go to work. Thanks, Frank. Absolutely. Have a great day, Christy. Hopefully you have a great day at work. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the donations. I appreciate that. Yeah, for sure. Accelerate says, look at her before and after getting to Washington. She's rapidly turning into a lich like Pelosi. Let's see here. Yeah, Feeling Lucky says, I wish we could nominate Rush Limbaugh. That'd be something. That'd be something. Might be wrong says, I mean, she's probably a 6 in real life, but in Congress, she's a 9. It's kind of like MTG too, right? She would probably be like a 6 in normal outside real world, but in Congress, your stock goes up. Hey, thank you so much. Stomp Puppet says Trump time traveled and already knows McCarthy wins. Thank you so much for the super chat. Leave that up there for a little bit as we continue. Did Michael Savage retire? I'm not sure. I thought he still has a radio show. I thought he still had a radio show. I'm not sure, though. Not sure. Let's see here.
And more news is coming out as we await the official results of the 8th ballot for Speaker. It looks like there will be a 9th. Aiden Quigley, CQ Roll Call, tweets out that Steve Scalise again says it looks like they will take another vote instead of adjourning now. We are heading to a 9th ballot. And Steve Kornacki, MSNBC, NBC, puts it into context, saying, with a 9th ballot assured, this is now tied for the 8th longest speaker election in history, tying the 1923 vote that ended with Frederick Gillette winning on the 9th ballot. And finally, Kelly McManus, we're here until at least tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens. The Politico reporter was quoting Patrick McHenry, R of North Carolina, who told reporters that as he headed back into talks on the speaker's race. Maggie Haberman, who writes for the New York Times and has written a biography on President Trump, has tweeted out that Trump facilitated a direct call between Scott Perry and Kevin McCarthy on Tuesday night, which he was also on, and he pressed Perry. Perry is part of the negotiations with McCarthy, but has voted against him multiple times. Maggie Haberman goes on to tweet that, quote, Kevin is not perfect, Trump has said to one lawmaker after another. He has been making calls, but not putting a hard sell on, even when some hardliners have told him they would vote for Kevin McCarthy if he asked directly.
Well, there you go. As far as an update, looks like they are going to hold another vote. So we will be in here through the next vote as they hold it. And we will continue to see this through. And Jay made a good point. I don't know why they're going to hold another vote without even having a meeting, because it's going to end up in the same direction of what we have currently right now. 201 for McCarthy, 212 for Jeffries. Donald will either receive 17 or 20. You know, so right now, I don't know. I don't know why they would do that, but I guess they're going to, we're going to, yeah, 0-9 coming up for sure. 0-9 coming up for sure. That's what's going to happen. He's going to lose again, unless they did some, all kinds of lobbying on the floor. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. See how it goes. So did somebody say JFK Jr.? No, I don't think anybody nominated JFK Jr. Groot says it's a negotiation. That's absolutely correct. It is a negotiation. So we'll see how that happens going on there. Can they do mail-in votes? Oh, my gosh. Yeah, Larry Legend says, wasting time. This is amazing. Yeah, Frank says, speaking of Michael Savage, he has a podcast, rumor has it that he might be coming back on the radio. Speaking of Michael Savage. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think the clerk is going to be coming back here in just a second to give direction once again to recognize the floor. So probably hearing the gavel here in just a few seconds. Yeah, Mike Lindell, bag of chips. What type of chips, though? Tricks and Troll. What type of chips? I would be okay with sour cream and onion or salt and vinegar. Maybe barbecue. I like the spicier barbecue potato chip. Cheddar sour cream. Okay. All right. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I see Savage on Twitter a lot. That's where I typically see any of his stuff is there on Twitter. Victor Crosby says the Wise chips, sour cream and onion. I like the Pringles sour cream and onion. Oh, yeah, but the problem is with the Takis is that your fingertips will be painted red for hours to come. you definitely have to eat that with a paper towel or a napkin or something. And I think about it.
And we continue to wait for the official results on vote 8 for the speakership. Lots of tweets coming out, sharing information. Jeff Zeleny of CNN says that a normally restrained and reliably conservative member from a red state tells me, quote, "We're frustrated as hell. This should not be mistaken for overwhelming love for Kevin, but we can't cave into demands from people who have no interest in governing or any clue how to do it." And Representative Andy Biggs, one of the leaders of the anti-McCarthy movement, Republican of Arizona, tweets, "This deliberation is healthy. The House should always be disengaged instead of rubber stamping all bills coming through it."
Someone just go for the Funyuns. Funyuns are good. Funyuns could be good. I gotta turn this down again while we wait for them to. Debbie Wasserman Schultz right here. Man, can't stand her either. There's Cori Bush right up in here in the corner. That's Cori Bush. Yeah, so we'll see how this next one plays out. More than likely, it'll probably be the same. Hey, Luciano says Frank for speaker. Eat it with chopsticks. Are we talking about the Takis? Ghost pepper chips. Actually hot, not like Takis. Actual hot, says Jay. Oof. Hey, Denise, see you a little bit later. Might be on. At this rate, we might be on tonight, too. So. See you. Just make Britney Spears the speaker. Yeah. Ivory says, I had nightmares of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Yeah, me too. That lady's horrible. So, yeah, we'll see how this next round goes here. Let's see here. Oh, that is an idea there, Groot. Just make the speaker. Per says John Voight for speaker. Tom McDonald. Or is he still Canadian? I'm not sure. That's a good question. Shudders at the thought of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Yeah. Alex Stein, prime time 99 for speaker. Yeah, Denise, I haven't seen him on Twitter today as well. I haven't seen him on my feed, so I don't know. Here we go. They're about to come back in once again. Let's take a listen.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 17.
Here we go with the Honorable Donald J. Trump.
The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 2. The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 1.
There we go. Accelerate's correct, by the way, Donald, or Don.
No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast.
Mods are
a
just
speaker has not been elected.
They're allowed to talk in the chat just as much as anybody else.
Will again. From what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Kevin McCarthy has been our leader for the past 4 years and has overwhelming support within this conference. My intent today is to address the American people who have been watching these proceedings. My intent today is to address the American people who have been watching these proceedings and are concerned about what they've seen in this chamber over the past 2 days. I am a member of the House Freedom Caucus, and I am proud to say so. I believe the 20 members that have nominated an alternate candidate have expressed their concerns with leadership, and many of those concerns have been addressed and accepted by Leader McCarthy and this conference. I believe this battle we are raging must end. Kevin McCarthy fully understands that being Speaker of the House will not be easy. Kevin is aware that any legislation he would like to pass out of this House will require support and endorsement from the Freedom Caucus. This is where I believe we can hold the Speaker accountable. Kevin has made changes to the House rules at the request of all members. One of those rules changes was the motion to vacate the chair, which Nancy Pelosi removed 4 years ago to avoid the scrutiny and the accountability. The motion to vacate the chair that has not been offered for a floor vote in over 100 years calls for the removal of the Speaker of the House. Kevin has reinstated the motion to vacate the chair, which I believe was the right thing to do. This motion allows us, the Republican conference, to hold the Speaker accountable. The American people gave us, my friends, us, the Republicans, the majority, and their vote of confidence to change the direction of our country. The American people are begging for leadership because the Biden administration certainly has not placed the American people first. Kevin McCarthy understands. He understands he must protect that Speaker's gavel and abide the will of the American people. The decisions we make in the 118th Congress are critical to the future of our country. The decisions we make, the legislation we pass as a Republican majority must have the support of the American people. We have a crisis on every corner in America, and the American people are expecting Republicans to bring this much-needed change. We must come together today and implement that change. To those of you outside of Washington that are watching, Kevin McCarthy and this Republican majority understand your pain. We understand your pain. We feel it. We understand we must secure our southern border. We must unleash our energy sector and become energy independent. We must curb inflation by reducing spending. And we must support our law enforcement officers, folks. We got to get crime under control. We must place America and its people first. And all this, my friends, on the Republican side, all this, we can do this, all while holding the Biden administration accountable. And the Washington bureaucrats who have infringed and abused the rights of the American people and their families long enough. Under Speaker McCarthy, they will be held accountable. They will be held accountable. So today, let's do what's in the best interests of the American people. Let's get to work. Let's elect Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. And at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House for the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise today to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Vote, Democrats stand united and ready to get to work on behalf of the American people under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries. Vote after vote, nomination after nomination, Democrats are united. Just like we were united when we passed the American Rescue Plan to get our economy back on track. United when we passed the infrastructure law to rebuild America. United when we capped insulin at $35, passed historic gun safety legislation,
I can't stand Ted
and
Lieu.
passed the PACT Act to help our nation's veterans. United when Democrats passed the CHIPS and Science Act to bring manufacturing back to America. United when Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce our deficit and protect our environment. Democrats are unified to tackle the climate crisis while Republicans are mired in their own leadership crisis. Madam Clerk, House Democrats are ready, willing, and able to get to work for the American people. We will do so under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, who has a plan for the American people. Therefore, as Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, I'm directed by the vote of our caucus to present for election to the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress, Representative-elect from the state of New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
All lies coming out of Ted Lieu's mouth, as expected.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would like to nominate the name of Byron Donalds to Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let me begin by stating that it is an absolute privilege to be here standing and serving with each and every one of you. I know we have differences of opinions, and I know we have differences of agendas that we would like to pursue, but I will tell you that we all are representing the United States of America in the best fashion that I know that we truly believe in. So thank you, and it is a privilege. When I walk out every evening from the Longworth office building, I will tell you that as I look back on the Capitol with the lights gleaming upon it, that I recognize the honor, the privilege, and the responsibility that each one of us has taken on to be in this place that we are right now, and the obligations that we have to the districts that we represent back home. It is an incredible privilege, but it is also an incredible responsibility, and I do not take it lightly, and I know that no one in this room does. We are participating in a system that has endured 247 years through drought and through flood, through world wars and through a civil war. And some way we return to this place year after year to serve the people of the United States of America. But unfortunately, over the past 15 years, the process that we use has been dramatically broken. The voices that were sent here to equally represent each of the 435 districts across this nation have become diminished. This through the consolidation of power into the hands of the Speaker and a fortunate few who happen to serve on the Rules Committee, which control every aspect of legislation that travels through this body. The debate and the discussion has been all but eliminated, and the balance of us are left to vote yes or no. Those are our options, and that is what has led to the disintegration of the relationships that we see across this floor. That is not equal representation, which is guaranteed by our Constitution and expected by our constituents. We have had more discussion and debate over the last 3 days than I have participated in on this floor for the last 2 years. And it's healthy. It absolutely promotes the collegiality that everyone is striving to obtain. We're having discussions not just within our own party, but amongst each other as we walk around and start planning for the legislation that we will need to address over the next 2 years in the 118th Congress, that sooner or later, yes, sooner or later, we will begin to function as. Those are the good days. And guess what? Our constituents think, as they watch us on C-SPAN today, that this is how every day functions. They think that this is how every bill gets addressed in this body. And they will be shocked to learn, the ones that you have not disclosed the little nasty secret to, that unfortunately, that's not how it works around this place. That under the current rules and under the current leadership construction, that on fly-in days, typically Monday at the beginning of the week, the leadership on both sides of the aisle negotiate a number of bills, 15 to 20 pieces of legislation, that one Democrat and one Republican stand on this floor, they discuss momentarily, and then they say the magic words, without objection, we will pass this by unanimous consent. And there are two people standing on the floor passing pieces of legislation that oftentimes are the naming of buildings that don't really bother anybody or affect one's life, but in many circumstances spend millions and tens of millions of dollars that the taxpayers are obligated to cover, and their representative was not even here to vote upon it. And that, my friends, is wrong. It is wrong. So yes, we need to have change. We need to fix this broken system. Several of us have taken it upon ourselves to fly in and object to those very bills. Not because we are objecting to the bill, but just to force them to be brought out into the daylight so that everyone can hear about those bills. To force people to come out and vote up or down for those bills, as their constituents believe that they are doing right now.
We got a little bit of
they are doing right now. That's just one of the little secrets. And it demonstrates, again, how broken this system is. Last summer, we began to negotiate, a group of us, in good faith, a list of changes, amendments to the rules of this body, not to empower ourselves, not to bring personal benefit to ourselves, but to empower you, and you, and you, Maxine, and you, and you, and everyone sitting in this chamber equally. There's no rules. I did not use anyone's name. Everyone should be, excuse me, Maxine.
Member, direct your remarks to the chair, please.
I will, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you. That is so that everyone will have equal representation. Equal representation for the districts that elected them. These are not radical deviations from the norm. These are a restoration of the rules so that this place can function properly. Things like single subject legislation that most state houses utilize right now so that we don't have 4,000-page documents that we are given a matter of hours to review that are filled with many, many subject matters that are trillions of dollars in cost. Rules like germaneness, so that you can actually bring an amendment forward on the floor as long as it pertains to the bill that was originally being addressed. An open rule process, again, so that each individual here can participate in the thing that we were sent here to do, to help collaborate and craft legislation and work together. That is what we were sent here to do. These are common sense amendments that would restore the process and give each of us an equal voice. This is how we're going to secure the border. That everyone now, I do believe, has recognized that there is a problem with. This is how we are going to regain energy dominance again, which is not just an economic issue, it is a national security issue. This is how we are going to reduce the inflation rate, by working together. But we cannot call it working together if you cede all of that power to the hands of a few. Hoping for this change will not create this change. And change is uncomfortable. We understand that. But it is not unachievable. And we must make change in this broken system. We must. The current leadership that is in place will continue and support the use of earmarks in this body. And that is the golden trail to corruption. The golden trail to corruption. It is a way to buy votes and spread money around this body from places outside of this city that leads to bad legislation and bad decisions. The current leadership, I was told, I should not be so concerned with these suspension bills that get passed every week, because now they have made an amendment. We keep hearing about these amendments and the concessions that were made. The concession was that they will not ask for anything to be suspended that costs more than $100 million. Now, I don't know about the neighborhoods that you live in, but the neighborhood that I live in, $100 million is a lot of money. And my constituents expect me to vote upon $100 million bills and $80 million bills and $10 million bills so that they know what in the world is in them and what is going on. And they do not expect them to be passed by unanimous consent with no one on the floor. I made a living developing property. And as many of you probably know, it takes a while to take a piece of ground from bare earth to a community. And my mother, God rest her soul, came out to one of my projects, and I had just opened it up, and it had been 2 years since the time I had bought the property. And by the time we went out, I had a nice entrance built, and the streets were built, and the street lights were there, and they were just starting to build homes. And she said, "My goodness, Matthew, you must really, really be pleased to finally see your project coming up out of the ground." And I said, "No, Mom, actually, I'm pleased that everyone else can see it, because I sold it 2 years ago when I first walked out there. Well, I have a vision for this place, that we can restore regular order so that each of us may have the ability to represent our districts and our constituents equally as we move through this process. And then again, at that time, we will be able to call it truly the people's house again." I have been here just 2 years, and I have watched Byron Donalds during that time and previously as he proudly served in the Florida legislature. And I can tell you this, he's a man of intellect, he is a man of integrity, and he is a man that I am proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Well, there we go. So they're going to move to a vote, and joining us
reading clerk will
in
call
here
the roll.
now is John Paul Revere from the Ancient Order of Men. Hey, welcome, man.
Hey, good to see you, Frank. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for coming by and giving me a little bit of company. Been doing this for
gentleman
about
from
4 hours
Colorado
now.
Yeah, I've been in and out, I'm working on a thing. We're doing a special show tonight with someone that's been on your show before, River Wright. Remember River?
I do remember River.
Yeah, she'll be coming over and doing something on the AOM TV tonight, and so we're pretty excited about that. I was working on that as I was stepping in and out of the Let's Be Frank live stream.
Nice. Well, it looks like we got Lauren Boebert up here talking, so let's go ahead and take a listen to her.
For Byron Donalds, whom I respect, whom I see as a leader. And there was a gut check that said, we need someone that is going to convince my colleagues on this side of the aisle that it's time to get going. It's time to build momentum. Many of you have said it. You see that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. You are understanding that he is not going to get there. We had the votes for him. I cannot produce those anymore. The colleagues that I brought with me to offer those 218 votes on the first ballot aren't there anymore. It is not happening. And as it's been said, we need to get to a point where we start evaluating what life after Kevin McCarthy looks like. America doesn't want more talk, and I'm going to keep my speech a little short. They want action. I'll take that. I want to get to work too. America is tired of rhetoric and they want results. This isn't chaos. This is a constitutional republic at work. I'm a mom of 4 boys. I know what chaos and dysfunction looks like. This is actually a really beautiful thing to be here with all of my colleagues debating. Just as the gentleman from Montana said, we have not experienced this in the 2 years that we have served here in Washington, D.C. This is the most debate that has taken place, and I love it. I love the conversations that are going on the floor, in the cloakroom, in the halls. There's nothing extreme, there's nothing unreasonable. We're trying to get this right. As my conservative colleagues and I have stated time and time again, Congress is broken and fundamentally needs change. I'm here to get this right. We need a leader that is not of the broken system, someone who is not beholden to the lobbyists, but to the people who sent us here, someone who can unite our party, and most importantly, someone who can deliver on the promises that we have all made to the American people. I believe that there are many people on the floor today that can do just that. I've voted for my friend Jim Jordan. I voted for my friend Byron Donalds. I'm voting for Kevin Hern, the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Hern went from rags to riches, and like myself and many other members, is a small business owner. He has lived the American dream. He's a father, a family man, and as Kevin likes to say, he's a conservative, but he's not mad about it. We can have a happy warrior leading us. I understand that threats have been made about committee assignments, that you won't receive committee assignments if you do not vote for Kevin McCarthy. That is true. It happened in conference, and that is exactly what we were told. But we don't govern in fear. We govern for the people on principle. Don't be afraid to do the right thing. I believe that Kevin Hern is a unifier. He just received the chairman of the Republican Study Committee by unanimous consent. This is the largest caucus in our conference. Look how many people have already put their trust in Kevin Hurd to lead them. I get asked by my constituents, where does this go? Who can unify the party? Who can deliver results? Representative Kevin Hurd can do just that, and I am proud to enter his name into the nomination, and I hope that some of you join me. Thank you, and I yield back.
I was hoping somebody would nominate Max Rhino.
He's pretty much there in spirit.
Oh, goodness. Hey, would you mind keeping them entertained just for a moment? I need to go refill my water bottle because I'm thirsty. So
That's what I'm here for.
All right, I'll be back in just a second. AOM is going to entertain you guys for a little bit while I step out for a sec.
Yeah, and it's a very, very poor substitution, but, you know, I'll do what I can. So, yeah, maybe the 9th time's the charm. This whole exercise is just, it's beyond disgusting. I saw a quote that Kevin McCarthy was attributed to from the other day where he said he's just going to continue to do voting until he wears them down. And I think that pretty much says it all. He is not interested in anything but gaining his own personal power. And he'll step on the neck of every American to get there. And we are witnessing it play out before our very eyes. It's incredible. Incredible. If you don't think we're living in unusual and bizarre times, this has not occurred in our history. And so, yeah, really, it's a sad, sad, sad thing. With all the problems that this nation has going on right now, to think that this is where these people are stuck. Can you imagine? I mean, it really is just unbelievable. Think of all the good that could be done. And yet, you know, here we are with, 435 people sitting in, well, they're not even all there, obviously, but they're supposed to be. 435 people, and we only have 20 representing America. Makes you wonder, who the other 415 might be representing. Oh man, I'll tell you. Yeah, this is definitely. I can't even imagine what other nations around the globe must think when they see this. This unbelievable circus. I mean, I know there's certain nations, China, probably first and foremost, thrilled to see this. Our nation completely crippled and locked up. As 20 freedom fighter patriots tried desperately to restore we the people in the people's house. But unfortunately, it's going to be a long, hard slog because these deep swamp creatures, man, they are not gonna go easy. What do you think, Frank?
No, yeah, it's been definitely something amazing to watch. I know the media and there's certain personalities on social media who's trying to doom this, saying that this is terrible and destructive.
Oh yeah,
and that's just not true. This is an opportunity for the Republican Party to hash out a lot of differences that they have in order to produce someone who is going to represent those values.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And maybe finally get some concessions for the American people.
Mm-hmm.
As I was saying, there's 435 of these people, and only 20 of them represent us.
Yeah, and when you look at it, there's some individuals in there that you thought would stand in solidarity with those 20, and they've been a little disappointing.
Yeah. Yeah, that is it's unbelievably disturbing, but at the same time, everyone should be paying attention now and become enlightened here, because The real colors are showing, just like last week when that $1.7 trillion bill passed, and we saw 18 Republican senators turncoat on America. Okay, so we got to see, like, and, you know, Tom Cotton was one of them. And, you know, you don't think these guys are as rhino as, you know, rhino can get, but wow. I mean, they really threw us down the hole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, someone said in the chat they're trying to listen to the vote. The totals are right there up on the screen. You guys can see where they are. It's going to end up the same. It's going to be 201 McCarthy, 212 Jeffries, 17 to 18 for Donalds. Got her. Matt Gaetz will probably vote for Trump, so that'll be one. And then Stats will vote present.
Yeah.
And then they will possibly move to a recess or a adjourning.
Carvajal.
Yeah, it's I guess that McCarthy and his political machine is just their strategy is just to wear them down.
McCarthy.
And maybe in hopes that they're puppets in the media and the deep state controlled media can continue to wear down the public's resistance, and so that they can weaken support for these resistance fighters.
Jeffries.
Yep, and just to a point to go on with Chanel here, she said there's also closed captions. You guys can see that on the screen.
Yeah, if you need to know specifically who's voting.
Right.
Jeffries.
I can. As soon as there's 5 votes that won't go to McCarthy. You got 2 for Donalds right now, 2 for Hearn. You get 1 more. He doesn't get speakership. So we will head to another round.
Yay!
And actually, after this round, after 9 rounds, will be the most rounds since 1856.
McCarthy.
Hey, Ivan Adams, thank you so much, my friend. Super appreciate you.
Jeffries. Ivan, appreciate you.
Shouting out the show.
Yeah.
Jeffries.
9 p.m. tonight. Is that Eastern time, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Jeffries.
Awesome.
Siscomani.
So it all depends if I'll tune in or not, because I might be these knuckleheads don't do anything today or this afternoon. I might be back watching these guys again later.
Yeah, you'll still be doing votes.
Cleaver.
Oh, Lordy.
Yeah. But you said you don't see this. Do you see this being resolved today at all? Or do we go till next week, you think?
I don't see it being resolved. I mean, because no one's, okay, so the bottom line is McCarthy only cares about power. And so he's only there for that. And so anything that takes that away from him, he won't tolerate. So I'm not sure when you have someone that, because that's, so these, the 20 that are resisting want to try and do something for the American people and for the, the people they represent that was sent them there. And it's completely different objectives. So I'm not sure how we get these two things to ever meet up.
Right. And I get to a suspecting feeling that McCarthy might grow desperate enough to speak with Democrats to get the votes that he might need.
Jeffries.
I wouldn't put that past them.
Yeah.
For those Democrats that are in those areas that are kind of red that could go Republican.
Yeah.
And maybe throwing them a olive tree saying, hey, we won't challenge you in these areas if you vote for us.
Yeah. That's I hope not. My guess would be that because he has a pretty powerful political machine. I don't know if you saw that article came out yesterday. He's given several $1 million to a bunch of these congressmen to vote for him, to lock it in for him. Mm-hmm. So his machine has been like funneling money behind the scenes. And my guess would be that he's already done that with the soft Democrats that he might have had a shot with.
Yeah, possibly. And just for an update for all you guys in the chat right now, we're at 6 votes that are not McCarthy and that's enough to seal
Davis
him.
of
He is not
Kansas.
going to get it as C-SPAN put it up on the screen there. McCarthy does not have the votes
Davidson.
for the 10th speaker possible today.
McCarthy.
So this will go to a 10th vote, just so you guys know. This is
Davis
all
of
now
Illinois.
ceremonial as we go
Jeffries.
through right now. They just have to get through the
Davis
roll,
of North Carolina.
because I don't see any
Jeffries.
Republican crossing the aisle to go vote for
Dean of
Jeffries. That would be
Pennsylvania.
political suicide for them.
Jeffries.
Yeah,
DeGette.
indeed.
Jeffries.
And
Dela Cruz.
what do you think about Gates nominating Trump?
I love it.
Or voting for Trump, I should say.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
I
I wish Donald Trump had stepped up way earlier on and just said, I'll go in and I'll do it.
Mhm.
And if he was pushing and getting, media coverage and pressure from the outside, we might be looking at a different event right here. Because so if he was rattling that saber from outside, a lot of these guys that are on the fence could use that as their excuse to not vote for McCarthy, because they're like, oh, wait, we don't want to risk possibly having a Donald Trump as our speaker, so let's go ahead and just get Jim Jordan.
Right.
Right? You know, that might have, if that had all happened like early, like in the first 2 or 3 votes, right, then maybe we would have had a different energy at this point. But
What's your thoughts? I know a lot of people have asked me my thoughts. I've already, kind of, I don't know how many different ways I can express my thoughts on Trump
Duarte.
endorsing Kevin McCarthy, knowing Kevin McCarthy's history. What's your
McCarthy.
angle on that? What do you think?
well, I'll speak to it as a from as a political analyst, having followed politics since 1987. That's how long I've been following it.
Edwards.
It's bad. It's very bad, because Trump is a very polarized candidate. And he has very high unfavorables thanks to the deep state. So he doesn't have, in other words, if America is the whole pie, half the pie is already gone that he can never get, because those people are sworn against him. So he only has half the pie to take to use to win in 2024. He kind of lost some of that momentum in that, or a section of that pie, with that kind of that debacle with the trading cards thing. And now backing this deep swamp creature, he's lost another section of the pie. And so, as from a political analysis perspective, this is stuff that is hurting him in a big way, because he already starts out with such a small section of the pie.
McCarthy. Fishbach.
Yeah. Again, the votes aren't going to matter at this point right now. I know
Fitzgerald.
somebody had mentioned again, Sarah.
McCarthy.
It's McCarthy can't get it,
Fitzpatrick.
so
McCarthy.
and no Republicans going to cross over for the Democrats. So we're going to go to another vote. So just a heads up. I know
Fleischman.
some were trying to look at the thing, but you look at the numbers don't add up.
Fletcher.
He isn't going to get it.
Jeffries. Flood.
And yeah,
McCarthy.
I agree with
Foster.
that, with where Trump is at right now, uniquely
Fushi.
politically centered,
Jeffries.
where
Fox.
there's not a whole lot of wiggle room at the moment because of what's been stacked against him
Fox.
from the moment he became
McCarthy.
president, the way the media has laid
Lois
the groundwork
Frankel.
out to poison the
Jeffries.
thought process
C.
of
Scott
lots
Franklin.
of Americans to make them
McCarthy.
Despise
Trump.
Exactly.
And so it is will be a definite
Frost.
tougher battle than it was the last 2 outgoings for him.
Very, very, very tough battle, especially if he keeps, doing these moves that are effectively shooting himself in the foot.
Culture.
He has to run a flawless campaign at this point in order to, have a shot. Now, that said, I don't know who he's going up against, and because it's not. I would seriously doubt it's going to be Biden. So whoever it's going to be, that's obviously a huge factor if they put up some kind of a loser. But I'll give everyone this caveat, and I'll say Katie Hobbs was an incredible loser. Okay, and she was hiding in the basement and doing all the ran an absolutely abysmal campaign. And she's what we would say is an intellectual midget, Okay. She still managed to pull it off because she had the entire deep state media complex behind her. Right. So that's the thing. It's like, you know, for Trump to win, he has to play a perfect game. Right. I mean, we're talking like, you know, way below, you know, I mean, it's got to be really just flawless.
Yeah. Then, especially if, say, this new Congress comes in, they can't hold any account to the intel agencies that have worked ops against Trump in the election. So we've seen that through the Twitter files being released from Elon Musk, and seeing how much influence they had shifting the electorate through the election process of not only 2022 but 2020, and also you see some evidence in 2018 of it.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, we learned also, you know, in the last couple of weeks with the release of those documents, and Tucker Carlson covered this, that this stuff goes all the way back to when they killed JFK. So, I mean, this is not, this is way worse and way deeper than anybody ever thought. And, you know, Trump is lucky to be alive.
I think what they did, though, they assassinated his character.
Yes.
And that's the way they went about it. I mean, look at all the presidents that wanted to go against the grain. They got rid of, Richard Nixon. They got rid of Nixon. Very, very popular in the country. They knew they couldn't beat him in an election, right? So they had to get rid of him another way, and eliminating him the way they did JFK would be too obvious. It was too close.
Yeah.
Then Reagan came into office, and he wanted to be a changer of things, and they put a bullet at him pretty quickly, and he kind of towed the line. That's why California, I think, went blue, because of the amnesty that he approved in his presidency.
Yes.
So.
Wow, those are really good points. Yeah. Yep.
And we were discussing Ross Perot before you came on. I don't know if you got to hear that a little bit. I was interacting with the chat talking about Ross Perot, where they actually threatened his daughter, and where he pulled out of running because of the threats to his daughter.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
He was threatening the system as well. So
yeah,
the system will protect itself.
Absolutely. And it's beyond evil. If anybody that thinks that the intelligence agencies are not the enemy of the people, then they're not informed. They don't know. You know, we only know, like, maybe talk about tip of the iceberg. We probably don't even know 2% of everything that these guys are up to. But what we found out with the Twitter files, and now what was released in Epic Times this week, they did a full story, an undercover thing, or they exposed all the deep state CIA guys that are embedded in Google, and so therefore in YouTube, and their big 4-step plan they now have to completely manipulate the people, basically conditioning us like Pavlov's dogs, right? Yeah. It's a big psych op thing that they're running at this huge macro level to condition and control everyone. That's our own deep state doing that. It's incredible.
Oh, very incredible. You know, have you? This is off topic though, but have you seen that? DC came out with a pregnant Joker.
No.
Yeah.
How is that? What? I don't get it. Is it a female now, or is it?
No, it's a male.
Oh, it's a male. Okay.
It's a male Joker.
Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh man. Yeah.
Of Oregon.
Oh.
Jeffries.
Texted my wife real quick. Hudson. She asked me what I want on my sandwich. I haven't eaten today, so.
Oh Lord.
I am starving.
Yeah, man, we got to get some food.
Yes. Cucumber. Banana peppers.
Hunt. McCarthy.
Let's see here.
Isa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois.
Okay. Yeah, Brokeback Joker.
Jeffries.
Jackson of North Carolina. I started a new channel to cover culture. JPR. I started a channel called Let's Be Frank Culture.
Cool. Very cool.
Where I'm covering movies, TV shows, video games, and even a little bit of sports too.
Very nice. Yeah, man, that would be a very good show because you're pretty well rounded in those all those areas.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, fun stuff.
James.
But yeah, I was been watching this vote and watching. I've been on Twitter and just seeing these individuals who have been claimed to be staunch conservatives, and they've really revealed themselves over the last couple of days of where they really stand out.
Yeah. It was when it first happened, it was kind of staggering to me. I was like, wow, these guys, they're not even trying to hide it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've known for a long time, like people like Sean Hannity, it's been part of the system.
Johnson of Georgia.
And the way he treated, Lauren Boebert last night was just
shameful.
Embarrassing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was brutal. That was so cringe, I could barely stand it.
Johnson of Ohio.
And it's funny because I've made a couple videos. I've gotten some hate on some of those videos I've made about Sean Hannity, but it's true though. You go back and look at this guy's track record. As soon as they put the presses on him to talk about his text messages with Trump and his inner circle, he quickly flipped. He said he didn't believe Trump's claims on the election. He said that he wanted Trump to pardon Hunter Biden, that he wanted Trump to attend the inauguration, that he needed to stop talking about the election in 2020. Dude turned out to be a total fraud, right?
Total fraud.
And then he goes back on television. He's like, rails against that. I'm like, dude, you're part of them.
Yeah. Isn't that something? Yeah, I gave up on that dude back in the early days of the Iraq War when he was one of the champions of the whole weapons of mass destruction lie.
Mm-hmm.
And, he would have Dick Cheney on and they would sit there and they would talk about, how 9/11 was caused by Saddam, just espousing one lie after another. And, he's just basically been a cheerleader for the deep state.
Kylie. McCarthy.
No, I agree, man.
Kilmer.
I really caught on to Hannity in the way he behaved
Kim of California.
in 2016. I know it was late to the party. 2016, 2017.
Yeah.
And what turned me off about him was
Kim of New Jersey.
Was that he would every show on the radio was the same show. It was always the same thing. I was like, dude, you talk about the same stuff every single day. There's nothing new.
Custer.
Wow. Yeah.
Jeffries.
Yeah, all warmongering, all warmongers, warmongering.
McCarthy.
Exactly, Dirk.
LaHood.
That's how they make their money, man.
Yeah, and a lot of money.
That's why we're in Ukraine.
Yeah.
McCarthy, he was front and center with his little Ukraine lapel and his handkerchief, and he was posing with the photo where they cut the flag in half, right? Where the flag is part Ukraine and part the U.S.
It's so disgusting. I can hardly, I never thought I'd see it in my life.
Mm-hmm. Donalds is an actual good candidate, by the way. He's a pretty staunch conservative.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
I would love to see them rally behind him, but I see they're kind of, just trying to do whatever to prevent McCarthy from becoming speaker.
Yeah.
But Donalds is a good representative.
Yeah. Well, I heard Chip Roy go to the floor and nominate him and explain why, and that was all I needed to hear because that guy is a solid conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Larson of Washington.
Yeah. So now, more than likely, what will probably take place here is they're going to finish this roll call, and then somebody will come up and say, "Hey, I think we need to adjourn." But I forgot about this part. But the Democrats could block them from adjourning and forcing another vote, depending on if they want to get out of there to go eat or not. So it'll be interesting to see if the Democrats will try to prevent them from leaving without another vote.
Leave California.
Oh, man.
Florida.
Which would prevent me from adjourning myself.
Well, I'll hang in with you as long as I can, but at some point I may have to leave you behind. We can't all survive.
Ledger Fernandez.
Oh, for sure, man. No, yeah. Tell me a little bit about this new show you're doing, you said.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're just trying it out. We're going to be doing Thursday nights at regular time. We're always on at 9 Eastern. And tonight we're having River join us. You know, our show, we're pretty detached from politics at this point because by the time I come on, it's people have heard it and they're just, I feel like they're kind of stressed out over it.
Mhm.
So we're doing a lot of, you know, our focus is sort of skits and music and, you know, yeah, there you go. All right. I even said, check it out. And yeah, it's kind of a good time. That's all. It's a good time.
Latrell, McCarthy.
Not that we don't, I mean, politics does come up, but, you know.
It's not the focus of the show.
Yeah, we leave that for, you know, experts like Frank, this guy right here above me, and, you know, and Salty Cracker.
For sure. Salty makes it a lot funner than I do, though. So.
Oh, I don't know about that, Frank. You're, man, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I was talking to my friend Sparky. You know Aircraft Sparky. I was on his show the other night. I was over there. I was doing a debate with one of his guests about Marjorie Taylor Greene being a rhino now because of her staunch support for Kevin McCarthy. Oh, before I dive in, I just wanted to say hi. Hey, David. Good to see you coming in, man. Long time no see. So, it was a good fun time over there. I told him, I said, yeah, man. So we got get the old band back together.
Yeah. Put it back together.
Hey, thank you, Lisa. Lisa says she really likes listening to me. I appreciate that. And Dirk says I'm good. Thank you, Dirk. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just a different flavor of salt, I think.
Yeah. A slightly sweeter, I'd say.
Yeah. Light salt. As I used to say, less sodium.
Yeah. The healthier version.
Jeffries.
The version you can listen to with your grandparents around.
Yes. Yeah. Boy, yeah, you would not. That would be a little uncomfortable with Salty on. Yeah.
I would like, turn it down.
Jeffries.
Yeah, so we got the vote standing right now. We got 127 for McCarthy, 119 for Jeffries, 9 for Donalds, 3 for Hearn, and none for nobody else right now. So not even Trump. Trump didn't even get one this time. But for the lulz, Trump has now been read into the U.S. House congressional record for Speaker of the House. That will be in history. He put that on his resume now.
Yes. The honorable.
Honorable. You know that hurt her saying that.
After all that January 6th stuff, oh my God.
Pelosi was like a war vet seeing flashbacks of Trump and her battling.
Oh yeah.
Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia.
If I wasn't on the show with Frank right now, I would be super chatting because, you know, this warhorse right up here above me is not even taking in nourishment. He's so dedicated to bringing this wonderful live stream to all you good folks. So if you could do me a favor, especially if you're a fan of JPR on an AOM TV, hey, hit us up with a super chat right now. Let us know how much you love Frank, because that's what I would be doing. Let's get a super chat or two in, and we'll ring the bell and do the thing and whatever. Maybe we can get this guy a pizza. How about that? Yeah, we could probably find something to scrounge up. And
I'm actually on a health kick right now. I'm working on trying to lose a little bit of weight.
Nice.
And I'm working out. So I've been to the gym now 6 days in a row. Been working out. And have been nothing but water as far as my beverage of choice now.
Awesome.
And I cut out a lot of calories, and I do a protein shake in the morning for breakfast, and then I do a small snack, and then a dinner that's a smaller portion than I'm normally used to. So
very cool, man. That's awesome. Now, for those in the audience that don't know, Frank is a huge dude. He's like nearly 6'5". He's an enormous guy. Frank, I bet. How much you benching then? I bet you bench a ton.
You know, I've been taking it easy going back to lifting weights because I don't want to. The last time I tried to go hard, I actually stressed my body out, and I ended up having a huge muscle pull in my tricep area. And so I'm starting off really light. So I'm starting off with like 60, 80 pounds, just kind of getting those reps in, letting my body know this isn't a fight or flight situation. I'm just.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Hey, thank you, Juan Guitar. Super appreciate you, brother. We almost got enough for a pizza. Come on, someone else help me out here. I can't be on the show and super chat at the same time. I want to buy Frank a pizza. A diet one, though. It's got to be a diet one.
A diet pizza.
Yeah, something. A veggie one, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Awesome. I got a sandwich being delivered to me right now.
Ocasio-Cortez.
Hey!
Ogles.
Okay. So good. I didn't know you guys sent delivery for me in the chat there. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. This chat rocks.
Jeffries.
Yeah. Yeah. So no. Yeah, I've been doing that. It says no wonder Frank's such a nice guy. He is big.
Yeah, he's a big dude. Big guys can afford to be nice, you know. I mean, it's one of those things. I wonder how many people even knew that. If you knew Frank was a giant, say so in the chat right now. If you knew he was a giant, I bet a lot of people didn't know.
Actually, I shared a picture one time with me and my friend Steven Ingramus, and Steven's a pretty big guy too, and I like kind of dwarfed him, and they're like, "Whoa, he's huge."
Wow, yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
A cricket pizza, probably not so much a cricket pizza, maybe
Pappas.
a Little Caesar pizza. That's my go-to.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Jeffries.
Shout out to Cricket Pizza though. That's a great joke. Yeah, Aircraft Sparky knows. Yeah, he's hung out with Frank.
Jeffries. Pence.
Frank the Tank.
McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry.
Yeah, Dirk said you can't tell on YouTube.
Yeah, you can't. It's kind of deceiving.
Peters.
Yeah, I wouldn't put myself at 6'5". I think I'm somewhere between 6'3" and 6'4", right in that area there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I have a friend that's 6'6", and I have to kind of go like this to him still. So
Yeah, just up a little, sure, yeah.
Aircraft is all in for zombie Andrew Jackson for Speaker of the House.
Yeah, that's a good solid choice.
Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy.
Yeah, Heaven 6'1", he said.
Yeah, and Howard says he says, damn, I'm only 6 foot. Man, you know, you guys are all way above average though. That's impressive. Frank's a big dude though. He's not just tall, he's big. He's a big, solid guy.
Jeffries.
Oh, Steven's only 5'9". Well, no wonder I look like a giant next to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
McCarthy. Rogers of Washington.
Oh, somebody had a tombstone last night. Actually, I split a pizza with my son. Like, we had a Red Berry, and I had like 3 slices. So typically, I could eat one a whole by myself if I wanted to.
Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale.
Looks like my image locked up. Can you hear me, Frank?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. My image locked up.
Ross.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Oh.
Yeah. May you drop in, drop back out, take a seat.
Let's see.
McCarthy.
Hey, thank you, Lisa.
Roy.
Appreciate that.
Donalds.
Oh yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruppersberger.
Michael says I retired Army Angel, Army Ranger, 6 foot 240. Still got it. That's awesome,
McCarthy.
man. Thank you for your service.
Jeffries.
Red Baron is good.
Salazar. Salinas.
Yeah, exactly,
Jeffries.
Jason. Explains why that reason we needed to create that Frank Chair Fund.
Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy.
Up in flames,
Sarbanes.
6'7" most of his life. That's awesome.
Jeffries.
Yeah, I'm currently
Scalise.
I currently weighed in at 248
Scanlon.
is where I'm at right now.
Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Snyder. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Swikert.
Wow, John, your wife is tall.
McCarthy.
6 foot. That's awesome.
Austin Scott. Austin Scott. David Scott. Jeffries.
I'm 8 foot tall.
Scott
That is
of
huge.
Virginia. Jeffries. Self.
Yeah, Scalise's
Donalds.
yeah. Whoa, that's a different who was that? That just for Donald's.
Sessions.
Oh no, that was Scott from Virginia. Yeah,
McCarthy.
that's normal.
Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Cheryl.
Yeah, no, not so much.
Cheryl. Simpson. McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. Smith of Nebraska.
I don't think they will.
McCarthy.
Watcher.
Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of
I think someone was out of
Jeffries.
chamber, Jay.
Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Spanberger. Sparts. Sparts. Stansberry. Jeffries.
Yeah.
Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy.
Donald's
Stubbe.
doing some wheeling and dealing over there.
McCarthy. Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart.
So we'll see what happens here.
McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries.
Okay, I'm back, I think.
McCarthy.
Yes, you are.
Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries.
That dude
Thompson
hasn't
of
moved. The
Pennsylvania.
one that just voted, he's been in that same spot the entire day.
Tiffany.
He's
McCarthy.
probably passed on.
Timmons. McCarthy. Titus.
Michael asked, has this ever happened before? Yes.
Talib.
Back in the 1920s, this
Jeffries.
happened. And then
Takuda.
before that, it was a common
Jeffries.
fixture in
Takano.
U.S. health politics.
Tonko. Sorry,
So-
Tonko. Jeffries. Torres
Hey.
of California.
Thank you so much, Jason
Jeffries.
Finch, for the $20.
Yeah, Jason. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you too, man.
Yeah,
Torres
Frank's
of
Big
New
Sandwich
York.
Fun. I appreciate that, my friend. And we
Jeffries.
have one coming in from Might Be Wrong as
Trahan.
well. Cauliflower pizza is
Jeffries.
keto friendly. Man,
Trone.
don't try me with that.
Turner.
Keto friendly. Thank you, guys.
McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew. McCarthy.
Maybe the most telling thing out of all of this, Frank, is the fact that this McCarthy he's like a giant ego with legs, and we see it just like I said earlier, just playing out live right before us here. This guy has put himself above the entire nation, and is his only priority. I would imagine his entire universe ends at the tip of his nose.
I think so. Yeah, no, Sparks hasn't voted. She wasn't present.
McCarthy.
So she'll come back when they do another roll call in a second.
Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz.
Can't stand that lady.
Waters.
She has some
Waters. Jeffries.
she was trying to yell at the Republicans to get their act together. Shut up, lady.
Yeah, she's wonderful. Just such a joy. Thank you, California.
Webster of Florida. McCarthy.
Yes, they've really given us some good candidates out in California, haven't they?
Oh God, yeah. Nancy Pelosi, Maxine Waters, Ted Lieu, Eric Swalwell. The list goes on and on. It's like just a crap storm out of that state.
The hoo-hoo.
Wild. Jeffries.
Yeah, Swalwell.
Williams
Surprised he hasn't
of
voted for
Georgia.
Fang Fang yet.
Yeah.
Williams of New York.
He'll vote for whoever the Communist Chinese Party tells him to.
McCarthy. Wilson of Florida.
That's a fact.
Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy.
Which one are we on now? Is this the 10th one?
McCarthy. Yacom.
9th?
9th.
McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
I would actually pay to see that.
Yeah, and it would. Yeah, Michael, it would be a good thing.
We could put the money toward the deficit.
Yeah.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Well, Frank is finally getting some nourishment, and I thank the super chatters for making that possible. I will be voting in his stead, and so I do not vote. Representing 2 votes here, not for McCarthy.
Buck.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Yeah. I'm curious what folks in the chat, if you could vote right now, if you were sitting in there, if you were a congressman, who would you pick? Who would you vote for?
Cuellar. Jeffries.
Aircraft says it's definitely Andrew Zombie Jackson.
Yeah.
Doggett. Jeffries.
Solid candidate.
Dude, he defeated the banks.
Donalds.
Yeah. Name says Trump. Heaven says Donalds. Well, lots of Trumps in there. A couple of Donalds. Michael says Jim Jordan. Wow, the chat is lighting up. Okay. Lots of Trumps. Louise Anderson says Scalise. Juan says MTG. Wow, okay.
Green of
Couple
Tennessee.
votes for Jordan.
Roy.
Tom Servo says Roy. Yeah, I would vote for Roy. Matt
Salty
Romano
Cracker.
says.
McCarthy.
What was that?
Salty Cracker.
Oh, Salty Cracker, yeah. Matt Romano says Ted Nugent. You know, that wouldn't be a bad choice.
Of California.
Weird Al.
Robert Robinson says, let's go, Brandon. Luciano says, Roger Stone. No, yeah, it's solid.
Roger
solid
Stone did
choice.
nothing wrong. Santos, the diversity Republican candidate.
Yeah, Santos. Oh, my God. I'm not sure who we'd get. I don't know who would show up.
There was a joke, Cat
turd.
A Jew, a Christian, and a Muslim all walk into the bar, but it's just George Santos.
That's pretty good. Chow says Elon.
Bryson Gray says Stray.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I put that in the. I put that on Twitter the other day.
Jeffries.
Mia says Boris Johnson. Wow. Oh man, there's a stretch. I wouldn't have thought of that one.
Jeffries.
Boris Johnson. What? Oh, the
Prime
guy
Minister.
From England. Yep.
Yeah.
She voted president again.
Tom Servo says Awaken with JP. Yeah, he'd probably do a pretty good job. He's actually a pretty sharp guy, pretty bright dude. Hervey, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name, says Nick Fuentes. I'd be okay with Nick. He's a sharp dude.
If there are any members-elect who do not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
Watcher says the clown.
Aircraft changing his vote to Max Rhino.
Yeah, Max Rhino. Yeah, this already, you've already got, how many votes does McCarthy get? That's how many Max Rhinos we have. I was like, apparently there's 201 of them in there. So, yeah. The other day I saw, who was it? Oh, I can't remember now. It was one of the real Max Rhinos sitting down. There was something going on the Senate floor, and in the background was Mitt Romney and oh God, I wish I could remember. Anyway, it was another one of them. Doesn't matter. And they were sitting there like, not paying attention at all, of course, and just kind of leaning into each other. And you could tell, the conversation had to be something about like an upcoming tea time or their favorite caviar, right? I mean, these two guys were just, it really is. It's just a sickening thing.
Yeah, the way they behave and how buddy are. Who was talking about this? Somebody was talking about last night. I think it might have been Sparky that was talking about how they sat there and you get in the Senate after they passed a big bill. They're supposed to be like enemies. You got Kamala Harris and Lindsey Graham doing little fist bumps together. You got McConnell doing little things with Chuck Schumer. Oh, like, dude, come on. And just recently you had, just yesterday, you had Mitch McConnell on the same stage as Joe Biden celebrating the $1.7 trillion omnibus bill out in Kentucky.
Yeah.
How much more do you want them to rub it into your face to know that they hate you?
It's shameless. And they're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's unbelievable. Man, I'll tell you what, Kentucky, you better get your shit together. And that guy has got to go. Yeah.
Rand Paul, solid conservative out there in the state of Kentucky, but you guys got to do something about Mitch McConnell, though.
Mitch McConnell.
3 votes per
Let's
day.
take a listen.
And now on the 9th vote, the same results as the 7th and 8th when it comes to the top numbers. Kevin McCarthy, 201 votes. He topped out at 202 votes on the first day. Hakeem Jeffries holds the Democrats with 212. Byron Donalds, 17 votes again. And Representative Kevin Hern, Republican of Oklahoma, now has 3 votes. Josh Brasheen, a fellow Oklahoman, Lauren Boebert, and Matt Gaetz all voted for him. And again, Victoria Sparks of Indiana voted present. So that's the 9th vote. Unofficial results. We're waiting for the official tally here. And a potential 10th vote is possible. Adjournment is possible. We don't know at all. So, but a couple of reporters' tweets. Sarah Ferris, Politico. One of McCarthy's holdouts, Representative Dan Bishop, just told reporters that our questions are building the anxiety of the American people, that something's wrong. Instead, he said the lengthy process ought to be celebrated. And Eric Wasson of Bloomberg says that dissidents in the secret meeting are increasingly closed-lipped. Usually that means a deal is close. Now, it's been reported that a lot of the closed-door meetings are being held in Republican Whip Tom Emmer of Minnesota's office. And finally, this news from Jake Sherman of Punchbowl. The McCarthy opponents have not picked up a single vote so far today. McCarthy is stuck in the low 200s with 90% of the Republican conference. Some McCarthy allies think a deal with the opponents is close. At the same time, they aren't sure they can adjourn. So that's as much as we know at this point. This is live coverage on C-SPAN. Now, it's 4:30 in the afternoon. Congress has been in for 4.5 hours today. If you have to step away, you can always go mobile with C-SPAN with our C-SPAN Now app.
Or stay here with
And
Let's
you
Be
can
Frank.
watch all of this as you go about your day away from your television. And if you've noticed, a lot of the camera angles that we are showing are different than the usual house cameras. It's because C-SPAN on opening days of the past several Congresses has been allowed to have its cameras and control its own cameras in the chamber. And that's why you're seeing these different views of the floor and different members gathering, et cetera, et cetera. So it's because these are C-SPAN cameras that are being used by us and the other networks. This is live coverage of the opening of the 118th Congress on C-SPAN.
Well, he said something interesting there, is that the Republicans think they might not be able to adjourn, like the Democrats won't let them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would be interesting to. That would be an interesting, like, strategic maneuver to do that.
Well, they almost blocked them last night from adjourning. They were only like 2 votes away from blocking them from adjourning the for the night. So
yeah,
that will be interesting to see if the Democrats will do that like again.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out which way that would go, though. That could blow up on them in a way they don't anticipate.
The Democrats, you think?
Yeah, it could blow up on the Democrats because the guys, most of the folks that are in the resistance, the freedom fighters, are much younger than these
older guys.
Yeah, these lifers that have been in there for 40 years. So they could conceivably hold out for a lot longer.
Jay says, no way they vote again. It's almost time for normal people to leave work. They've been there a whole 4.5 hours. That's so long for the House. He's right. Maybe they don't want the rest of the country to see what's going on. Maybe that's why they made dismissed.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I was just going to add to that point of it. One of the main sticking points is term limits for 3 terms.
Yeah.
If that were to pass, the 90% of Congress would have to be overturned, or at least the House would have to turn. We would get 90% new faces in Congress the next election. That would be something.
Oh my gosh, that would be incredible.
Yeah,
that would be incredible.
You got people that have been there obviously for like 40 years.
Yeah, their entire adult lives in some cases. We end up with guys like Biden. I mean, his entire adult life has been in politics at the federal level. His entire adult life. I mean, he was the youngest guy into the Senate or I can't remember, or Congress. Maybe he was 27. So he's like right out of law school, and he was 27 when he got elected. I think it was mostly on a pity vote because of what happened to his wife and child.
Yeah.
They were killed in the car by
It starts to make you wonder as well, JPR, how much they've been having to thumb on the scales of voting, and for how long has it been happening when you see some of these people who have come into power.
Yes.
I hate to cast doubt on it, but what we've seen take place, especially over the last few elections and elections prior, how much shenanigans have been taking place with the intel agencies helping ensure that they have the right people who are going to continue to fund them in power.
Yeah. Yeah. It's chilling to think how deep and how long this has been going on.
Kevin McCarthy's votes dropped from 201 to 200. Turns out that Ken Buck, Republican of Colorado, who has voted consistently for Kevin McCarthy, did not vote. We do not know why Mr. Buck did not vote, but if we find out, we will certainly share that with you. Reporter Billy House, Representative Patrick McHenry, a key emissary for McCarthy in talks with his conservative detractors, left closed-door talks late Thursday afternoon declaring, quote, "I think we'll get there," in a deal to secure McCarthy's bid for Speaker. "I can at least see the end," according to Representative McHenry. "I think we have the right contours that enable us to get Kevin McCarthy to have a majority vote." And that is from Billy House of Bloomberg.
All right, there you go. So some reporters are saying they're close to getting him over the finish line there, JPR.
Close to getting McCarthy over the finish line?
That's what it sounded like with that report that was just given to us from C-SPAN.
I'm not seeing that in the numbers, though.
He would have to swing over the majority of the holdouts.
Yeah.
You have, 21 holdouts right now over on the other side.
Yeah, and I mean, I could see them peeling off maybe 2 or 3, but you'd have to peel off a lot.
Yeah, you would have to get 18 of them over there to come over to your side.
Yeah, I don't see that. I mean, I know there's at least a core 6 in there that are never going to give it up. So
right. That would mean he would need at least 2 from the Democrat side to come over to help get him over the hump done.
Yeah.
And I don't see that happening either.
Yeah, because I think and I only say that because I think if it could have, it already would have.
Correct, yeah.
I think he would have played that card in the first vote if he thought that would have got him over the top, because he would turn right around and just say, "See, I'm so beloved. I even have appeal across the aisle." Right? Yeah. He would have politically made hay out of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Darren says, "Lose its voter. We still got this."
Yeah.
That's the thinking of Kevin McCarthy. I think he's trying to put out there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. They're doing whatever, and I'm sure that I haven't been on Twitter much because I've been following this in real time. So they have been working hard to gaslight Americans and thinking that this process is hurting the country, which is not.
Yeah, exactly. Even Fox News, man, it's all like, oh God, Fox Business is saturated with it. I was so disappointed to see that Maria Bartiromo have Kevin McCarthy on, and she was carrying the water for the deep state. She's like, oh, what are these holdouts?
And I like her too.
Yeah. I mean, usually she's ripping it pretty good, but she was carrying the water. She was, well, this is so harmful to the nation. What do you think? What is it that's wrong with these holdouts, Congressman? She's saying, I'm like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me.
Is reporting that Ken Buck is traveling to a medical appointment. He is now out tonight and most of the day tomorrow. We have some other news. Kevin Hern, Republican of Oklahoma, who got 3 votes. Lauren Boebert nominated him. It turns out that Mr. Hearn's mom died this week, and Olivia Beavers of Politico is saying that the funeral is on Saturday, and if votes go through weekend, he will miss them. And one other personnel news, Rep-elect Wesley Hunt, Republican of Texas, just elected in November. His wife just gave birth. Haven't heard if he will actually miss votes, but his name is being raised. So some potential conflicts if this voting continues.
Interesting. Bring that back down. Yeah, I've dropped a link down for your channel there in the chat. So if you guys want to check out JPR over on his channel, Ancient Order of Men, click that link and you can go over there and subscribe. He has a live stream later tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern time where he'll be hosting River from Left, Right, to Center. And they'll be doing some of their entertainment stuff on there. So check that out. Go give him a subscribe and go hang out with him a little bit later tonight. You will not be disappointed. You will be entertained.
Thank you so much. Oh, man, Frank, you're so kind. So kind. Super appreciate you, brother. I asked a question in the chat. I said, how many votes will we have is what I meant to say there. And, yeah, I'm just curious what the chat thinks. How far do you think this will go? Name says 200. Oh, man. That's going to be a lot of hours for our good man, Frank the Tank here.
Yeah, it'll give me a steady stream of content for the next 2 months.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much around the clock.
Yeah, if they did an average of 3 votes a day, yeah, we would be into late February, early March.
Yeah.
If we go 200.
Anybody else have a guess? What do you think? How many votes will we have before it's over? If you think, let me put it this way. Watcher says around 25. Do you think it'll be? Let me know if you think it'll be more than 20 or more than 30.
And on your screen are some of the Republican McCarthy.
Mistress Kickson says 30. Wingnut 21 says 15. Okay, so he thinks maybe it'll resolve itself out in the next 5. Wow.
Luna, Rep-elect.
Planet Trump says 20,000. Heaven Mag says 134. Ivan says 33. Salty Mexican says 13. Okay. All right. Wow, that's optimistic.
We got
some news here.
GOP leader Steve Scalise tell reporters that he thought we'd have another speaker vote today, which would be the 10th, but would we be here through the weekend? Quote, that's yet to be determined, according to Majority Leader Scalise. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who you've seen on the floor quite a bit, if you're a Congress watcher, she is well known for her President Trump connections, and she has been a supporter of Kevin McCarthy consistently throughout these 9 votes, and she has tweeted out, good things are coming, hold a little longer.
Here we go. They're going to say something now.
Can't believe that Wasserman Schultz is still in there.
I know. He's terrible. Waiting for them to hit that gavel. She was the clerk was heading up there, so it should be here in a second. I say they're going to vote for it to adjourn. I think that's what's going to happen next.
Okay, that'll be interesting to see what the yeas and nays are then.
Right, yeah, because they did a voice vote. Oh, here we go.
Representative Jar Jar Binks.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
Got some mail-in votes that are coming in.
Fresh from Arizona.
Fox has called
The
it.
Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 200.
Boo.
The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 17. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 3. With 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
Oh, we're going another round.
Oh, God. Come on.
I was wrong. 5 hours in, boys. Buckle up.
The gentleman is recognized.
Here we go. He's going to tell us
Thank
why
you, Madam Clerk.
they should vote for McCarthy.
The American dream is a dream. The American dream is a dream worth fighting for. And I know in my hearts of hearts that Kevin McCarthy is the man to lead us as we work to fulfill that dream for everyone in every state and in every district.
Here come the empty platitudes.
Everyone in this chamber understands the need to serve our constituents. It's who elected us, and it's our responsibility. Kevin understands this as well as anyone. He has dedicated his life to spreading opportunity for all through the private sector and the public sector. You know, this place is a special place for me. My first time on the Hill was back when I was an intern in 2003. My mom visited, and I remember walking her around the halls of Congress as if I owned the place. Well, just a few days ago,
When I was growing up in the coal mines,
one more time, this special
Milking
place,
chickens.
but now
hunting the fish.
member-elect of the United States House of Representatives.
Oh, man.
Jay's right. Jay is right.
The American dream is alive.
Yeah. We're just hearing the same thing over and over.
I've gotten to know Kevin McCarthy well. He secured a Republican majority in the United States House and laid out a plan to deliver for the American people. There's
No, he
one
didn't
thing
do
I know
that.
about Kevin McCarthy.
Joe Biden did that.
He cares about the
Joe
American
Biden secured a Republican majority in the
country.
House.
and is here not to be somebody, but to do something. And that has been laid out in his commitment to America.
That's the
To
face
fight
of a
for an economy
psychopath
that
right
is
there,
strong,
ladies and
a
gentlemen.
nation that is safe, a future that is built on freedom, and a government that is accountable. This I can strongly get behind. This country gave me and my family an opportunity to achieve the American dream. Friends, I was born in Mexico. The best way that I can tell you who I am is through a short conversation I had with my dad when I told him I was going to run for office. This conversation, of course, in Español, in Spanish. My dad asked me, Juan, where else could we have our story?
He's got to play that card.
We come to this country, we immerse in the culture, we learn English, we go through the long journey and become U.S. citizens. He said, I drive a bus my whole life, and now my son has a shot at becoming a member of the United States Congress. Where else in the world could we have our story?
So if you don't stand up, you're racist.
Yeah. Or you don't believe in climate change. One or the other.
a lot of Democrats are sitting, so that, yeah.
But where else in the world could any of us have our story? Regardless of our background, regardless of where we come from, what side of the aisle we sit on, we have the privilege and opportunity to sit here today as part of a historic moment, fighting for what we believe. The answer of where else is nowhere else, only here. I trust Kevin to fight for that American dream because he's a product of it. We're all a product of it. He gets it and understands that a government accountable to the people is the best tool to ensure that our future generations.
Wow, now there's two you wouldn't expect to see together.
At the American dream. So let's be proud of our stories. Let's be grateful to God for it all. And let's get to work to ensure that everyone has the same opportunity to write their own story. Being a representative isn't a job title. It's a job description. The eyes of the world are on us as we are airing our grievances. That's the cost of leadership. The leadership that comes from this body. So let's act like it. Let's step up to that calling that our country needs and our districts expect from us. I am confident we will resolve this issue and will stand united to fight for the values that matter to the American people.
Oh, yeah.
The American people who sent us here to tackle inflation, to protect our border, to hold the executive branch accountable. It's time to do the job we were entrusted to do, to get results for the American people that sent us here. And the best person to lead us in this journey and in this fight to defend the American dream for all is Kevin McCarthy. And I am proud to stand here before you today as the first naturalized citizen in the history of Arizona to win a congressional seat.
Europrop's got a good one there, Frank.
Proud of the work of my parents.
Stop blocking our rhino.
Drove a bus for most of his life. My mom, a homemaker. We grew up in a 2-bedroom apartment.
Oh, here we go.
Didn't own a home until I was in college.
Dude,
working in the coal mine.
My story is not unique. I washed cars with my dad.
It's so relevant.
Neighborhood that our office sits today.
Yeah, you can tell looking at this dude. Yeah, he's had it rough.
We're not here celebrating one particular story. We're here celebrating the American opportunity, only found here. Being born from this body as well, as the opportunities of our country have gone. And all of you in this room have that story. I strongly believe that we all have a car wash story, a story where we began. And in spite of all the challenges, in spite of all the obstacles, we are here. And each one of us are a testament to the opportunity and the greatness of this country. And that is why we are here. And I strongly believe that Kevin McCarthy is the person to lead this body in this new fight, this next 118th Congress. So, at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House of the 118th Congress.
I wonder how big his check was.
Thanks for that FTX money. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Up my campaign.
That sweet, sweet FTX money.
Milking the chickens.
Yep. And probably the toughest thing that guy's ever done in his life was his decision to deciding what frat to join in law school.
Here we go, Democrats.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Is it Ted Lieu again?
To nominate Hakeem
Stutter,
Jeffries
dude.
for Speaker of the House.
Is you guys start off with the cringe 212, 212, 212, 212, like the other lady did?
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, I want to thank my colleague on the other side of the aisle
man.
for sharing his American dream story, and for his family for being here with him at his side. It is our hope that this chamber gets down to the business so he and all the new members in this chamber can be sworn in to do the work of the people.
Well, I will say, Frank, if McCarthy does cut a deal with a couple of Democrats to get his power, you know, I think he'll be done in 2024. I mean, if he
again,
that's like the only card left he hasn't shown, right?
Jeffries is the lead vote getter in this chamber. And it's also why it's important, just like I relayed a few days ago, Madam Clerk, the importance of the character of Hakeem Jeffries, who he is, his story, and why he should be given an opportunity to lead this chamber. In New York, after the 5th grade, you can't get on a bus to go to school anymore. You have to take alternate means. You can walk or you can take a train. In 6th grade, he and his brother would walk to the train station, take the train, get off the train, and walk to school.
Oh, these childhood stories.
There's a little disagreement in the Jeffries household as to how many days
Name says mute.
his father took him on that route before he let him navigate.
How are your
that
kids
route
doing, Frank?
with his younger brother.
Good. Taking
Yeah.
them on trains and
It takes
stuff like that for school,
for an
just like
older
this
brother
guy.
Oh, yeah. When they're not in the coal mine, you mean?
and his
Yeah.
fourth grade little brother to go to school each and every day in New York, to be on their own, to handle themselves, and to handle each other.
Saw that snake Dan
That's
Cranshaw there hiding in the back. Did you see him?
Yep.
That's the character
He's
of a
snaking
leader
around doing something. You can
want
bet it's not
in this
good.
chamber. He's going to be the one who walks with you, who sees you through the day, who makes sure your priorities are his priorities. And at the end of the day, when it's just you and he's going to make sure we all
Blaine
do
Scott
the
says,
business
"I
of this
patch
body,
McCain."
and we all get home for our families. There is nothing more important than the work that we do in this chamber for the American public. Safeguarding priorities like Social Security and Medicare, making sure that our families are taken care of, making sure that the families in our communities are taken care of. And what we've seen in this chamber is tough. It's tough to watch. It's tough to imagine what would happen in this chamber today if we were debating Social Security and Medicare. What would happen? What would the votes be? Where would people stand? That's why it's important that Hakeem Jeffries leads this body. On behalf of the Democratic Caucus, I am nominating the leader of the governing party in this chamber, Hakeem Jeffries from New York.
What?
That was inspiring.
Well, let's change my. I'm on board.
I'm all in for Jeffries now.
Yeah. It just took, I needed the 9 prior votes to get me there, but.
Gentlewoman from Florida rise.
Who we got?
Madam Speaker, I would like to rise to nominate Byron Donalds for Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I've known Byron for roughly about 4 years now, and being that he's from the state of Florida, I can tell you that I've come to know him on both the campaign trail and personally. But I want to clarify something real quick to my colleagues across the aisle. What you're seeing with this discussion does not mean that we are dysfunctional. And in no way, shape, or form will a Democrat ever hold the gavel to a Republican-controlled House.
Good for her.
Mm-hmm.
These discussions and dialogues have actually been good for the American people. And although the media tries to pit us against each other, I can tell you that it's been something that we need as a country. There are people that are frustrated with this process. Byron, through this entire time, has done something that I think most leaders should do more of, and that is listen. Respect people when they're talking. Understand the needs of the American people. Be willing to take negotiations, but also to realize when is a proper time to stand your ground on certain things. I asked my colleagues today to support him. I think he's an incredible representation of what this country is, and that is exactly why he has my vote for Speaker of the House. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thank you.
Yeah. And well said, too. Well, Frank, I got to roll out. I got to get ready for the show tonight.
All right, man. Well, thanks for stopping in and keeping us a little bit of company.
Thank you so much for having me, man. It was a pleasure as always.
Yes, sir. Make sure you guys go check out JPR tonight on his show at 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
The facts.
There's a link.
Kevin McCarthy does
Thank
not
you so
have
much,
the votes.
JPR. And we'll see you a little later, man.
Bye, Frank. Love you. Love you.
He's a true leader. I'm casting my vote for Kevin Hearn, and I hope you will as well. I yield.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Here we go. Let's see how this one goes. Remember, if there's 5 votes that are opposition, we're going to go to an 11th vote, 11th ballot.
Okay. Adams, Jeffries, Adderholt, McCarthy, Aguilar, Jeffries, Alford, McCarthy, Allen, McCarthy, Allred, Jeffries, Amodei, McCarthy, Armstrong, McCarthy, Arrington, McCarthy, Auchincloss, Jeffries, Babin, McCarthy, Bacon, Bacon, Baird, McCarthy, Balderson, McCarthy, Ballant, Jeffries, Banks, McCarthy, Barr, McCarthy, Barragan, Jeffries, Bean of Florida, McCarthy, Beatty, Jeffries, Bentz, McCarthy, Barra, Jeffries, Bergman, McCarthy, Beyer, Jeffries, Bice, Biggs, Hearn,
I don't have our totals up there. Where's our totals?
Bilirakis, McCarthy, Bishop of Georgia, Jeffries, Bishop of North Carolina, Bishop of North Carolina, Blumenauer, Jeffries, Blunt Rochester, Jeffries, Boebert, Hearn, Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Hearn. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamick. Kamick. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries.
Woo.
Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeRemer. McCarthy. Sheriff McCormick. Jeffries. Chu.
Yeah,
Jeffries.
I agree. I wonder where it went.
Cicilline. Jeffries. Ciscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver.
Yeah, no problem, Frank.
Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Clyde. Donalds.
Clyde's next. That's 4.
Cohen.
That's 5.
Jeffries.
Done. Yep.
Cole.
Done.
McCarthy. Collins.
10
McCarthy.
losses. 10-time loser.
Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries.
The
Crane.
so-called conservatives.
Hearn.
The so-called conservatives on Twitter are losing it right now.
Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Davidson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De la Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro.
May the House be in order.
Mm-hmm.
DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries.
Yep.
DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries.
Dingle.
Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds.
No problem, Sodium Soldier.
Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Dunn. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. Dunn of Florida. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. Emmer. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshue. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezel. McCarthy. Fallon. Fallon.
Joe says,
Eastra.
thank you for the super chat, by the way. This
McCarthy.
might be the location of your window, but we can't see the
Ferguson.
vote that you had on the left of your screen. Love your coverage. Hey, thank you so much.
McCarthy.
It's not on me. It's C-SPAN. They've
Finstad.
taken the vote count down.
McCarthy.
But McCarthy
Fishbach.
cannot get it any longer.
McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy.
As you see on the screen, it says McCarthy does not have the votes for this 10th
Fleischman.
ballot.
McCarthy. Fletcher.
C-SPAN took down the
Jeffries.
count.
Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher, McCarthy, Gates, Hearn, Gallagher, McCarthy, Gallego, Jeffries, Garamendi, Jeffries, Garbarino, McCarthy, Mike Garcia, McCarthy, Robert Garcia,
You're good, Howard. I appreciate you being
Jeffries.
here. Just hit that like button. That helps out
Garcia
tremendously
of
as
Illinois,
well.
Jeffries, Garcia of Texas, Jeffries, Jimenez, Golden of Maine, Jeffries, Goldman of New York,
C-SPAN took it down.
Jeffries.
They haven't put it back up yet. Yeah. C-SPAN took it down. They haven't put it back up yet. Does she have to sneeze? Do it. Do it. Sneeze. She has to sneeze. It'll be the most entertaining thing I've seen today on this. Hey, Joe, thank you so much for the other super chat. He says, the first one I searched on YouTube has a count live, ABC News, which is live, just an option other than C-SPAN again. We appreciate you. Yeah, it's tricky doing with ABC or anything like that because they can hit you with a copyright strike. So I prefer not to use them. I'm searching for an alternative right now. Give me a minute. Let's see here.
Gomez,
Here.
Jeffries, Tony Gonzalez, McCarthy,
Okay, here we go.
Vicente Gonzalez,
All right.
Jeffries.
Oh, they got it back on the screen now. Okay, good.
Good of Virginia,
About to say we're about to switch over.
Donalds, Gooden of Texas,
There we go. It's fixed. T-Pex, put the counter back on.
Gosar, Donalds,
Yeah. As of right now, McCarthy can't win the speakership.
Gottheimer, Jeffries, Granger, McCarthy, Graves of Louisiana, McCarthy, Graves of Missouri, McCarthy, Green of Tennessee,
McCarthy. Green of Texas.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it.
Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Carter of California. Jeffries. Harris. Hearn.
I just put a poll in the chat. Let me know who you want as Speaker of the House of those four choices that I put in there.
Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. Hearn. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin.
Ninja, yeah, he did duel people.
Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy.
Charles Biddix was the only one that voted for McCarthy, and it was accidental.
McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries,
Jackson
yeah.
of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee.
That's fair. That's fair. I agree. That's fair.
Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. Jeffries.
Out of 100 votes, we have 3%
Jeffries.
McCarthy, 37% Donald, 17% Andrew Jackson Zombie, and 44% Trump.
Johnson of Georgia.
Also, just a heads up, guys, we're at 834 likes. I would love to see if we could get to 1,000 likes.
Louisiana.
If you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure you hit the like button coming on your way in. Hit that like button. Also, subscribe
Johnson
if
of
you have not
Ohio.
done so already.
McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Cam Logger Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating.
Jeffries.
Yeah, we have a close race between
Kelly of
Donalds
Illinois.
and Trump,
Jeffries.
and a
Kelly of Mississippi.
respectable third, zombie Andrew
McCarthy.
Jackson.
Kelly of Pennsylvania.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Kana. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy.
I hear you.
McCarthy.
Now, Watcher, Donalds is
La Lota.
Brian.
McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy.
Yeah.
Turner.
I will be hearing McCarthy and Jeffries in my head all night now.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy.
No, Jeffries is the
Lemon.
Democrat
Jeffries.
person who they nominated.
Lou.
Ted Lou. Ted Lou, where you at?
Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk.
That would be amazing. Yes, the QAnon.
Lucas. McCarthy. Luke Kameyer. McCarthy. Luna. Donalds.
Let's go, Brandon.
Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries.
Magaziner.
Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy.
Yeah, don't do
Mast.
that. You might get in trouble.
McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy.
McCarthy voted for himself. Yay!
McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCollum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy.
Beatrix. I would run a
McCarthy.
serious poll, but at this point, it's all
Jeffries.
clownery at the moment, so I'm not even going to put a serious poll up.
Jeffries.
We can leave Trump and
McHenry.
Andrew Jackson Zombie on there for right now.
McCarthy.
It's fine.
Meeks.
And Donalds, this is who Donalds is. He's a Florida representative
Jeffries.
out of Southwest Florida.
Menendez.
Represents the area of Naples.
Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries.
We've been on air for
Miller
almost 6
of
hours, so
Illinois.
yeah, I'm just going to do a
Donalds.
fun poll. That's why we did. Hey, thanks, Joe.
Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks.
All day, every day, McCarthy.
McCarthy.
All day, every day, McCarthy. That's so
Mills.
cringe.
McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar.
Oh, that would be a good one. Chaotic neutral. Hold it.
Mooney.
One of the biggest out at Rhino. Yeah.
Moore of Alabama. McCarthy.
Give me a couple names. I'll put it together.
Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton.
Yes, sodium soldier.
Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries.
Yeah. Thought Nadler would be asleep by now.
Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nails. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds.
Hey, Fran. Be safe. I'll see you a little bit
Nunn
later.
of Iowa.
Y'all know Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries.
Yeah, I think you're right, Luciano.
Owens. McCarthy. Pallone.
They're on the screen. They're on the screen.
Pallone.
They're above the U.S. House Chiron.
Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas.
Bobby, that's funny.
Jeffries. Pasquale. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries.
Pelosi's still not drunk? What?
Peltola. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy.
Pence.
Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. O'Can. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries.
Blaine said
Quigley.
might be the longest time
Jeffries.
that Speaker Pelosi's gone without a drink.
Ramirez. Ramirez. Raskin.
She probably has one of those
Raskin.
little flask things filled
Jeffries.
with some vodka in it.
Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. Rose. Rosendale. Rosendale. Hearn. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds.
There's 17 again.
Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. Santos. Sarbanes.
I have no idea where that Santos guy is going
Jeffries.
all the time. He's like missing every time.
Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. 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 Donalds. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell.
Yep, we're up to
Jeffries.
18 now.
Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. Simpson. McCarthy. Slatkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparks. Sparks. Stansbury, Jeffries, Stanton, Jeffries, Stauber, McCarthy, Steele, McCarthy,
It's a
Stefanik,
Thank you
McCarthy,
very much. It says no one said
Style,
a democracy is pretty.
McCarthy,
It's a long process. Very
Stubbe,
good.
McCarthy, Stevens, Jeffries, Stewart, McCarthy,
No, I think Schmuck is his last
Strickland,
name, or Smucker.
Jeffries, Strong, McCarthy, Swalwell,
Fang
Jeffries,
Fang? No? Oh.
Sykes, Jeffries, Takano, Jeffries, Tenney, McCarthy, Tenadon, Jeffries, Thompson of California, Jeffries, Thompson of Mississippi, Jeffries, Thompson of Pennsylvania, McCarthy, Tiffany,
Let's see here.
McCarthy, Timmons, McCarthy, Titus, Jeffries, Tlaib, Jeffries, Takuda, Jeffries, Tonko, Jeffries, Torres of California, Jeffries,
There we go.
Torres of New York, Jeffries,
You're good. Detest corn.
Trahan, Jeffries, Trone, Jeffries, Turner, McCarthy, Underwood, Jeffries, Valadeo, McCarthy, Van Drew, McCarthy, Van Dyne, McCarthy, Van Orden,
Oh, we're getting close to the end here for this
Vargas,
voting one.
Jeffries, Vasquez, Jeffries, VC, Jeffries, Velasquez, Jeffries, Wagner, McCarthy, Wahlberg,
Keep them there.
Wahlberg, Waltz, McCarthy, Wasserman Schultz, Jeffries, Waters, Jeffries, Watson Coleman, Watson Coleman,
We got plenty of people who have not voted yet.
Weber of Texas, McCarthy, Webster of Florida, McCarthy,
That Cognito. Good point.
Winstrup, McCarthy, Westerman,
I wonder what they're talking about.
McCarthy, Wexton, Jeffries, Wild, Jeffries, Williams of Georgia, Jeffries, Williams of New York,
I guess the 11th type would be the charm, right? That's what Kevin McCarthy's probably thinking.
Williams of Texas, McCarthy, Wilson of Florida,
Oh, did she have a mask on, Blaine?
Wilson of South Carolina, McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack.
Very true, Luciano.
Yakum. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer to the first call of the roll.
Let's see. We got about 3 votes missing from Jeffries and
Bacon.
about 11 missing from McCarthy.
Vice. McCarthy. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Buck.
Buck isn't there.
Buck.
Buck has a doctor's appointment. Buck's not there.
Kamek. McCarthy. Davidson.
We have now entered our 6th hour of streaming today, so.
Donalds. Donalds.
Donalds. So we are missing 8 votes, 9, 10, 11, 12 votes are still missing.
Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Hemmer. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Jimenez. McCarthy. Hearn.
I would be napping in an office because this means nothing right now. Yeah, I hear you, John. Still missing 6, 7 votes. Still missing 7 votes.
Hello. Jeffries.
6 votes are left.
Ramirez. Jeffries. Rose. McCarthy. Santos. McCarthy.
Where do you got to go, Santos? You just got there.
Sparks. Present.
Oh, my gosh. Come on, Sparks. Oh, yeah. Talking about some fishing trip, I'm sure. Link.
Wahlberg. McCarthy.
Think only 1 vote's missing now.
Watson Coleman. Jeffries.
There it is, 212. All right, there we go. Once again, 201, 212, 13, 7, and 1. 21 non-McCarthy votes.
If there are any members-elect who did not answer the roll, then they may come to the well and vote at this time.
I think the only one missing is Ken Buck. It's the only one that's missing. He had a doctor's appointment or something they had said. So here we go. We're going to go to 10, failed votes. Yeah, of course he was, Doggy. Mike Huckabee. A lot of these people are exposing themselves for who they are with their pushing of wanting just to go ahead and get McCarthy put in place. Very true. 0-10 would get you fired. Yeah, so. Fox is going crazy. Yeah, I peeked over on Twitter, and it looked like they're all going crazy right now over there on Twitter. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, 10 failed ballots. 10 failed ballots. So we're going to go to 11 if possible today. So we're going to see. They're going to tally up these votes. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. They're going to tally up these votes, and then they'll go ahead and probably make a motion to adjourn and reconvene tonight around 8 or 9, I'm guessing. So we'll see what they're going to do here because they right now are getting the official tallies. So we'll see. So let's see what you guys have to say in the chat right now while we're waiting for them to figure out what they're doing. The McCain vote, he made it voted. Aaron says, Twitter has been fun today. Absolutely. Estelle says, making history. GSD Mom says, these 201 voters need to find another candidate. Haven Meg says, more stay, let's go. That's right. Wayne says, Ray Epps for speaker. You know, he's one of us or on us. Jay says, and Jeffrey is now the first Black American to lose a vote for speaker 10 times. Absolutely. No Sheeple says, let's be frank. Thank you for hosting us on your couch today. I know we've been a little sloppy. We've got chips and beer cans. We'll try to clean up on the way out. We appreciate your time today. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Lisa Bailey says, Huckabee is saying McCarthy, which Huckabee? The dad, Mike Huckabee, I believe. JR 303 says, we know what rhinos to vote out of office. Absolutely. They've made themselves apparent. Joe, year of 23 will be a year of exposure for all to see. Who is MAGA and who is globalist? I hope so, my friend. Don't tread on me, says they have to break for Pelosi and the alcoholics. Vic McCatton says, shout out to Sharon, who is my wife, for sharing Frank with us on this 6+ hour stream. Yes, thank you, babe. And thank you for bringing me lunch/dinner/breakfast. Appreciate that. Lisa Compton says, God is in control. Howard Gimlin says, stay salty, sailors. Our skies today said, no sheeple, be safe, sister. Shadow Wolf says, very disappointed in MTG. Yes. Link 700, let's try again. Vincent Fox retired in Utah, ex-president of Mexico, right next door to Mitt Romney. They're friends. Explains a lot. Hello, Maryland. Maryland says, this is not a democracy. It's a constitutional republic as per Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution. Correct you are. Blaine Scott says, get the...
Well, for those of you keeping a scorecard, the top two numbers remain the same. Hakeem Jeffries, 212 votes unofficially. Kevin McCarthy, 200. Remember that Ken Buck, who was a supporter of Kevin McCarthy, had to leave for a medical appointment. Byron Donalds dropped 4 votes to 13, but those 4 votes went to Kevin Hearn, voted present. So the 2021 dissenters from Kevin McCarthy have remained firm throughout the day. Kevin McCarthy retains 90% of the Republican Conference. Now let's get you updated on what was going on during that vote as we await for the official results. Jake Sherman, longtime congressional reporter, works for Punchbowl now, co-founder of Punchbowl, tweets out, sources tell us a deal between McCarthy and his opponents is close. Chip Roy and Patrick McHenry have been negotiating it. Chip Roy is an anti-McCarthy person. Patrick McHenry is a strong supporter. All the big players are now in Republican Whip Tom Emmer's first floor office. Ralph Norman, Republican of South Carolina, another dissenter, says he expects an offer in writing tonight. Now, to follow that up, that Jake Sherman tweet, a reporter with Semaphore tweets out that Ralph Norman told reporters that leadership is, quote, putting things in writing, but the devil's in the details. Specifically, he's concerned with budget. Quote, you can't have a balanced budget unless you have cuts. The speaker has got to be able to use whatever tools he has to influence that. Again, that's Ralph Norman, who has consistently voted against Kevin McCarthy. Eric Wasson, Bloomberg, tweets out, there's a key moment during this last vote in the negotiations. Representative Ralph Norman has entered the negotiation room, invited to look at the deal. And finally, Manu Raju of CNN, who's been up there all day, negotiators pushing to finalize a deal that could help them adjourn for the night and get McCarthy closer to the 218 votes. It's a product born out of talks between GOP leaders and Chip Roy and Scott Perry, chairman of the Freedom Caucus. Chip Roy just told us, quote, a lot of good work has been done today. There's still a lot to be done. Again, that's Manu Raju of CNN. We are awaiting the official results of ballot number 10. We don't know what's going to happen, if there's going to be a ballot number 11 after this or an adjournment. But a reminder that if you have to step away from your TV, go mobile with C-SPAN. Get the C-SPAN Now app. Very user-friendly. You can watch all of this live online on your phone.
All right. With that being said, also, if you have not done so already, since he's shilling a little bit for his network, I'll chill for mine. If you haven't done so already, make sure you hit that like button. I would like to see if we can't get 1,000 likes on this video here right now. So hit that like button if you have not done so already. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. Hopefully that I've shown you that this is a reliable place where you can come and get your information from. Hit that subscribe button and join the Let's Be Frank family here on this channel. So I do appreciate your support. I appreciate all the super chats that have been sent in through today, helping me get through our day. So let's go ahead and continue down and see what you guys have to say on here as we await this stuff. Darren McNeil says, defund the FBI and CIA. Absolutely. Our Skies Today says, Frank, thanks from Michigan. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Robert Robinson says, I wonder who will be the first McCarthy dissenter. Yeah, I wonder. Sarah Carpenter says, thought the next one is going to be the 11th vote. It is. It is. It could actually go into adjournment, so we don't know yet. Marilyn says, love watching you, Frank. Thanks for your honesty in reporting for the breaking news. Absolutely. Thank you, Marilyn, for sticking with me through today. Joe says, Trump supporter for McCarthy could possibly be because Trump has something on Kevin and will use it to steer Kevin into proper direction. Then again, honeypots are a reality, so anything is possible. Luciano says, at TZ, the 76 Buccaneers aren't this bad. Haven says, defund the IRS. Jarrett Texter says, CSPN or the C-SPAN app. Maybe a Let's Be Frank app. Awesome. Thank you. Darren again says, get the hit, McCarthy. Absolutely. You're welcome, Sarah. And TZ says, I remember that to Luciano. Yeah, so as your comments continue to come in, I will continue to highlight and read them out as we await. Eric says, I disagree with you on a lot of stuff, but I really enjoy your stuff, and your opinions aren't that far off from my own. Well, thank you, Eric, for being a supporter of the channel, even though you and I disagree, apparently. But I do appreciate you watching. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Roofing Dude says, you're a good dude, Frank. Right arm for doing what you're doing. Absolutely. Hey, man, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Ivan says 11 is one of their lucky numbers. Interesting. Jay says, turn the ATF into a chain of convenience stores its name implies. That would be amazing. We'd be there a lot. Hey, Mrs. Mom is back. Thanks for coming. Link 700 says, I hope you guys are right and all these names down and who's a vote for. Absolutely. Watcher says, let's be frank, needs a hot dog on that shirt. Maybe. Golden Finger Picker says, Frank, where are intermission snacks? Yeah, where are they at? Tell me. I want a snack. Marilyn says, maybe McCarthy should concede and allow another contenders to get a vote. QCK says, this should go on and on. Miss Mom says, wow, Hearn is catching on. Yeah. Took a couple votes from Donald's in the last last ballot. John says, when will McCarthy STR? Don't know. Hey, Dr. Insomnia, great to see you, my friend. Says, can we rename McCarthy? How about McLoser, McFailure, McRhino? All great names.
And we're still awaiting the official tally on the 10th ballot. We don't know what's going to happen afterwards. The woman you've seen up on the dais all day long is Cheryl Johnson. She is the clerk of the House. She's basically been running the show for the last 3 days. There technically isn't a House of Representatives at this point. Now, a minute ago, we read a Manu Raju of CNN tweet talking about a potential deal. And he follows that up with this tweet saying, while that deal will help, it still won't get him to 218 votes, GOP sources say. But if they get a deal, it will get him closer. And then they can work to pick off member by member, they hope. Some may vote present to lower the threshold. Jonathan Martin, longtime political reporter with Politico, writes that the irony of Patrick McHenry, a McCarthy supporter, writing a deal with the Freedom Caucus is that he preemptively bailed out of a leadership bid, knowing it would be a mess, and claimed a committee gavel. Now, if McCarthy falls short this time or is overthrown down the road, McHenry may be looked at as an alternative. Matt Fuller is with the Daily Beast, and Matt Fuller tweeted out about half an hour ago, I've said it all along that McCarthy's one strength is that he's willing to do anything for the speakership. I'm not sure anyone else in the Republican conference is willing to offer more for the position. At some point, the holdouts may realize that.
All right, there you go. There's an update from C-SPAN on where everything's kind of holding out. But I want to see more of your guys' comments, so let's go ahead and keep doing that. Deuce. 2112 says, sounds like fake news. Possibly, yes, absolutely. Link 700 says, I was thinking Trump should hand out numbers at his gatherings, then pick 5 people out of those numbers and ask them to come with him on his plane and let them talk to him about real Americans. Jay says there's almost no chance they can pick off the America First crew, a member of a time. Too many are happier to have a house that can't act, the one that can. Or excuse me, the one that acts like it has. True. Dr. Insomnia says 11-time loser. Doggy, reiterating what the reporter said, is he's willing to do anything. Anything. Absolutely. Mick Hell, no, says don't tread on me. Chuck Norris says, thank you for the propaganda, C-SPAN. Haven Mag says it happened in 1856. Can happen again. Yes. Sarah Carpenter says, but not for the people or Kevin. Only he is a rhino. Watcher says McCarthy could very well be hanging because Trump has something on him. Melvin Hawkins says the holdout is McCarthy. Very true. Ivan Adams says, yeah, man, that's a lot of voting. Ian Frost says any rhinos need jailing and throw the Bidens in for good measure. Luciano says, come on, man. 0 through 1,000. Eric Worley says, I don't understand why Courtney won't agree to the terms. Their common sense. Of course, he has swamp creatures. QCK, thank you so much for the super sticker. $5 coming in. Thank you for that support. Appreciate you, my friend. Carl McConnell says, I want a Nancy Pelosi clone for our side. Michael Gale says, let the people vote since they can't get it done anyway. Melvin Hawkins comes in and says, anything except strip Congress of power. Roofing Dude says, since you're 6 foot something, do you consider yourself a heightenist? No, I don't think so. Joe says, why take back the House if we're going to accept the status quo? Don't back down. Absolutely. Dr. Asami says, McCamey loses again. Carl Moore says, we need our country back. Ivan Adams says, 2112, what an epic album. Marcos Jara says, we want Trump, we want Trump, we want Trump. Derek McNeil says, McCarthy got FTX cash, I heard. TY says, Nancy will be in full slur mood very soon. We should agree we want speaker, then everyone else calls it Congress hotline. Hold on just a moment. I got to step away. I'll be right back.
While we don't know yet whether there will be an 11th vote for Speaker or an adjournment or what, Graham Slattery of Reuters tweets out that a source close to McCarthy has confirmed a deal is on the table. It will not be enough to take him over the line. Sources predict could bring him 10 to 12 holdouts, but that's a guesstimate. Few details on contents, but it does include the one-member motion to vacate, where one member can basically raise the no confidence vote. So that's what we have as an update at this point. We'll continue to watch the floor. Reminder that those are C-SPAN cameras. When you see the different angles rather than the usual house cameras, those are being controlled by C-SPAN. We're allowed in during the opening of the recent Congresses, and we take advantage so we can look at what's going on the floor a little more in detail than we can on a normal day.
All right, while they're doing that, let's go ahead and get back to your comments again. Thank you. I just needed to get up and stretch out a little bit. My hiney was a little sore. Dr. Asami says McCarthy does not have the bribe money, 10-time loser. Oh, here we go. Let's take a listen. All right, clerk's about to take it over again here. Take a listen. No? Maybe not. Yeah, okay. It's coming up. Good point. Chipple says, all right, let's take a listen.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
So dumb.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 200. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 13. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 7, with 1 answering present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected.
Here we go. Let's see. They were going to have a recess?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise tonight in the spirit of 1923 to address the House. Madam Clerk, to nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
We're going with their vote.
Recognized.
First, let me express my deep appreciation, the appreciation of everybody in this room for the work you're doing, Madam Clerk. Our clerk has stepped up and reflects our House's best tradition of preparation and dedication to this institution, and we're grateful. From the first Speaker of the House, the Honorable Frederick Muhlenberg, to the one that will be elected next, Kevin McCarthy. The role of Speaker of the House is one of the most beloved in American history. The Speaker's mission is to carry out the principled goals and objectives of his or her party, while at the same time protecting this institution and the traditions of the People's House. All the while remaining faithful to that imperative in our preamble of the Constitution to promote the general welfare. It's a difficult job. It takes a special personality with deep affection for the House, robust courage, a sense of humor, and great amounts of humility and patience. I've watched Kevin McCarthy for longer than my 8 years serving in this chamber. And I can say without hesitation that Kevin has brought these foundational traits of leadership to bear for good of this institution and for the good of the American people. It's said that a nation not in control of her finances cannot control her destiny. And I agree. And from our many conversations over many years, I have no doubt that our next speaker, Kevin McCarthy, agrees. In the Republican Commitment to America, Leader McCarthy charged our Republican conference with taking on his two biggest concerns facing this world and this nation: China and our domestic national debt and deficit. Over the past 2 years, we have lost our way on spending, printing too much money at our central bank and spending here in Congress like drunken sailors. This bad policy palooza has gone into overdrive in the past 2 years with some $5 trillion of new spending demanded by President Biden and now delivered by the House minority, whose own budget chair famously said there's effectively no limit to what America can print, borrow, and spend. Of course, this is madness, and it's not anchored in any economic tenet. And there's not a single one of us here that isn't demanding a return to fiscal discipline. And who can deliver fiscal discipline? Kevin McCarthy. On the point of spending, let me show you a list of everyone who's written me in the 2nd Congressional District who's asked me to cut spending.
Is it
I'm
blank?
holding up a blank piece of paper.
Oh, okay.
No one has asked me to cut spending in writing. And there are not many people who get a lot of mayo in this House to cut spending and to set spending priorities. In contrast, we get hundreds of letters asking us to increase spending. But we're at a critical point in this nation's fiscal health, and there's one person to help see us through it: Kevin McCarthy. How do I know? Because he said it himself, and he's identified how to do it. In 2018, then Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy brought a balanced budget amendment to the floor of this House. Mr. McCarthy said, by our actions, we've shown Washington's spending problem can't be boiled down to a lack of will. It's a problem of structure and process, and everyone knows the process of government funding in Washington is broken. He went on to say, when you change structure, you change behavior. And that no matter what, we know that the structure set up by the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 has only worked to its successful completion 4 times in 44 years. We have nothing to lose by making big changes. That's your next speaker on the floor of this House in 2018. Kevin McCarthy is committed to making big changes. We've heard it in our conference meetings. We've heard it in our rules debates. We know this becomes to reforming the budget process, fighting to bring all 12 appropriations bills to the floor under regular order and on time, and crafting changes to structurally rein in spending in this House. These changes will bring sanity back to our fiscal process. I'm committed to bringing sanity back to the fiscal process, and I hope every member on this floor will be and follow Mr. McCarthy's lead. Much has been said by our friends on the other side of the aisle, my good friends, the so-called popcorn caucus this week, if you will, over the past few days about 1923, and that we're having a robust discussion here among House Republicans as to who will be the next Speaker of the House. Back in 1923, the insurgency among Republicans then was from the center left of the Republican Party. Today, it's from the center right. But there's more to the story in that fight 100 years ago. And I want to remind you of that history. When Fred Gillette was elected Speaker on the 9th ballot in 1923, the outcome was a more robust, more unified Republican conference, one that would go to work with President Calvin Coolidge, cut government spending, balance the budget, cut taxes while paying down the debt. House Republicans 100 years ago unleashed a pro-growth agenda. House Republicans under Speaker Kevin McCarthy will unleash a pro-growth agenda to get this economy moving. That pro-growth agenda benefited families in the 20s. The McCarthy pro-growth agenda will benefit families across this country today. A century later, under the next speaker, Kevin McCarthy, mark my words, this party will come together to unleash American energy, make the Trump tax cuts permanent, rein in runaway government spending, and fight for a balanced budget. So I stand before you today with unqualified support to nominate my friend, the next Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
All right. Mr. Frenchy French. That was going to his speech there. We're just scrolling through Twitter. Mr. Broken Prophet, I was not asleep. Just scrolling.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Oh, unfortunately, we are right now.
Madam Clerk, we've heard a lot.
Good.
Today, yesterday,
I was
the
hoping
day
for a
before,
break.
about the potential history that may be made in this chamber. But it is worth repeating for the American people watching the history that has already been made by the elevation of the dedicated, talented, passionate, and committed public servant and leader from the state of New York, the first African American, the first person of color to lead any political party in the House of Representatives in the history of our country, and that is Hakeem Jeffries.
Amazing.
Madam Clerk, it is with great pride that I rise to nominate the gentleman from New York, the man who has been the lead vote getter 10 times and counting to be the Speaker of the House. Madam Clerk, the last several days have been difficult for the country and for the American people as they have watched what has unfolded in this chamber, as they have seen the dysfunction laid bare on the other side of the aisle. And I suspect that some Americans watching will recall the dysfunction of years past. My colleague on the other side of the aisle talked about history, Woodrow Wilson, Calvin Coolidge, and the like.
Calvin
I'd like
Coolidge,
to take
dude.
folks through more recent history, because I can tell you that as a member from the great state of Colorado, this is not their first rodeo as far as dysfunction is concerned. 4 years ago today, I was sworn in with my colleagues from the class of 2018 during what became the most difficult and the longest government shutdown in the history of our country.
That was a good thing.
Why?
No spending money.
Because of the dysfunction and the chaos on the other side of the aisle. The country then did what it has so often done. It looked to House Democrats to govern and to lead, and under the leadership of one of the greatest speakers in the history of the country, Nancy Pelosi, that is exactly what we did.
Dude, have you been sipping off of Nancy's drink back there?
If we want to talk about history, let's talk about recent history. 2 years ago.
January 6th.
Tomorrow.
January 6th.
I stood here.
Scared
so
under
many
my
of you
seat.
in this chamber.
Under my seat. So scared.
As our democracy was attacked.
Oh, attacked by the
As our colleagues on the other side of the aisle
The MAGA
tried to
B-balls were
overturn
coming
an
in
election.
through the velvet ropes.
And the country, yet again, did what it has done before. It looked to House Democrats to lead and to govern. And that is exactly what we did when we certified the election and we safeguarded the transfer of power.
Safeguarded the transfer of power. That was all set up by the Democrat Party. We know. We know.
So here we find ourselves again in unprecedented times, in the early days of the 118th Congress. First time in over 100 years in which the House of Representatives is unable to organize because the House Republican Conference cannot select a speaker.
That's a good thing.
It's a sad day for this institution.
No, it's a good thing.
But the country will do what it has done before. It will look to House Democrats to govern and to lead, and under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, that is exactly what we will do. Now, you have heard from so many over the course of the last 3 days about the wisdom, the leadership, and the talents of this extraordinary leader from Brooklyn. But let me tell you why I believe that he is the person for this moment. Centuries ago, our nation's second president, John Adams, laid bare his fear that members of this body would gain influence by, quote, meanness, not greatness, by noise and not sense.
Sounds like he's describing
by ignorance,
the establishment in
learning.
both parties.
Hakeem Jeffries' leadership is rooted in greatness and not meanness. It is rooted in learning and not ignorance.
Hakeem Jeffries is an election denier as well. We want to talk about election denying.
Empty and jaded cynicism and noise that we see so often in our political sphere.
Continued to talk about the Russia collusion,
which is why
and
I believe
President Trump was illegitimate. So therefore, he is an election denier. I wish somebody would bring that up.
My colleagues, is this. It is 6:30 p.m.
So what?
Here in Washington, D.C.
Good.
The House of Representatives, this sacred institution, needs a leader. It needs a speaker. It needs a leader who will inspire us. A leader who knows that our best days are yet ahead. A leader committed to our communities and our Constitution and our country. And I am here to tell you that leader is Hakeem Jeffries of the great state of New York. And so, Madam Clerk, it gives me great honor as the chairman of the House Democratic Communications and Policy Committee to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
Hello, Vaughn. Thanks for joining the chat. Yeah. Why would we want an election denying leader of the House, right? That's what they like to sit there and shout out. Election denier.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
To place a name in nomination for the position of Speaker of the House.
Sounds like
The
Matt
gentleman
Gaetz.
is recognized.
My friends, when Donald Trump was president, taxes were cut, regulations were slashed, energy was abundant, wages were rising, capital was returning from overseas to fund the dreams and ambitions of our fellow Americans, and the economy was roaring. What a contrast to what we have seen from this administration now. And so I rise to nominate Donald Trump for the position of Speaker of the House. And for all of the vitriol that we hear from the media and at times the left, there were great moments of bipartisanship under the Trump presidency. And the Democrat nominee for Speaker knows that well because he led valiantly on the efforts for criminal justice reform, and I was honored to join him. And I know no matter who's sitting in that speaker chair, we got a lot of work to do on that very issue. We took a first step, but there's a second step and a third step to take, and I'm glad that we were able to work with President Trump, with Republicans, and with Democrats to provide real outcomes for Americans, to create greater prosperity and more opportunity. I also care deeply about President Trump's focus on our nation's veterans. It seemed for far too long on the campaign trail, veterans were disregarded, forgotten about. When we would get elected to office, their issues would not always rise and get center stage, but we were able to pass veterans accountability measures. We were able to actually get people fired at the VA who weren't doing their job. What a great thing that would be to extend and to continue to nourish. President Trump oriented our views on trade so that we actually put the American people first, not foreign interests abroad or special interests here at home. President Trump knew that we had to confront China, that China had already engaged in a trade war against us, but it was a war that we were surrendering, and so we started to fight back. He stood with our farmers, and on foreign policy, we stopped trying to find a new Jeffersonian democracy to build out of sand and blood and Arab militias in the Middle East. Matter of fact, President Trump, I believe, is the first president in my lifetime that didn't start any new wars. This is an issue that I know unites some elements of the right and left for the benefit of our communities.
Will the House be in order?
This government for far too long has been deeply corrupt. This town has been deeply corrupt. The way people get leadership positions and chairmanships and opportunities to be able to morally preen has been by accepting lobbyist and special interest money and redistributing that money as currency for favors. And that is not a criticism of either political party. It is a criticism of what we have allowed to happen in this place. And if we just go next man up on our side of the aisle, we will reify that corrupt system and we will abandon the people who are expecting us to fight for them. I have heard from my colleagues about all the important work we have to do, and it is my sincere fear that if we were to allow Mr. McCarthy to assume the speakership, that would not get done, that it would be business as usual, and the very same things that have paralyzed progress for both parties would continue to shackle us to never-ending failure. We can be better than that. We can raise our gaze indeed. We also have to restore to the Speaker's office an actual person that ought to be in the Speaker's office, not the squatter who is currently there. And if the architect of the Capitol is listening, I sent a letter, and I would like to know what the basis is to allow somebody to occupy the Speaker's office who comes in second place 10 straight times. Is there like some basis in law or rule or precedent for that?
Matt's going off,
So
baby.
I nominate President Trump because we must make our country great again, and he can start by making the House of Representatives great again.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Chair, I rise for the purpose of placing a name in nomination.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a privilege we all are enjoying tonight. We are all enjoying as elected members of this great body. The People's House, as it has been said. And what a great representation of the constitutional republic in which we enjoy living, the greatest country in the history of the world, as we play out as the people's representatives in selecting the all-important position of the Speaker of the People's House. I was out in the southeast balcony here just a few moments ago, looking out at the Supreme Court, looking at the flag flying above this Capitol building, looking at the Jefferson and Madison, both Virginians, by the way, libraries of Congress, and pausing to do what probably most of us recognize we fail too often to do, to take it in, this high privilege, this distinct honor that we have to be the people's representatives from our respective districts in this House, here in this Congress. This is the greatest nation in the history of the world. With all of our imperfections and all of our imperfections as people and as a nation, no nation in the history of the world has freed more people, has rescued more people, has ministered to more people, has evangelized more people than the United States of America. And that would be a good time to respond with some applause. There's a reason why people from all over the world are trying to get into this country. Many of them illegally due to the policies of the current administration. But people from all over the world are literally taking on a treacherous journey, risking life and limb, subjecting themselves to abuse, to try to sneak their way into our country because they know this is the greatest country in the history of the world. No country in the history of the world has provided more upward mobility, more advancement opportunity to people of all races, all nationalities, all ethnicities like the United States of America. But however, we as a nation, we're teetering on the brink, aren't we? Isn't there just a window of opportunity to save the republic? Crisis after crisis, $32 trillion in national debt. Equates to over $90,000 per citizen, almost $100,000 now per citizen. Some $300,000 per household. When I said that on this very floor a few months ago in a budget debate, the then chairman of the budget committee said, "Stop saying that. We're not asking anybody to pay it back." As if it's not real, as if it's not monopoly. As I heard someone say, don't tell the other side what happens after trillion. What comes after trillion? And we just spent $1.7 trillion. Both parties, Republicans joining in the Senate, a few in the House, to pass a $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill. Sadly and unfortunately, part of the reason why I stand here today, the kind of bill that has been supported by our former minority leader every time it's come up in the House, no matter who is in control in the 12 years that he has been in leadership, contributing to the $32 trillion in national debt. Yes, the other side is better at raising the debt than we are, but we have been participants. We're in crisis. We're in crisis with 5 million illegals having invaded the border in the last 2 years. When is it too much? We're in crisis with the state of our education system, K-12, college campuses, indoctrination of our kids. We're in crisis with the weakening of our military with these NDAA bills. We're in crisis with trampling on our most basic and essential freedoms over the last 2 years in ways we couldn't have imagined pre-2020. Whether we can assemble, whether we can worship, whether we can earn a living, whether we can travel, what we have to put on our face, whether or not what we have to take into our body, whether or not we have to disclose what we've taken in. Trampled in ways we couldn't have imagined just a few years ago. The greatest reflection of where the people in the country are is the House of Representatives. And the people spoke back on November 8th and gave the majority by some 3 or 4 million votes to the Republican Party. It's not the White House, it's not the Senate, it's the people's house that reflects where the American people are, and they've trusted us on this side of the aisle with the leadership of this House. And we have a window of opportunity to validate that trust, to do whatever we can to save the Republic, to earn them giving us the Senate and the White House and this House back in 2024. We have got to have a leader who not only has true conservative convictions that reflect the majority of Republicans who sent us here, but yet a courageous leader. It doesn't matter what you believe, by the way, unless you're willing to take risks to yourself personally to fight for it. We need a leader who is proven to do that very thing. We have an opportunity to make history. We will live with the decision on this side of the aisle for the next 2 years. We will answer for how we voted. And I know how people in your respective districts, like mine, Madam Chair, all the respective districts, how they're telling you to vote. They've been telling me how to vote for 3 years, to vote for transformational change in our leadership of this Republican Party. They've told me not to vote for the status quo, not to vote for the next in line establishment creature of the swamp cartel, but to vote for transformational change. And they're watching us. They're wondering if we'll hang in there, or will we cave, or will we give in, or will we let them down one more time? And I say we're not going to do that. They're looking to us. You look and see what a great job a recent businessman did in the White House, did things no one else has ever done in the White House, did things that no one else has ever done to try to change the country, showed courage and common sense and judgment that we've not seen before. We need a businessman as the Speaker of the House. We need a businessman like Kevin Hern as Speaker of the House. We need a businessman like Kevin Hern, who has led the Republican Study Committee's budget task force that I've served on for 2 years and put forth the only balanced budget that I've seen heck, the only budget that I've seen in the 2 years that I've been here, who fought alongside us to say, why don't we adopt the Republican Study Committee's budget for the Republican Party? And we didn't get agreement to do that. We need someone who will do that. And we need someone who's the head of the largest caucus in the Republican conference, someone like Kevin Hern. So
Thank you, Ivan.
Privilege to put an official nomination, Kevin Hern, for Speaker of the House. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ivan.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
All right, here we go again. They're going to go ahead and put this roll up. And actually, I think Trump's name is going to be front and center up on the roll call this time for the voting. So let's see them go ahead and place that on there. It was Jeffries, Trump, and McCarthy. So if I have to, I'll keep track over here on my side in case they don't put that thing up on the screen. So McCarthy, Hakeem, Trump, and Hern. Let's see.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. Allen.
There we go. Okay, they'll put it up on there.
McCarthy. Allred.
I love it. They got Trump's name up on there right now.
Emiday. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington.
Is Brian Downs out of running? Sorry
McCarthy.
if this is not coming out clearly. I'm doing speak to text.
Auchincloss.
Currently, yeah, he was not nominated this round.
Jeffries. Babin.
They did nominate Trump this time, for sure.
McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy.
Thank you, Guitar Tim. I appreciate
Barr.
that. This is Frank, you the man. Appreciate
McCarthy.
it, man.
Barragan. Barragan. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy.
Me too, Lisa. I really like Donald's as well.
Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Hearn. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Hearn. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Brackeen. Hearn. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Bazinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal.
You can tell they're getting tired in there.
Jeffries. Cardenas.
Huckleberry.
Cardenas.
Huckleberry. Nobody nominated him. Just
Carey.
ballot.
McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas.
It is a battle of
Jeffries.
attrition. You're right.
Chavez de Reamer.
Right now, this chair is winning that battle of attrition with me.
McCarthy. Sherfurless McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Ciscobani. Ciscobani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Hearn. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries.
Yeah, there's
Crow.
7.
Jeffries.
I don't think McCarthy doesn't
Cuellar.
get this one. We're going to go to a
Cuellar.
12th.
Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Davidson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. Dela Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy.
That would be good, Zan. A little beatbox going on.
Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy.
I like that.
Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon. Fallon. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fischbach. Fischbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy.
Haven't got any
Lois
Trump votes
Frankel.
yet. Republicans are scared.
Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Trump.
He smirked over to the Democrat
Gallagher.
side. Amazing.
McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi.
Gates
Jeffries.
nominated Trump, Jay.
Garbarino. Garbarino. Mike Garcia. McCarthy.
You're correct, Roland.
Robert Garcia. Jeffries.
That has been for
Garcia of
Byron
Illinois.
Donalds.
Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York.
Gates is
Jeffries.
memeing Congress.
Gomez. Gomez. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Hearn. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana.
Oh my gosh.
Graves of Louisiana. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Not time, dude. Just say Hakeem Jeffries.
Green of Georgia. McCarthy.
How some of these people are still in
Griffith.
Congress is baffling.
McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Hearn. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes.
Yeah,
Jeffries.
I think some of them are going Mr. Bingo games.
Hearn. Hearn.
Her not there?
Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. Hill. Himes. Jeffries. Hinson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. Hunt. McCarthy.
Yeah, so we got
Isa. McCarthy.
McCarthy doesn't have the
Ivy.
votes.
Jeffries.
We're going to do it to a 12th
Jackson
ballot.
of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee.
Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. Jeffries. Jeffries.
Come on. That one dude can't even take time to put down his phone. Probably playing Clash of Clans. That'd be fun.
Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. Joyce of Ohio. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Camlogger Dove. Jeffries. Captor.
Yeah, Planet Trump, I have no idea.
Jeffries.
They're so cringe.
Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Kana. Jeffries. Higgins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee.
Continue to hold the line. You had to be brave 20.
Jeffries.
Ultra MAGA.
Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Kilmer.
Val Kilmer. You're being called.
Kim of California.
No.
McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLoida.
Michael.
McCarthy.
Yep, maybe.
LaMalfa.
Batman. No.
LaMalfa.
Batman. No.
Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. LaTurner. Lawler.
On behalf of New York's 17th Congressional District, home of the Tendency Bridge, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy.
Now Santos is snuggling up there
Lee
to
of
MTG. Maybe he's looking to make a move on MTG.
Lee of Nevada. Lee of Pennsylvania.
And did they get a speaker, I guess? I don't know.
Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko.
Let's go, Brandon.
Lesko.
Brandon.
Letlow. Letlow. Levin, Jeffries, Liu, Jeffries, Lofgren,
That's cool, man.
Jeffries, Loudermilk, McCarthy, Lucas,
Thanks for joining us on your
McCarthy.
treadmill. I worked out earlier this morning.
Lukemeyer, McCarthy, Luna, Donalds,
Donald Trump. No, just regular Donalds.
Luttrell, McCarthy, Lynch, Jeffries, Mace, McCarthy, Magaziner, Jeffries,
That's actually become my favorite
Maliotakis.
name today.
McCarthy,
Magaziner.
Mann,
Even though they voted for Jeffries.
McCarthy,
Still a pretty cool last name.
Manning, Jeffries,
Magaziners.
McCarthy, Mast, McCarthy, Matsui, Jeffries,
Matsui. Not the
McMath.
baseball player, apparently.
Jeffries, McCarthy,
Frank Powers. Yes.
McCarthy.
Why are you cheering? You're not going to win.
McCall,
That was dumb. I hate that.
McCarthy, McLean, McCarthy, McClintock, McCarthy, McCollum,
Sparts.
Jeffries, McCormick, McCarthy, McGarvey, Jeffries, McGovern, Jeffries,
That Santos guy looks like a little pool boy or something.
McHenry, McCarthy,
Did McCarthy just vote?
Meeks,
Hakeem
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Menendez, Jeffries, Ming,
Ming Dynasty.
Jeffries, Muser,
Yao Ming.
Muser,
User. Bueller.
Ifume, Jeffries,
Jeffrey
Miller
Obama.
of Illinois, Donalds, Miller of Ohio, McCarthy, Miller of West Virginia, McCarthy, Miller Meeks, McCarthy, Mills, McCarthy, Molinaro, McCarthy, Molinar, McCarthy, Mooney, McCarthy, Moore of Alabama,
Chuck Norris, if we did that, we
McCarthy.
might be drunk way quicker
Moore
than we
of
want
Utah.
to be.
Moore of Utah,
More Utah, no more Utah.
Moore of Wisconsin, Jeffries, Moran, McCarthy,
Hey, thank you, Frank Powers.
Morelli, Jeffries,
You're right, Chanel.
Moskowitz, Jeffries,
You're right, Chanel.
Moulton, Jeffries, Mervan, Jeffries, Mullen, Jeffries, Murphy, McCarthy,
Hey, Studio.
Nadler.
Yes, he does.
Jeffries, Napolitano, Jeffries,
Janet Napolitano.
Neal, Jeffries, Nagoose, Jeffries, Nels, McCarthy,
Dr. Asami is right.
Newhouse, McCarthy, Nickel, Jeffries,
OKC says, I see
Norcross.
7 others. Are they all the same other? Yeah, they
Jeffries.
are. They're all
Norman.
Donalds.
Donalds. None of Iowa.
None of Iowa. We don't want nothing of Iowa.
McCarthy. Obernolte.
Wild Turkey, you want us all to
McCarthy.
die, don't you?
Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries.
Hey, it was Big Booty. Who's your Big Booty
Ogles.
going to vote for, Dow?
Donalds. Omar.
Her brother
Jeffries.
husband.
Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquarel. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Paltola. Jeffries. Pence.
Of course,
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries.
Not yet, Victory.
Pedersen.
Not yet.
Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries.
What about Jeffries?
Quigley.
Nancy cleaned the coke off her nose.
Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries.
No, Ashley, it's not. It's not the former vice
Reschenthaler.
president.
McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Hearn. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds.
Yep. 18, 19.
Ruiz. Jeffries.
Definitely votes are not there. Tupac for speaker. Yeah, I saw that, Neil.
Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy.
I will know most of these representatives'
Ryan.
names this year.
Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Of course.
Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff.
Schiff.
Adam Schiff.
Snyder.
Where's Shiffy Schiff? There's
Snyder.
something going on, by the way, just to let you guys know. Boebert was seen giving a paper to Bob Good.
Snyder.
So there might be something happening
Skolton.
on the next vote.
Jeffries. Schreier.
Just a heads up.
Jeffries. Swikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill.
Michael, yeah, they might.
Jeffries.
Who knows?
Simpson. McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri.
Scrolling through some Twitter real quick.
Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto.
No, I'm
Jeffries.
just saying that there is some
Spanberger.
negotiations going on, and I don't know how it's going to
Jeffries.
impact the next vote.
Sparks.
Hey, thank you so much. Good evening
Sparks.
from the swamp. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you so much
Stansberry.
for the super chat. Appreciate it, my friend.
Stansberry.
Jillian,
Jeffries.
I'm in it for the long haul. I actually came to the studio early to create some videos. I put those out throughout the
Stanton.
day.
Jeffries. Stauber.
And now
McCarthy.
we're here together.
Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe. McCarthy. Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong.
We're 9 likes away
McCarthy.
from 1,000 likes. Get on it,
Swalwell.
people. If you're new, just showing up to the
Jeffries.
stream, hit that like button. Coming on in.
Sykes. Jeffries. Takano.
Sparks hasn't voted yet, I don't believe. Has she?
Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries.
Yeah, I don't see a present.
Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries.
That dude has not
Thompson of
moved
Pennsylvania.
all day.
McCarthy.
He has been stuck
Tiffany.
to that chair. Yeah, 1,000
McCarthy.
likes. Thank you, Eric.
Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries.
Thank you, OKC
Talib.
Rebel. Appreciate you, man.
Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner.
McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew.
Yep, we're getting close to the end of the representatives here. Then they swing back by and catch the ones
McCarthy.
that did not vote.
Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden. McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez.
I have not had a soda in a
Jeffries.
week. I would love to have a
VC.
soda, but I can't.
Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy.
At this rate, we're going to ring in.
Wahlberg. McCarthy.
We're going to ring in January 6th together on stream.
McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman.
Maxine Waters.
Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy.
That lady.
Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy.
Hey, Foolish Games.
Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries.
Hey, thank you so much, Mrs.
Wild.
Moms. Never sent a super chat, but after the last few
Jeffries.
days, you deserve to be my first.
Williams of Georgia.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Jeffries.
that. Thank you.
Williams of New York. Williams of New York. Williams of Texas. McCarthy.
Frank Powers, I think I did mean
Wilson
stay circle
of
back.
Florida. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Wilson of South Carolina. Kevin McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy.
No problem, Viper.
Womack. McCarthy. Yakum. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
So they're going to circle back now to the ones who they missed. So some of them may have been in negotiations with the McCarthy bunch. So we'll
The reading
see.
clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
So here we go. They're circling back. I ain't no circle back girl. Donald still got 12. Yep. And Hearn's got 7. We got 19, 20. I think Strats.
Farragon. Jeffries. Buck.
Buck is not there.
Buck.
Buck has a doctor's appointment.
Cardenas. Jeffries.
Those
Cuellar. Jeffries.
Foolish Games. The others are Donalds. Byron Donalds.
Davidson.
Or Byron.
McCarthy.
We're missing some votes here. Quite a few,
Donalds.
actually.
Donalds.
Oh. That is 21. That's 21 without a present.
McCarthy.
Yeah, Jay, I think we gained one, man.
Garbarino. McCarthy.
They're Strats.
Gomez. Jeffries. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy.
Yeah, 21, Jay.
Hearn. McCarthy.
Yes.
Hill.
Leg bad.
McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy.
And with Spratz as present, that would be 22. Or Sparks, I mean.
Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. LaMalfa.
Yeah, Chanel. She's waiting to say present.
Turner.
Well,
McCarthy.
they took down the roll call.
Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lesko.
Brandon.
McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy.
I don't have a counter right now.
Muser. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Schiff. Jeffries.
So we have 12, 19, 20, 21.
Sparks. Present.
Yeah, Sparks got her present in there.
Williams of New York. McCarthy.
Yeah, as I think, like I said, they took down the thing here. Let me double check. I have another one opened up over here. Let me take a look and see what they're showing. 21.
If there are any members-elect who did not answer the call of the roll,
Yeah.
they may come to the well and vote at this time.
Huh. We got 199 for McCarthy, 7 for Hearn, 1 for Trump, 212 for Jeffries, and 13 for others/presence. That's what it's showing over here on RSBN. C-SPAN has not put theirs back up there. So, yeah, Jeffries got 212. Right now, Kevin McCarthy's sitting at 199. Yeah, McCarthy's sitting at 199 at the moment. Yeah, presence just means you're not voting either or, but you're casting your vote as present. Jesse, she just voted her present, means you have no backbone.
In this hour, the Hill newspaper reads, it appears Representative Kevin McCarthy, Republican of California, is on track for a historic 11th defeat. On track because the official tally has not been announced yet. What is happening behind the scenes? Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News tweeting out, House Republicans pushing to elect a speaker tonight per sources involved in the talks. A deal is cut Either it moves people or Kevin McCarthy is in serious trouble. Lawmakers are reviewing it. The House could recess to allow discussion. So that is happening on and off the floor. On this 11th ballot, you probably saw Florida Republican Matt Gaetz officially nominate the former President Donald Trump as Speaker. He said in his remarks, I nominate President Trump because we must make our country great again, and he can start by making the House of Representatives great again.
That was
Max
awesome.
Cohen, who writes for Punchbowl News, has a quote from Patrick McHenry, who is a McCarthy ally and has been negotiating with those 20 holdouts. Quote, each meeting is more positive than the last. He adds that the goal is to get a speaker tonight. And then you have Meredith Lee Hill of Politico with this report. I asked Eli Crane, one of those 20 objectors to Kevin McCarthy, if he's been presented with a deal. Quote, no, he said. Quote, I'm not looking for a deal. Leadership knows where I'm at.
Well, there we go. So, what we currently have, Gaetz is over there talking to some Democrats, it looks like. We're going to see what's going on here. He was over there speaking with the one dude that nominated Hakeem Jeffries this time through. So,
You've been seeing Republicans cross the aisle over to the Democratic side. It looks like talks are happening between the two sides. Who knows what it is that they are talking about? Possibly a deal to adjourn tonight. You can see the huddles. There's Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, huddling with his fellow Democrats on his side. You saw Matt Gaetz, a Florida Republican, cross over and talk to some Democrats. We will keep you updated as we continue to watch reporters on Capitol Hill and and report to you what they are hearing from lawmakers on and off the floor.
and let's hear from you guys right now in the chat and give you guys some time to sound off. Let's go ahead and read off some of the chat stuff we got going on. He says, Darlene says, any deals better be presented in writing. Absolutely. Deuce 2112 says, the Dems aren't going to vote for Trump. LOL. Salty Army is Legion says, AOC offering backdoor deals. Free. That's funny. Zan says, they're like, how the non-map get in here? Smelty Do Right says, was David Sicilian, I think. Michael Gale says, give them a sleeping bag for sure. Maryland says, I love to see Trump third in line for the POTUS. Let's see Biden-Harris impeached. That would be hilarious. Carolyn says, nope, they aren't. Dr. Robert gives some thumbs up to Darlene. Salty Pureblood says, AOC. Chuck Norris comes in, says, got to be careful working behind AOC. She kicks. Victory Crosby says, split the tongues. We'll take both. Sarah Carpenter says, my butt hurts. So does mine. Justy says, so AOC is the backdoor girl. Kyle Blank, the fourth, says they tried to make a deal, but AOC was just blatting on about this light switch. What is this light switch for? Dennis comes in and says they will put it in writing, but I will bet it would be 1,300 pages. Salty Army Legion says, reminding everyone to smash that like button. Big thumbs up for Trump from real life. Broken Prophet comes in with a re. Robert Horn says Matt Gaetz was telling them they were not going to nominate Kevin McCarthy. That's my opinion. Link 700 says I was young them. Guitar Tim says hope they are discussing another choice. Jay says the other risk. Gaetz got wind of Democrats leaving the room for the next vote and is trying to stop it. Dr. Robert says never Kevin. Doey 5E says ha ha ha. Watcher says the politicians sit divided, our country is broken. Henry S says Loco Cortez UMF quote from Jericho Green. Peter says, LOL. Jillian says, I wonder why no one else voted for him. Not that I think they should necessarily. Good question. Sarah Carpenter says, our front line better not leave, for they will vote during the night like they are known to do. Greg Steele says, it's happening. These people will use illegal drugs to keep voting, or they will submit. Jay says, wait. Vote totals change. 20 against McCarthy again. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. And they pulled it back down just now, too, Jay. Frank Power says, maybe Gates said vote Trump. Maybe. He is a troll sometimes. Chuck Norris says, say it isn't so, Jay. Dave from California says, Boebert is the Republican AOC with just a smaller rear. See, with the laughing emojis coming in here. We also get Dennis saying, Salty Army Berserkers worldwide, salt. Jillian says, you got a problem figuring out if you're for me or with Trump. Then you ain't black. Quoting, let's go, Brandon. Higher Learning 228 says, break out the guitar and sing some campfire songs. This won't end tonight. David Boylan says, Liver King for speaker. JB Walter, let's be frank, Salty and C-SPAN vote for dinner with the Honorable Trump and family. Awesome. Yes, maybe.
Again, if you were just joining us live here on C-SPAN, the House just finished its 11th ballot for speaker, and still no lawmaker has received enough votes. While we wait for this official tally, we can see on your screen, lawmakers are crossing the aisle, talking to each other, Democrats and Republicans. Something is underfoot. We just don't know what yet. Robert Costa of CBS News is reporting inside this framework that has been negotiated and talked about with Republicans in order to get those 20 Republicans to join the others in voting for Kevin McCarthy. As this is according to several Republicans, rules changes, budget promises, committee guarantees, talks are fluid, but the framework to win over some of the McCarthy critics coming together as people review the top lines. Big picture, it makes the House Freedom Caucus central in the House. Chad Pergram of Fox News tweeting out from a colleague, Tyler Olson, McHenry, an ally, McCarthy, quoted as saying, I actually feel I felt progressively better over and over the period of the last 36 hours. Every hour has been successfully better than the last. Chad Pergram also tweeting out from McHenry, the Democrats really are interested in keeping us on the floor, but we're still negotiating, we're still going on, and there's still assurances needed to take place. So there is a lot happening in the U.S. House off the floor tonight. In addition to the vote for speaker continuing on, while we wait for the official tally, they've just finished the 11th vote. It is possible that they take a 12th ballot tonight.
All right, let's go ahead and go back to your guys' things here. John Bango says, lock them in. Gerald says, not good if Republicans cave. We're done. It's going to be the same garbage. Go, Brandon. Jay says, everyone sees bad lip reading of Gates and AOC from yesterday? I did. That was hilarious. About the rocks and the shrubs. Gunny Slate says, McCarthy's childish actions should show you that he's not a leader. He is a typical California Woloch individual who is going to force what he wants. That should tell you everything. Jared Texter says, just lock him in. So after the Burnson case, we can do the tribunals, the vote for speaker after that. Ha ha ha. Jillian says, LOL, Eric. Carl Starr says, 433 votes again. No chance of getting 217 votes at this rate. Kyle Blank IV says, I can't believe we haven't heard from Rand Paul. Probably because he's a senator. Salty Pureblood said they must be fortifying the numbers. Mark Marshall says, elect Donald J. Trump to save the world. Neil says they probably are talking about adjourning until tomorrow. OKC Rebel says, keep your powder dry, might repeat the history they are trying to erase. Greg Steele says, we need OJ. The football player or orange juice? Chanel says Donald's changed to 12. Carl Foster says
Sarah Ferris from Politico is reporting that a motion to adjourn until noon tomorrow is upcoming. Dems are whipping no on this motion to adjourn. Live coverage here on C-SPAN.
So they're going to try to adjourn on this next vote. So we'll see how that works out. C-SPAN can't count. Roofing Dude says, it is bad for me to want a Sodom and Gomorrah event at this building at this time. John says, lock them in until we have a speaker. Zan says, it's just a distraction. Operation Melania Closet commenced. Dan Durham says, Trump and Gates 2024. JB Walters says, I say a huge block party across America and the world hugs. Name checks out. The Democrats definitely aren't going to go along with anything that helps us. Carl Star says 432 cast. That's one less vote cast now. Chanel says hugs. Deuce says we just need 5 votes. Jillian says look like the devil's den to me. Pelosi must be drunk to not smile. What's she so smiley about today? Zan says I got an email saying Jim Jordan voted for McCarthy. I'm taking crazy pills. Sherrod Johnson says, Democrats stick together, GOP too divided. Matt Caldwell says, have they delivered the big burger or the bug burgers for dinner yet? Chuck Norris says they got to flip 15 members. Legbad says MTG and LB are both big disappointments. Okese Rebel says, if nothing else, the 20 made a statement very loud at that. TY says, let's do it. Carolyn says, we need Trump to win. Happy Blogs, Blog says, Carl Foster. Ronald Russell says, Jordan. Kyle Blake, like the force, what did Lauren Boebert do? Jillian says, I guess a bug burger is better than a human burger. Zan says, Wolock. Dr. Robert says 100 ballots. No, Kevin. Sarah Carpenter says, no, your drugs are good. LOL. He voted for Kevin. So when his term comes up, I'm voting him out. Karen Anderson says there should be one vote. Who votes over and over, browbeats people behind the scenes until you get what you want. I am sick of rhinos. Done with them. Dave says Blue Dog Coalition Democrats are going to cross and vote McCarthy. Name checks out says McCarthy acts so entitled. It is disgusting. Real Life says Kevin's YouTube has 2 friends. Carl Foster says MAGA Patriots, our day will come. Dennis says if you vote over and over, why can't we? Carl Moore says Jim Jordan has other fish to fry, so to speak. Sarah says, I called my Ohio reps and asked nicely not to vote Kevin, yet they did. They can kiss my vote goodbye. Zan says they're allowed to vote for themselves, right? They are. Heaven Mag says, told you, noon. Jay says 217 is not needed. 218, 433 divided by 2 equals 16. Round up, 217 plus 1, 218 needed to win. Frank Power says, a lot of Franks. Here just to be frank. Jillian Moore says, yeah, they do to vote for themselves, and they all stand up and clap, too.
You can see lots of huddling on the House floor after they have finished, but not officially called, the 11th ballot of the U.S. House of Representatives. Negotiations are ongoing. We're following all of the reporting from Capitol Hill on C-SPAN. To put what's happening on the floor in context, historical context, Peter Baker of New York Times reporting only 7 times in U.S. history has it taken more than 9 votes to pick a speaker. None in the last century and a half. The House is now in a place it hasn't been since 1859, when it took 44 votes to choose a leader. And another tweet here on the history of this, just that it's the 11th ballot. And the House made history when it went past that 9th ballot earlier today.
Real quick, Linda Hay says, love and hugs, Frank and family. Thank you. Let's go take a listen to what they got to say now. So it looks like they're going to try to move for a adjourning vote. We'll see how this takes place.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
Eleven-time loser, still. Of course, they cheer Hakeem instead of USA. That just tells you where their priorities are in the Democrat Party.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 200.
Also, an 11-time loser.
The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 12.
She does have to say Trump again.
The Honorable Kevin Hurd of the state of Oklahoma has received 7. The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 1. One recorded as present. No nominee having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Clerk, I move that the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
The question is on the motion that the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
They're like the they're the meme. They're the meme. They're like
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Remove that voice.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
15 minutes. I got 15 minutes. Dude, for real. You have no idea. Wow. All right. So we got the nays going. I think the yays actually do have it. I think all the Republicans will vote to go home for the night. It's hysterical and pathetic. You're correct. I think they want to get the heck out of there. They did do this yesterday, Sasudo. They did. I wouldn't mind to be able to go home myself. I put in a full 8 hours in today. Mrs. Frank is never going to see her husband. Hey, take it up with the House, man. Call your congressman, babe. Call your congressman. I put in a full day today. 8 hours streaming. 8 hours. There you go. 8 hours. I actually got here at, what time did I get here? Left the house 9, like 9:30 this morning. I got here. I did my hour workout.
Steve Scalise, Republican of Louisiana, part of the leadership team under Kevin McCarthy and an ally, of course, of Kevin McCarthy, calling for a motion to adjourn. You heard the Democrats loudly protest that. Electronic vote underway. This is the tally being done by the House. It's a 15-minute vote. This is what you normally see when you watch a vote on the House floor. As those votes tick in, members are electronically casting their vote. And so you can see the tally there on your right. On your left are our C-SPAN cameras capturing the talks that are still going on the House floor between Republicans, and Democrats are huddled as well, all waiting to see what happens next. Do they get the votes, the Republicans, the McCarthy part of the Republican Party, do they get the votes to adjourn until noon tomorrow so that they can keep negotiating off the floor with those 20 defectors who have caused the vote to go multiple ballots in this speaker race? Live coverage here on C-SPAN.
Where's Zan at? I'm actually going to give you guys a couple mods, extra mods for probably tomorrow. So if you can come back tomorrow, that'd be great. Where is Zan at? Zan. There you go. A couple of you guys have been here all day for the last few days. Sarah Carpenter, you get one as well. You've been here for the last few days with me. And Chuck Norris, just because you are the GOAT. Hang out some mods. Luciano, where's Luciano at? There he is. Bam. Bam. Congratulations, new mods. Thank you for sticking with me for the last few days as we've been here together. And they are correct, or Miss Moms is correct. The House is holding me hostage. So congratulations to the new mods. You guys have been awesome the last couple days, hanging in here the last 3 streams that we've done, especially today. Yeah, make sure we get it. Any foul language definitely is deleted. We don't like to use the foul language. We want to protect the channel as best as possible. So if you would take care of those. Welcome, all the new mods. We do appreciate you. Happy hunting. Yeah, Accelerate is still going on. Yeah. I'm waiting for them to vote to let me go home. That's what the vote's actually about. They're not voting for themselves to go home. They're voting for me to go home tonight. They're voting for me. The Democrats are not doing me any favors at the moment right now. They have 194 people that are voting saying Frank cannot leave. Frank can't leave. Yeah, so that is what's currently being on the floor right now at the House of Representatives. Nancy, I think, Nancy, is that you?
While we watch the time
Sorry,
tick
Nancy.
down
No,
on this motion to adjourn, again,
I'm
it's
going
a
home, Nancy.
15-minute
I'm
vote,
going home.
and we've got less than 10 minutes left in it. Want to share with you what's happening off the House floor. Nicholas Wu, who reports for Politico, said that Representative Ralph Norman, one of the 20 objectors to Kevin McCarthy, described to reporters some of the offer. Quote, "It's changes that we wanted. Now we've got a lot more that we want to get to. This is round one," he said. "It's on paper, which is a good thing." Lauren Boebert, also one of those 20 defectors, tweeting out at 7:44 p.m. Eastern time, "When the country is being destroyed in unprecedented ways, Sometimes you need to do unprecedented things to get it back on course. We are fighting to save America, and we won't back down, she writes. John Bresnahan, a longtime reporter of Capitol Hill, writes for Punchbowl News. He says in a memo sent to House committees, it said no committee staff will get their next paycheck if a House rules package isn't in place by January 13th. A vote on the House rule package comes after the House, in its opening day of a new Congress, votes on the Speaker. Nothing else can happen until the U.S. House of Representatives gets a Speaker.
All right, as they're doing that, let's go ahead and highlight some of your guys' stuff that you guys going on here. We got Scott coming in. Let me go ahead and turn this down first of all, because they're being a little loud. There we go. All right, Scott says Nancy is ordering drinks. Chanel says no monies for you, LOL. I don't know if that was directed to me or directed at Congress. I'm not sure now. I don't know. Per Kyla says they have enough money. Carl Foster says Swamp Drainers Inc. Willie says if America is sick with COVID, the deep state are the docs using ventilators as a solution. Andrea says FJB for real though. Maria Rivera says pizza and drinks. Kyle says sounds good to me. Luciano says it's almost like shutting down the government. Almost. They're about 27 votes away still. Victor says I wish Q was true, but it is fantasy. Yes. Pelosi is slosh says up in flames. Jay says okay, so it seems to be leaning towards a yay vote. It does. Congress, says Chanel. Thank you, Chanel.
On this vote to adjourn, Scott Wong of NBC is reporting that Republicans are sticking together on this vote. Gates, Boebert, Biggs, all voting yes to adjourn. You know those names because they are part of the 20 that have been holding out, part of the impasse over voting for Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. Meredith Lee Hill reporting for Politico. Steve Scalise, the number 2, after vote to adjourn until noon tomorrow, asked what the plan is going forward. Quote, we're going to continue having conversations tonight. And then Manu Raju of CNN is reporting that Patrick McHenry, a key McCarthy ally, told us, quote, the main things we're talking about are a conservative agenda around spending and the nature of our Republican majority. That's really the crux of this conversation, and that's really the contours of it.
All right. Jillian says, if I were Schiff, I would just wear a thicker prosthetic neck, wouldn't you? Accelerate says, I bet there are 212 nay votes and 218 yay votes. Yes, maybe the Republicans are going to actually send me home tonight. One Democratic voted yay. He wants to go. He wants to leave. He's like, I am out. That was Nancy. Nancy's the Democrat that voted yay. She has a drink that's waiting on her. Deborah says, no defector Americans. We finally get to see how they really work. Dan says, every time they stand around after the vote, all I can hear in my head is the music that they play on SNL at the very end of the show. Sarah says, get that yay up there. Yeah, let Frank go home. Luciano says, Democrats will be to blame if they have to stay there past 3 a.m. They'll wish they didn't vote nay. OKC says they're pumping it up like it means something terrible, that our system is working as it should. The old system needs to go. No assuming you win and take over an office you haven't won. Absolutely, OKC. Victor Crosby says the real shame of so-called star seeds. So sad. Never mind, they removed a yay. Nancy was getting a little excited there. Doggy says, LOL. Susio says, Frank, why are there only 20 defectors? Are just the rest cowards? I believe so, man. I believe so. They don't want really change. JB Walter says, outstanding. Let's be frank and salty. Thank you. Kyle Blank says, I love how C-SPAN still has graphics from 1997. Doggy says she got hit the bar. Accelerate says it was a trick. She pushed the wrong button. Nancy was also ordering pizza and hot dogs. Luciano says, of course AOC will vote next. That's what horses do. Dennis says, Jay, look up where the word politician comes from. Haven says, yeah, good for them. Link 700 says, yes, and your tax money pays for the food at work. They passed the bills years ago. Names checks out says, yeah, it's 213 to 209 with only 3 Democrats left. Yeah, 216. Yeah, I don't believe the Democrats are going to get this one. They could. Walnut says Frank for speaker. Yeah, I don't think Mrs. Frank would allow that though. Don't tread on me. Says I think I need a new Chanel 420. A new crush. Sorry. Jay says we need an appropriate soundtrack for this. Someone play Yaka Sax. Yakati Sax. Our Sky today says Biden is in the basement, have his milk and cookies while watching this. Luciano says, of course, AOC voted nay. That's what horses do. Accelerate says Nancy was probably drunk and hit yay. And I thought we were going to try to make it happy house. Dan said, aren't stars needed those alien hybrids from Alpha Centauria? Gillian's just laughing over here. And Andrea says the swamp remains. Link says, bye, Frank. Yeah, it looks like they're going to vote me to go home. I think I'm going to go home, guys. Haven says, full bar at Nancy Pelosi's house are all welcome. Jillian says, oh, snap. Chanel says, haha, don't tread on me. Thanks. Carl Foster says the swamp is vast and deep. Sarah says, hope Paul is at home and sober. Oh, no, he has a couple hammers, maybe. Kyle says staying isn't going to keep Nancy from drinking. Well, it looks like we got some order in the house. Order in the house. The yays have it. The yays have it. Taxpayer Dave says rep nay. Chris L says, does anybody know LaHood has been voting? I think he's been voting. LaHood's been voting. I don't even know what party LaHood's from. Big Lebowski says, passing new laws is un-American. Yes, I agree. Mike Dickinson says, good night, sweetheart, good night. Babu. Or Baba Babu. Accelerate says, OMG, one Republican went rogue. Yeah, they did. Got 213 nays. Doesn't matter. The last 2 can vote nay. It won't matter. Auto spell check. Darn it. Smelty Do Right says full bar in Nancy's office probably. Salty Cup Reese says Ree. Sarah Carpenter says, who's the one rep that said nay?
With a minute left on this motion to adjourn vote, some more reporting from Capitol Hill. Max Cohen, who reports for Punchbowl News, says tons of members were meeting in Tom Emmer's office. He is the Republican whip. Massey, Clyde, Roy, Norman, Perry, Gosar, Bishop, Jordan among them, all filtered out to go vote on the motion to adjourn. Roy and Perry didn't respond when I asked how negotiations were progressing. Jennifer Schutt, who reports for States News, reports that Lauren Boebert says she's not part of any talks over Speaker while walking out of the Capitol. Quote, I'm not a part of any negotiations, is what she told that reporter.
Before they dismiss for tonight, Chanel says, thanks for the coverage, Frank. Good night. Thank you. And before you guys leave, I can ask you guys a huge favor. Besides hitting that like button and subscribe button, check out that link. That's a link to my new channel, Let's Be Frank Culture. I would love if you guys would go over there and subscribe after you leave here. So if you're leaving, click that link and it'll take you away from my stream. And you can go ahead and subscribe to my new channel, Let's Be Frank Culture, covering movies, TVs, video games, and sports. I hope to see you guys over there.
Yeah, we might have one more, but let's just see. Let's do it.
Have all members-elect voted? Does any member-elect wish to change his vote or her vote?
No change.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 213. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
There we go. Noon tomorrow. Woo! Wow. 8 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, I hope we don't have to do another 8-hour stream tomorrow. But if we do, I will be here. Thank you guys.
Well, the House of Representatives is clearing out after a motion to adjourn has been agreed to. The House will come back tomorrow at noon Eastern time to continue in their effort to elect a Speaker of the House. After the 11th ballot today failed to get a Speaker, they will continue tomorrow. We want to get your reaction to the opening days of the 118th Congress, everything that you...
All right, so there we go. They're finishing up. They are out of here, and I'm going to be heading home myself. I appreciate every single one of you guys who have been here. I know a lot of you guys have been here from the very beginning today, joined me for the 2 sessions yesterday. So I do appreciate those who had done that, who were with us, and you guys had earned some mods, wrenches the last couple of days. So congratulations. Make sure you help keep the chat clean by making sure you eliminate any swearing words that are in there, trying to keep the chat clean and friendly for everybody. We'd like to protect the channel as best as possible as we can, since it is monetized. So I appreciate all of you guys. I am going to leave you guys real quick one more time. I'm going to put the thing in here for my second channel. If you guys would, please just follow that link. Go subscribe to my new channel as I continue to grow that channel over there as well. I would love for you guys to be part of Let's Be Frank Culture as we talk about movies, TV shows, video games, and sports, and other things happening in that area. I'll have another new video that will be posted a little bit later tonight. I have to make a thumbnail for it, and I'll go ahead and post that. But I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much. Don't also forget, starting on Monday, we will be going, restarting our prayer streams that we do here on the channel at 9:05 a.m. That starts on Monday, 9:05 a.m. And then on Tuesday, we will be exclusively over on Uniquely Us for the prayer stream. So if you'll be looking for those, we'll be over there. So appreciate all of you guys. Yes, Big Lebowski, 0 for 11 for McCarthy tonight, 0 for 11 for Hakeem Jeffries. It's good to go home. So good night, everybody. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. Love y'all.